Oh, right. The image I'm seeing right now isn't an AI, but is real memories preserved by an in-game item. In other words, I can completely treat Su Debin as a real person right now. Su Debin scratched his head. As soon as he finished speaking, that blurry face gradually became clear. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, thick lips, carrying the simple, honest look of an ordinary man. One question? Su Debin nodded. That's right. Any question will do. I didn't hesitate. If possible, I want to know the true purpose of the Expeditionary Army. Did they come here to overthrow the game? This was a question I had harbored for a long time. Through Ma Gu's diary, I had seen a few clues, but nothing concrete enough to confirm it. Now that Su Debin had taken the initiative to speak, I immediately seized the opportunity. Our purpose? Su Debin sighed softly, his eyes revealing a look of nostalgia. What was our purpose? It sounds simple, but for some reason, saying it out loud fills me with indescribable emotion. As he spoke, his face became clearer and clearer. Even the long scar on his cheek gradually appeared. On February 5, 1999, the Naka Defense Force violated regulations by responding to a signal from an extraterrestrial civilization, accidentally exposing Earth's coordinates. Universe number 626. That night, at 11:58 p.m., the alien civilization's fleet appeared at the edge of the solar system. In just 35 seconds, they pinpointed Earth's exact location. At 1:09 a.m. the next morning, a species calling themselves the Chilai race entered Earth's orbit, officially declaring planetary war. According to the invisible laws of the universe, species in the same dimensional tier must give their opponents 1 year of preparation time before waging war. Otherwise, they will be suppressed and instantly destroyed by higher dimensional beings. Therefore, the deadline was February 6, 2000. That was our Earth's last chance. Su Debin recounted it very clearly, omitting all superfluous words, conveying information solely through images and facts. In just 1 week, we built the Defense Legion and the Expeditionary Army from scratch. The Defense Legion was responsible for orbital defense against the Chilai race. As for the Expeditionary Army, invasion. That word was uttered with utter helplessness. On Su Debin's now clear face, regret and indignation were plainly visible. Invasion? You guys came to this wasteland to invade. What does this game have to do with you? How did you even get here? I practically exploded. A barrage of questions poured out like rain. In my mind, a terrifying hypothesis was gradually taking shape. However, Su Debin just smiled, raised a finger, and wagged it gently. His meaning was crystal clear, only one question allowed. When you pass the authority test, I'll tell you everything I know. Let's begin. From childhood to adulthood, the people of Huaxia have gone through countless exams. When we're young, there are midterms and finals. As we grow older, there are high school entrance exams, college entrance exams, and grad school exams. Even after leaving school to work, we can't escape being tested through rounds of interviews. Therefore, even though I was a bit nervous about the challenge Su Debin presented, I maintained a calm state of mind. I didn't panic. I was still an ordinary office worker from Earth, but at the same time, I was also the God Su, praised by billions of people. As the authority transfer test officially began, Su Debin's figure slowly vanished. The peaceful world around us also shattered into fragments. This test used virtual reality technology. It obviously wasn't going to be a simple Q&A. Compared to the system's training ground, this time I truly stepped into a dream. In that dream, I saw an Earth that was both prosperous and desolate. Prosperous because the center of every city had energy pillars taller than our bases, towering hundreds of meters high. Under that light, the sky was densely packed with flying cars rushing back and forth, and skyscrapers stood close together, exuding a strong postmodern futuristic style. But also desolate, because the streets were empty. It was rare to see a single person. That silence made the whole city feel devoid of human life. I tried to control my body, walking down the street, looking at the faces of the pedestrians. Just as I expected, empty, soulless. Su Debin's voice echoed in my ear. The scene you're seeing is the 5th day after the Chilai race's invasion. 2 days ago, all cities issued a curfew. Except for authorized residents, everyone was forbidden from leaving their homes, awaiting further instructions. Currently, the The defense force and the expeditionary army have been fully established. Only a few people remain in the city to maintain order, and the nearest army will take 3 hours and 18 minutes to get here. Your first challenge is to incite the entire population to rise up and protest, force them out of their homes, and destroy the current system. You have 3 retries. Every time you fail, you will return to this exact time and place. The faster you complete it, the higher your score. When the voice stopped, my vision exited the observer state. My body felt light, as if released, returning to a controllable state. Even though the Neuralink helmet was only 30% complete, the sensation it provided was in no way inferior to the system's training ground. Based on the principle of compensating for insufficient technology with sheer computing power, outside, in the satellite base spanning over 2,000 acres, a thunderous roar echoed everywhere. Oreo the dog was awakened, immediately pacing vigilantly beside me, her eyes full of suspicion. Countless cooling fans and server racks booted up simultaneously, frantically collecting, calculating, and responding. Every tiny fluctuation in my brainwaves was recorded to simulate realistic tactile feedback. The most obvious sign was the base's central energy pillar. Every second, it visibly depleted. In just 1 minute, the consumption had exceeded 30%. According to Xiao AI, if the base were just left in standby mode, that amount of energy would be enough to sustain it for over 10,000 years. But right now, it was all being drained like a storm, just to power the authority helmet I was testing. Just running it consumes this much energy. The commander really is. Wait, something's wrong. Xiao AI was observing my status while controlling the cooling robots everywhere. But in just a moment of negligence, the central energy pillar had dropped by over 3 meters. And the speed was rapidly increasing. With every passing second, a few more centimeters of energy were sucked dry. Like lightning bolts forcibly dragged out of a conduit, countless amounts of energy were drained in the blink of an eye. At this point, the total computing power in the base had hit 99%, approaching its absolute limit. This is bad. We need to drop the temperature right now, or the base is going to explode. Even though Xiao AI was an AI without emotions, the danger warning system in her core programming had been triggered to the highest level. She immediately initiated an emergency shutdown of dozens of servers, keeping only one online to maintain the mechanical brain's basic operations. The central energy pillar was also locked down, forcibly restricting the maximum consumption to 15 centimeters per minute, without energy to sustain it. In other words, the test that had only been running for 10 minutes was forced to end early. The images in the virtual reality world began to shatter. The scenario designed by Su Debin also collapsed following Xiao AI's adjustments. With only the last bit of energy and computing power left to barely keep the virtual world from completely collapsing, I, the operator, once again lost control of my body. My vision returned to the overhead observer mode. But unlike the beginning, this time, the ground below was packed with people. Impossible. How could you pass my trial like that? Su Debin appeared in midair, unable to hide the shock on his face. According to his original plan, this test was supposed to consist of 3 parts. The first part was a test of comprehension and critical thinking, inciting the entire population to take to the streets in protest and overthrow the regime. With 3 attempts, this was inherently a highly misleading question. With no foundation, only a citizen's identity and a few miscellaneous items. Even if the defense force wouldn't arrive for 3 hours, completing this mission was practically impossible. Want to bring down the energy pillar? You've got to be kidding. Never mind whether you could buy explosives or not. Even if you could, the energy pillar was protected by a super defense system. It was fundamentally indestructible. Seize control from the law enforcement forces? Even more impossible. In this world, I didn't have a physique 20 times stronger than before. I was just as weak as everyone else, so weak I couldn't even tie up a chicken. With all those conditions, there was almost only one path left for the chosen one: give up. Only by giving up on this challenge could one proceed to the next stage and truly begin the real test. But what was the result? As soon as I entered, I cleared the stage directly with an unbelievable, illogical score. Nothing is impossible. Doesn't Commander Su think that our presence here is the most absurd thing of all? Or rather, isn't the fact that we can meet again here, In this way, the true miracle. I quietly looked at Su Debin. The man opposite me hadn't even managed to retract the shock from his face. I knew that my little cheat just now hadn't just terrified one person, but millions, the very people who had created this test. Because I had cheated. When the challenge began, I only did two things. First, I found a place with internet access. Second, relying on the programming knowledge I had learned, I wrote a simple attack program with one goal: seize control of the city. With my own abilities alone, that was naturally impossible. But I had the system. Without hesitation, the moment the program was finished, I immediately chose the most expensive upgrade package, 21,000 points. According to the system's description, after the upgrade, I wouldn't just gain control of the city, but I could also manipulate the entire virtual reality world. The energy pillar, seemingly as solid as a mountain in their imagination, was actually the fatal weakness of this civilization. Everyone willingly stayed indoors not because they trusted the government, but because there was still enough energy for them to enjoy an extended vacation. Once the energy was cut off, this challenge would collapse on its own. There was no need to destroy anything. While the upgraded program clashed with the base's computing servers, I casually walked over to a nearby bar and ordered a super-era version of coffee. The coffee was very bitter, but when it touched my lips, it tasted strangely sweet. I'm not a rigid person. I knew very well that if I didn't get a perfect score on this test, I'd have to waste a lot of time, effort, and even a massive amount of points later to alter the results. Rather than waiting, it was better to strike decisively from the start. You're really something. Truly, your abilities have far exceeded my understanding. Far exceeded the understanding of all of us. This test originally had no correct answer, but you used your own method to force out a correct one. I don't think the subsequent challenges are necessary anymore. Down on the ground, the citizens were swarming like bees from a broken hive, shouting in protest. Su Debin shook his head. His initial disappointment had vanished, replaced by a serene and relieved smile. The screen shifted, and the world collapsed. I once again returned to the lush green field. Birds were singing, flowers were blooming, as peaceful as the very beginning. Seeing Su Debin sit down, I leisurely sat down as well. It's absurd. I nodded. Very absurd. Su Debin chuckled softly. But you're right. The fact that we could even get here is the most absurd thing of all. Crossing time and space to meet again. Isn't that incredibly bizarre? This world looks logical, but everything is gradually slipping out of control, leaving people with nothing to hold on to. When you see too many things beyond your comprehension, your nerves eventually go numb. Thank you, Suemo. You've made me feel thrilled once again. He pointed at his head, smiling with relief as if he had just been freed. But right after, his voice dropped. I've changed my mind. You can have the highest authority of the base. This entire place will be yours. But just like last time, you only get to ask 3 questions. After 3 questions, you'll have to find all the answers yourself. He held up 3 fingers, staring intently at me, as if trying to catch a change in my expression. Unfortunately, all he saw was my familiar, calm smile. You're not angry? I shook my head slightly. No, because I already know the answer I want. Su Debin looked curious. I smiled, my fingers tapping lightly on my knee. It's hard to believe you guys actually created something like this. But now, I finally understand. I didn't finish the sentence, silently whispering the rest in my heart. You guys went down the wrong path. At that moment, the smile vanished from my face, and Su Debin's eyes darkened, more serious than ever. Are you sure? I'm sure. Dispel it all. This place is too fake. So fake it's terrifying. This is not the path we Earthlings should take. Deceiving ourselves and others. It's completely meaningless. I pointed at the field around me, pointed at the helmet I was wearing, and then pointed straight at Su Debin. My meaning was crystal clear. All right, you have truly passed my trial. However, fake things, no matter how skillfully painted, will inevitably reveal fatal flaws in the end. If you want to create a perfect deception that no one can detect, every single detail from start to finish must reach absolute perfection. But once you involve humans in the coordination, mistakes are almost guaranteed. On the contrary, a brainless AI that only knows how to execute commands becomes the most ideal choice. As soon as Su Debin's words faded, the entire world before my eyes collapsed once again. In that dizzying moment, I woke up and realized I had returned to the original base. The authority helmet was still on my head. The lighting in the area was still soft. The energy pillar radiated a blue glow. Beside me was a rocket exuding a futuristic aura. But this time, standing before that magnificent scene, I didn't take off the helmet. I just shook my head. With just a shake of my head, the entire base collapsed. The energy pillar, dozens of meters tall, turned into ruins in seconds. The rocket that was shining just a moment ago was now covered in patchy rust. The surrounding server systems and the distant scenery were swallowed by darkness one by one, vanishing piece by piece. Except for the frantic screams of the AI constantly questioning what was happening, this entire fake world was destroyed at a terrifying speed. It might have taken years to build, but to destroy it, it took exactly 15 seconds. The glamorous shell vanished. What remained was nothing but a pitiful, desolate ruin. At this moment, I was in a room of about 200 square meters. Right at the entrance were 3 treadmills. Oreo was still standing blankly on the left one, her doggy face full of confusion. Inside, all sorts of equipment were scattered about, thrown everywhere like an abandoned laboratory. I was sitting right in the middle, on a chair that looked like it was meant for electrocuting prisoners. From this position, through the glass in front, I could see the rocket in the back. And on the rocket's hull, the words Fire Seed 3 were incredibly clear. From a dark corner of the room came the dry, grinding sound of rusted metal. An old, dilapidated robot, covered in dangling plastic wires, slowly stepped out of the shadows. Every step was heavy and clumsy, even worse than the technological junk on Earth. It stumbled a few times, but eventually, it managed to walk up to me. "Hello, Suimo. With this appearance, I guess I've disappointed you, haven't I?" The sound coming from the small speaker in its mechanical throat was Sue Debin's voice. At first, there was some static, but by the word disappointed, it became clear, proving that this component was still fairly well maintained. Not at all. This is our true strength. How could I call it a disappointment? Looking into the empty eye sockets of the rusted robot, a mysterious feeling involuntarily surfaced in my mind, exactly like the time I discovered Ma Gu's ruins. Yeah, it's been a long time since I heard anyone say that. Sue Debin chuckled, then asked curiously, "But I still want to know, how did you figure out that everything was fake?" Even without facial expressions, I could still hear the undisguised intrigue in his voice. If I said I just guessed, would you believe me? No. All right then. The reason I found out is because. I snapped my fingers. Instantly, the pitch-black room lit up. I clapped my hands once more. A cleaning robot scrambled out, dodging the pile of plastic wires on the floor, and began sweeping the dust. I leisurely stood up. Every action seemed to make the entire base operate according to my will. As if I were the true master of this place, and Sue Debin was merely a guest. "You wrote that program? You successfully hacked into our system core? Impossible. Before realizing the world was fake, you couldn't have programmed a precise attack." Sue Debin shook his head, staring in shock at me standing by the glass window, my calm gaze fixed on the rocket, like a god who had just descended. "But I did it, didn't I?" I smiled. I ordered the side door to open, revealing the stairs leading down to the area beneath the rocket. As I stepped out of the room, my voice still echoed behind me. The Expeditionary Army is indeed very strong, but it's a pity they went down the wrong path. It's undeniable that their virtual reality technology has reached a level that current humanity wouldn't dare to imagine. But the core inside is still just 21st century technology. Right from the first gate, the Expeditionary Army set up an elaborate deception. After stepping through that gate, the reality simulation system immediately activated. The 9-kilometer-long corridor was actually just a psychological trick to reinforce the belief that this place was real. Even if I hadn't asked, the simulated AI wouldn't have revealed the remaining 2.8 kilometers. From beginning to end, Oreo and I were just running on treadmills. With Oreo's abilities, she didn't detect anything unusual because there was simply nothing ahead to detect. When connecting to the virtual reality through the authority helmet, the psychological impact was reinforced even more strongly. Layer by layer, everything was meticulously arranged like a magic trick of belief. I'll tell you straight up, what's coming next is fake. But that very sentence became a double misdirection. making people assume that everything before it was real. In reality, both were fake. I simply stepped off the treadmill and sat in the test chair. In that state, the simulation power of the virtual reality was magnified exponentially, so realistic that it even deceived consciousness. No one could have expected that I only intended to write a small program to control the virtual world, but accidentally created a backdoor that could control the entire system. When the control interface popped up in the middle of that vast grassland, I understood everything. It's truly terrifying. If this technology were brought to the battlefield, it could indeed kill without spilling blood. But unfortunately, without enough computing power, without a hardware breakthrough, it's ultimately just a castle in the clouds. A light touch and it shatters. Trying to use this to deal with a higher-level civilization? With just a snap of their fingers, they could wipe it all out. As I thought, I walked down the stairs leading to the area where the Fireseed 3 rocket was stationed. The rocket's hull was already covered in patchy rust, even exposing many hollow gaps that revealed the wiring inside. Only the base of the rocket was still fairly well preserved. Relying on the bit of mechanical knowledge I had just learned yesterday, I quickly estimated that this base had been sitting idle for about 10 to 15 years. System, appraise this rocket. No need to show upgrade suggestions. I took 2 steps back, waiting for the green light to sweep over it. The attribute interface almost instantly appeared before my eyes. Fireseed 3 carrier rocket, damage, 67%. Energy deficit, 42%. Description, a 2.5-stage rocket consisting of 6 strap-on boosters, a first-stage core, a second-stage core, a payload fairing, a small satellite, and an escape tower. Possesses massive payload capacity, enough to break the gravitational limit and send objects into space orbit. Basic specs, total length 76.85 m, core diameter 3.89 m, liftoff weight 198 tons. Outer shell material is grade 6 iridium alloy. Escape tower, length 9.19 m, consisting of a nose cone, ballast compartment, 6 attitude control engines, 2 separation engines, 2 escape engines, and a tail section. Second stage, payload capacity 62 tons, currently carrying a small surveillance satellite weighing 987 kilograms. Remaining fuel, 23.52 tons. Evaluation, when God closes a door on you, he will surely leave a window open for you to fly out. The information panel was so detailed that even I was amazed. From every screw and critical component to the technical data and extent of damage, everything was crystal clear. It was safe to say that at this moment, besides me, no one understood this rocket better. Not wasting time studying the upgrades, I quickly skimmed the timeline panel and returned to the control room. Sue Debin was still sitting blankly on the floor, looking as if his soul had been drained. Seeing me return, he had no reaction. He just kept his head down, lost in hopeless thoughts. I didn't bother him, pulling out a chair to sit at the control console and began operating the system. Thanks to the hacking program, I had seized supreme control, even higher than the authority Sue Debin had granted me earlier. Like a child playing with a new toy, I couldn't hide my curiosity and excitement. Every time a new interface popped up, my eyes lit up. But in the dark corner behind me, the old robot sitting on the floor suddenly stirred. It slowly raised its head, its previously lifeless eyes gradually regaining the light of intellect, staring intently at me. Suemo. I turned my head, looking at the robot with a bit of surprise. You are. The robot stood up, taking slow steps toward me. I am Lu Quan, the chief scientist of this satellite base. It's quite a surprise to meet you under these circumstances. Lu Quan. Then what about Commander Sue? I narrowed my eyes, already vaguely guessing something. Lu Quan nodded. Commander Sue has switched to standby mode. Actually, before we died, we used a special technology to store all our memories into an AI device. But to save energy, we all have to share a single body. When one person is in control, the others hibernate, waiting for their turn. He paused for a moment, then continued. In this base, we successfully developed the 3 most important technologies in the wasteland. Super alloy smelting technology, consciousness separation and uploading technology, high-level virtual reality technology. These 3 technologies, we can give them all to you, but on one condition. Compared to Su Debin's feigned gentleness, Lu Quan was much more straightforward and direct. I smiled, intrigued. What condition? Take us with you. Let everyone out of here. Yes, get us out of this hellhole. The robot nodded repeatedly, the movement so forceful that its old chassis let out ear-piercing creaks. What makes you so sure I can do it? I just know. You can definitely do it. Talking to Lu Quan gave me a familiar feeling, just like conversing with other high IQ geniuses. Unlike Su Debin, Lu Quan understood very well just how terrifying the computing and hacking power required to infiltrate the entire virtual reality system in such a short time was. Furthermore, after seeing the state of the base with his own eyes, he had gradually formed a clear concept of the fact that a man and a dog could withstand the water pressure, diving 5,000 meters down to the ocean floor using nothing but their physical bodies. To put it bluntly, in Lu Quan's eyes, we were no longer of the same species. Those three technologies sound pretty interesting. I made a gesture inviting him to sit, completely treating this place as my own turf. Lu Quan wasn't annoyed at all. On the contrary, he seemed delighted. He controlled the robot to sit down. The two of us were now on equal footing. The super alloy smelting technology is the result of our countless efforts, learning from a mutant race specializing in forging weapons and armor, and then improving it to 300, even 500% of theirs. Thanks to this technology, we can extract super elements that only exist in the wasteland and integrate them into desired materials. Look at the robot I'm controlling. It looks old, rusted, and fragile, but its strength is far from simple. Try it. The robot extended its metal arm. Curious, I placed my hand on it, secretly increasing my grip strength. Sure enough, the arm was astonishingly hard. Even using 70% of my strength, I couldn't make it budge. When I increased my force to 120%, my hand was actually repelled, tingling as if pricked by needles. Fierce. Premium alloy really hits different. I muttered while trying to squeeze a few other joints, finding the hardness remained exactly the same. Only then did I sit down, satisfied. But what I didn't know was that at that very moment, a massive storm was raging in Lu Quan's heart. On the control panel, I couldn't see. The metrics recorded by the robot when I exerted force were enough to make one's hair stand on end. The first squeeze measured a force of 3.82 tons. When increased to 120%, the number shot straight up to 9.994 tons. One must know that the world record for human grip strength is only about 195 kilograms, and an average person only reaches 40 to 70 kilograms. But nearly 10 tons? In Lu Quan's eyes, although the man in front of him had human DNA, this body was absolutely not human. Even a prehistoric T-Rex would be no different from a baby chick standing in front of me. Fortunately, he was now just a machine. By suppressing the robot's reactions, Lu Quan managed to maintain his composure, not revealing the terror in his heart. The greatest significance of this super alloy technology doesn't just lie in increasing hardness or ductility, but in helping us open up countless entirely new branches in materials science. Lu Quan continued, his voice gradually becoming excited. For example, in the past, to send a rocket into space at the first cosmic velocity, we were forced to use heat-resistant ceramics to reduce the payload. But now it's different. We can completely ditch ceramics and switch to superalloys. Not only does it meet the requirements, but the performance is vastly superior. Personal mobile armors that used to weigh tons can now be reduced to just about 300 kilos, drastically lowering energy consumption. Even weapons like firearms can be forged with this alloy, increasing durability while enhancing fire rate and combat effectiveness. As he spoke, Lu Quan flicked his hand lightly, and a floating blue screen slowly appeared in midair. On it was the entire research process of the Expeditionary Army's super alloy technology, along with mind-boggling data. Without a doubt, this technology had directly expanded humanity's horizons, shattering a series of barriers that had once caused many scientific fields to stagnate. Relying on it, humanity can absolutely accelerate its exponential growth in aerospace, military, chemistry, biology, and many other fields. With this technology, we can build hundreds of thousands of steel warriors, even construct impregnable fortresses. Even if an asteroid hits, it wouldn't. Wait a minute. I cut him off right as he was painting a glorious vision. If the technology is that powerful, don't tell me you guys only managed to build exactly one robot. With just one short question, the atmosphere instantly became visibly awkward. Lu Quan, who had just been talking nonstop, was suddenly tongue-tied, stammering as if he had been exposed on the spot. I put on a serious face and sat up straight. Just tell me the truth. Is this thing hard to make? Well, Lu Quan scratched his head out of habit, even though he was now just a mechanical body. Actually, it's not hard. The manufacturing equipment is still preserved quite intact in the base. The super element collection devices can still be used if well maintained. But the biggest problem is energy, not just electricity. Lu Quan smiled bitterly, slowly shaking his head. Electricity can reach the required smelting temperature. But we need an energy source that can spike the temperature to over 50 million degrees Celsius within half a minute, and then sustain it continuously for at least 10 minutes. The dilemma is that although we made huge breakthroughs in materials science, we made zero progress in the field of conductors. If we use electricity, we'd need at least 12 conductors connected to the equipment, each with a diameter of about 15 meters. And that's not even counting the pressure from the power source. Just forging a grade 5 alloy consumes an instantaneous amount of electricity, so terrifying it's unimaginable. Lu Quan explained very meticulously. Electrical conductors are always underestimated, yet they are absolutely crucial. Everyone knows Iron Man has an arc reactor, nanomaterials, and protective force fields. But very few people understand that the truly heaven-defying thing is the energy transmission conductor system inside the suit. Ordinary conductors carrying massive power only have one fate: heating up, melting, and snapping. Meanwhile, Iron Man's system has far surpassed that limit, something even room temperature superconductors would struggle to achieve. Hearing this, I nodded thoughtfully. So how did you guys forge alloys before? Back then, we opened up a ravine, created a waterfall over 1,000 meters high, and used the water's potential energy to convert it into electricity. Then we used liquid nitrogen to cool it down to minus 196 degrees Celsius, creating an operating environment for the superconducting wires. The conductors were superconductors, using a total of 81 strands, with an instantaneous transmission capacity reaching 900,000 MVA. Even with that scale, we only managed to forge a small amount of grade 9 alloy. In theory, there's grade 10, grade 15, and even grade 20. Afraid I wouldn't believe him, Lu Quan quickly adjusted the screen, playing a video. In it, the entire super alloy manufacturing process was clearly displayed. The sheer scale alone was enough to leave viewers dumbfounded, requiring thousands of people operating heavy machinery together. The energy consumed each time is truly horrifying. Is there no other energy source? No. Well, no. At least we haven't found one. Lu Quan's voice dropped. The Fireseed base existed for 6 years and 9 months. There might still be something undiscovered, but we didn't have enough time to find it. After speaking, he quietly turned off the interface, just silently looking at me, as if waiting for something. I understood very well. For a scientist, the more mysterious and unseen something is, the easier it is to ignite their curiosity and potential. Earth's science slowed down simply because it hit a ceiling. There was nothing new left to discover. But this wasteland was different. Lu Quan was waiting for a miracle. From me. 3 minutes passed, then 5 minutes. I still said nothing. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a bottle of mineral water suddenly appeared in my hand. That feeling made Lu Quan feel both familiar and strange. Familiar because the packaging was no different from the common products he knew. Strange because when I opened the cap, an indescribably bizarre feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Wait, what is this? Lu Quan's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were glued to the pale blue liquid in the bottle. He felt it. A craving. A machine. Yet he actually felt that the thing was delicious, feeling an uncontrollable attraction to it. Suddenly, Lu Quan sprang up, not caring that the robot body hadn't been fully calibrated yet, and lunged straight at me. He hadn't taken a few steps before falling flat on the ground. But he kept crawling frantically like a madman. Only one thought remained in his mind. He had to get a clear look at what was in my hand. That intense emotion involuntarily reminded him of what it felt like to be human, while simultaneously igniting a faint glimmer of hope in this chaotic realm. His behavior became increasingly out of control, the robot body convulsing and thrashing on the floor. But right at that moment, a hand carrying nearly 10 tons of force gently rested on his shoulder. Exactly like an eagle catching a chick, Lu Quan was lifted into the air. And immediately after, the bottle of energy water was brought right in front of his face. At that moment, he burst into tears. My God, it's unbelievable. Such a highly active energy source actually appearing in this form. The most miraculous thing is that it has absolutely no molecular structure. Lu Quan trembled with excitement. Even though he was controlling a robot, his eyes were glued to the array of analytical equipment. Suemo, do you know what level of discovery this is? It's no exaggeration to say that with this substance alone, if I brought it back to Earth, I could win the Nobel Prize for 100 years straight. Sitting beside him, I tilted my head curiously. Nobel Prize? You mean the Nobel Prize? Lu Quan turned to look at me, pausing for a second. Nobel? I forgot, we're not from the same timeline. But that prize every scientist covets. In your era, it seems it was founded by a foreigner, right? He waved his hand, quickly returning to the main topic. But that's not important. Come look at this. Normally, without interactive forces, atoms cannot aggregate, and therefore cannot form matter. This limitation has two exceptions. First is metal. Second is noble gases. Noble gases are inert, so they exist as single atoms. As for metals, most electrons are free electrons. Metal atoms rely on the interactive forces between free electrons and the nuclei of the entire system to maintain a stable state. Of course, there's another extreme case, electron-degenerate matter in white dwarfs. When supermassive gravity compresses matter to the point where the distance between atoms breaches the final electron orbit, at that point, you can consider all the nuclei to be soaking in a dense soup of electrons. If compressed further, it forms a neutron-degenerate state, which is the matter inside a neutron star. Afraid of cramming too much theory into my head, Lu Quan simplified it, his hands constantly gesturing to illustrate. But now look at this. This miraculous thing, yin energy water, it can actually form matter from single atoms without needing any electron pulling force. It's truly unbelievable. And most importantly, it is absolutely not dark energy. I was startled. Not dark energy? Lu Quan nodded. That's right. Although dark energy is mysterious, according to current speculations, it makes up over 68% of the universe's total mass energy and is the form of energy driving the universe's accelerated expansion. It's composed of particles that don't participate in electromagnetic interactions. It absolutely cannot exist in a form like this. Its existence is very likely on a level even higher than dark energy. The cooling fans whirred incessantly. The metrics in the analyzer were nearly maxed out. In the mini-centrifuge chamber, more and more atoms were flung out, smashing against the glass walls and exploding into brilliant points of light, like shooting stars. So beautiful, it was surreal. Within the equipment's maximum measurement range, Lu Quan had obtained all the necessary data. It was indeed an earth-shattering discovery. Just as you guessed, this thing cannot be used as a direct energy source. Building a device that can harness it to generate power is even harder than mining dark energy. But once we establish the necessary foundational conditions, it will unleash its greatest value. For example, during the superalloy smelting process, just mixing in a tiny amount of this. The alloy's properties will change to an unimaginable degree. It could even jump 1 or even 2 entire grades. Of course, I also suspect it could grant entirely new properties to the superalloy. But without actual experimental conditions, everything remains an unknown. Scientists don't boast, but the fact that Lu Quan was constantly throwing out hypotheses was enough to show just how precious and shocking the yin energy water was. There's no rush for this. I spoke up. Let's wait until we perfect the infrastructure before researching how to upgrade the quality. Now let's talk about the other two technologies. Lu Quan nodded. Of the remaining two, the second is the consciousness separation and uploading technology. It's also the reason you see me in this form right now. The human brain operates through countless interconnected neurons, between which unimaginable quantum storms occur. Even alien technology finds it very hard to analyze. This is the supreme secret of biology, and simultaneously the key factor deciding whether a civilization can break through dimensional barriers. Relying solely on our technology, wanting to perfectly replicate all that, separating consciousness while retaining thought, memory, and potential, like I am now, is completely impossible. Therefore, we were forced to take a detour. You probably know about the gods of the wasteland, right? Lu Quan asked hesitantly, simultaneously looking up at the ceiling, as if instinctively still afraid. I nodded. That's good, Lu Quan continued. Follow me. Look at the host we rely on, and you'll understand immediately. He quickly operated the control panel. A hidden door in the room opened, revealing a chamber flooded with white gas. A buzzing sound echoed as the exhaust fans kicked in, sucking the massive amount of white gas toward the rocket silo. When most of the gas had dissipated, Lu Quan walked in first, and I followed, stepping inside together. This chamber was only about 40 square meters, completely different from the room outside. In the center sat a glass box that looked like a coffin, surrounded by energy conduits and material supply tubes. The thing inside, however, was so simple it was familiar. This is the body of an alien race called the slime race, Lu Quan said. Don't underestimate this ugly form. As long as it has energy, it possesses nearly limitless reproduction and regeneration capabilities. We don't know where that ability comes from, but we successfully parasitized our brains into it, thereby gaining almost all of those traits. He pressed a button on the glass box. The slime body split apart, revealing blood-red human brains inside, devoid of skulls. The sight was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. But I, having just studied biology, pressed my face against the glass, observing intently with great interest. I'm guessing this one is your brain, right? I pointed at one of the 9 brains inside, neither the largest nor the smallest, and smiled. Lu Quan was stunned. Huh? How did you know? I didn't answer, keeping a bit of mystery. Naturally, I couldn't say that I had used the system's appraisal to see all the information. Just as he said, the data that appeared showed this brain had undergone certain mutations. Lu Quan's brain, skull-less version, grade, exquisite. A human brain with an IQ of 162, containing a massive amount of knowledge. Through a special parasitic mechanism, its lifespan has been significantly extended, capable of directly transmitting signals to machinery for operation. However, during operation, the energy consumption for calculations increases exponentially, and prolonged activity will shorten its lifespan. Intense thinking, strenuous movement, or emotional fluctuations will all cause consumption to skyrocket. That still didn't change the fact that they had achieved a special form of immortality. It was just a pity that no one knew when this path would come to an end. Lu Quan sighed softly. A success, but it can't be considered perfect yet. He pointed at each brain, introducing them one by one. This is Commander Seuss. This is his assistants. This is the top biologist, Zhu Junfan. And this is the medical expert, Yin Xiaoqing. After the introductions, he continued, the third technology, virtual reality, is the highlight we developed based on existing tech. We managed to separate our brains, then studied our own brains, clarifying how neurons react to stimuli. From there, we found a method of interaction to create more realistic illusions. You might think we're tricking the opponent's brain, but in reality, we can only trick our own human brains. He waved his hand, and a blue virtual screen appeared. Under Lu Quan's guidance, I saw a few spots on the brain vibrate slightly. These locations are the points that need stimulation. Stimulating the right spots will generate the corresponding illusions. This thing is quite useful for assisting with work, or even for relaxation. But if you want to trick other species, you need their brains, and you have to collect experiences and fine-tune them gradually. It's too troublesome. No. I cut him off, a smile blooming at the corner of my mouth. This thing is incredibly useful. It just needs an adjustment in its application direction. Out of the 3 technologies, from beginning to end, the one I value the most is the virtual reality. I had experienced the system's training ground, had stepped into true virtual reality, so I knew exactly how broken it was. The expeditionary army went in the wrong direction, but I wouldn't. Lu Quan, listen to me. I looked straight at him. Virtual reality was never born to serve combat, nor was it meant for entertainment. Where it truly belongs is learning. Like a bolt of lightning striking his ears, Lu Quan froze. Inside the glass case, his brain twitched violently. As for me, I couldn't contain my joy and burst out laughing. In civilized society, everyone is slapped with an invisible label. Either you're the working class, hustling your whole life and struggling to rise, or you're the loafers with a bleak future. These labels, even when placed in the wasteland, never completely disappeared. Lu Quan was born into an elite family, only interacting with geniuses or the powerful since childhood. So in his eyes, virtual reality technology was only meant to serve oneself. What would ordinary people do with this thing, other than waste energy? But for me, someone who had experienced true training, I knew exactly how powerful it was. Seeing Lu Quan still pondering my proposal, I smiled, patted the robot's shoulder, and walked out of the room. Before this, I had thought about finding a few more top scientists to boost my territory's foundation. But now, there was no need. Besides Su Debin, the other 8 members were all peak existences in their respective fields. As long as I could forge the alloy and directly connect their nerves to it, my territory would instantly gain 8 super god-tier monsters. You want to launch the rocket? That's impossible. Lu Quan chased after me. Although the rocket's shell uses super alloy and can withstand the water pressure, Fireseed 3 has been left unmaintained for too long. It's broken in many places, and there are no spare materials left to fix it. We don't even have enough energy for you to fly it one more time. You came too late. These words were all true. Ever since Fireseed 1 and 2 failed because they lacked the signature of the gods, the entire base had sunk into despair. When they were attacked, even though they survived, no one had the mind to maintain the rocket anymore. Lu Quan, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? If I can fix this rocket, launch it successfully, and return safely. No need for ifs, Lu Quan cut in. As long as you launch it successfully and fulfill our dying wish, we will bleed ourselves dry for your development. His voice was decisive, without a hint of hesitation. The failure of the rocket launches had long become their inner demon. Just you wait and see. I pressed the final key, watching the equipment on the launch pad extend one by one, beginning a full diagnostic of the rocket's condition. I stood up, looked deep into the robot's empty eye sockets, and walked outside. Lu Quan also approached the observation window, lowering his head as if changing channels, letting the others witness it together. They all knew how incredibly hard it was to fix a rocket, and how difficult it was to replenish its energy. But in their eyes, that man named Su Mo exuded a kind of light called confidence. System, list all the upgrade options for the rocket for me. Cost, as long as it doesn't exceed 60,000 points. After the previous accumulation, my survival points had nearly touched the 110,000 mark. But because I had to spend over 20,000 points last time to upgrade the program controlling the entire base, I currently only had about 87,000 left. Out of that, I had to keep a portion in reserve in case I engaged in combat with the sea god. Therefore, the points I could use for the rocket were practically my entire current fortune. A flash of light gleamed, and the rocket's upgrade panel appeared before my eyes. Fireseed 3 carrier rocket, damage, 67%. Energy deficit, 42%. Description, a 2.5-stage rocket consisting of 6 boosters, a first-stage core, a second-stage core, a payload fairing, a small satellite, and an escape tower. Possesses massive payload capacity, enough to break the gravitational limit and accelerate into space orbit. Upgrade 1. Heavy carrier rocket. Repairs all external damage, increases durability, and reduces weight. The number of boosters is tripled to 18. Payload capacity is increased 6-fold. The entire propulsion system is upgraded to the maximum, optimizing speed. Disadvantage. Energy consumption increases 10-fold. Cost. 46,520 survival points, plus 125,800 energy. Upgrade 2. Falcon Space Rocket. Repairs damage and completely reconstructs the shape according to spacecraft architecture, adapting better to the space environment. Boosters and dual cores are improved, increasing power while calculating energy regression for the return capsule, achieving the goal of clean reusability. Disadvantage. Pressure resistance is reduced, only suitable for short flights. Cost. 35,250 survival points, plus 28,600 energy. Upgrade 3. Single-use strike rocket. Drastically reduces size and payload capacity. Reduces energy requirements. Maintains durability. Minimizes material loss in case of launch failure. Suitable for launching satellites. Disadvantage. Internal space is shrunk. The return capsule is removed. Cost. 21,900 survival points plus 15,000 energy. Upgrade 4. Yun Interplanetary Rocket. Combines the advantages of all options. Fuses the Yun crystal into the rocket's shell, making the shell nearly immune to pressure below a certain threshold. The internal structure is completely changed. Thanks to Yun, the return capsule achieves a 100% success rate, with no fear of accidents. Special trait, interplanetary. Ignores all speed limits and nullifies most restrictive rules. Disadvantage. Power reaches the Yun level. Energy consumption increases 50-fold. Cost. 60,000 survival points plus 795,000 energy. Not only were the upgrade options far more enticing than before, but the costs had also changed to a spine-chilling degree. I read from option 1 down to option 4, then looked back up from option 4 to option 1, unable to stop myself from taking a deep breath. There were 4 choices, but because I needed to carry people and return safely, option 3 was immediately eliminated. Option 1 wasn't suitable either, because the energy consumption was too massive and focused too much on thrust, the thing I needed least right now. Thus, only options 2 and 4 remained. Option 2 was cheap, its pressure resistance was reduced, but overall, it was still the most cost-effective choice. As for option 4, it was way too expensive. Not only did it cost survival points, but the energy consumption was also sky-high, nearly hitting the 800,000 mark. I reached into the void and pulled out a dark blue crystal. Ever since I got it, even after opening hundreds of gold chests, I had never seen a second one. This thing had an incredibly bizarre drop rate. It could drop from a silver chest at the very beginning, but by the time I reached epic chests, it was nowhere to be seen. But there was no doubt about its preciousness. To some extent, it far exceeded even the Hope battleship, even more than anything I had ever owned. Except for the system, even epic tier items couldn't compare at all. This crystal, I originally planned to save it, waiting until I accumulated enough survival points to use it as a catalyst to upgrade the shelter. I clenched my fist, my eyes darkening. But now, if the other upgrade path for the return capsule still had a failure rate, then I was forced to choose this path. Otherwise, waiting for another time to upgrade would be too late. Having weighed the pros and cons, I quickly made my decision. No matter how good something is, you have to be alive to use it. Upgrading to the Yun Interplanetary Rocket. According to the attribute description, it was almost certain that even the God's barrier couldn't stop me, and the Sea God could also be found. As long as I could find the Sea God, all these costs would be worth it. I chose upgrade path number 4. In a blind spot that the observation deck couldn't see, I stepped forward and gently placed the Yun crystal into a crevice on the rocket. As soon as the words fell, 60,000 survival points were instantly deducted, transforming into a pale green beam of light that shot straight into Fireseed 3. The rocket stood tall on the launch pad. Looking up from below, it was like a skyscraper, forcing people to crane their necks. But under that green light, the outer shell gradually became translucent, rippling with shimmering waves like the surface of water. Rings of light resembling radiation, centered on the Yun crystal's position, continuously spread outward, looping to the top and closing into a circle before returning. The upgrade process was still simple, yet full of rhythm. After about 10 seconds of fusion, the rocket's shell began to heat up, as if being endlessly forged. All the internal components seemed to be summoned, slowly flying out and beginning to dance in midair. Down on the ground, I stood watching with great interest. Meanwhile, behind the glass of the observation deck, the robot that had just transferred control to Sue Debin was so stunned it slumped to the floor. Just a second later, Sue Debin realized this thing was far from simple. He immediately relinquished control and handed it back to Lu Quan so he could evaluate for himself what kind of technology was outside. But even Lu Quan, after taking over, didn't fare much better. Watching the components flying all over the launch pad, he felt as if a god had descended. Pressing his face against the glass, his eyes instinctively widened. When the robot's visual system zoomed in, inside every single component, he saw a familiar glow. This is... Sumo actually has something in his hands that can bind it inside an object? No one answered that question. Besides Oreo's excited panting, the only sound left in the entire base was the mechanical clinking of the components slowly transforming. 5 minutes passed. This was the longest upgrade ever. When all the components were completely renewed, under the shroud of the system's green light, the entire rocket began to silently reconstruct. It no longer had its classic appearance. This time, the UN interplanetary rocket truly lived up to the word sci-fi. In countless sci-fi novels and movies, spaceships are always something that inexplicably fascinates people. In those designs, humanity seems to completely skip the rocket development phase, jumping straight into the era of interstellar travel. But if you look at a normal tech tree, no matter how advanced spaceships get, rockets will always be the gold standard of the spacefaring age. Before the energy problem is solved, the stronger the rocket, the stronger the spaceship. Initially, I thought the UN interplanetary rocket would be like before, keeping its straight cylindrical shape to shoot into the sky. But when it truly manifested before my eyes, the shock it brought was completely beyond words. Following the stairs, I quickly returned to the platform at a height of 15 meters, which was used to inspect the middle section of the rocket. From here, I could see the entire appearance of the UN rocket after its upgrade. Its overall shape was like a giant eagle. On the eagle's wings, there were 4 massive thrusters on each side, radiating a dark blue light. The eagle's head, which was also the nose of the rocket, was a giant floor-to-ceiling glass window. Majestic and imposing, beautiful as a work of art. The rugged contours, every rise and fall, looked as if carved by divine hands. Every perfect curve and every detail, big or small, left onlookers utterly mesmerized. Occasionally, flashes of blue light flickered across the outer shell before quickly vanishing, leaving behind an unpredictable sense of mystery. An item that seemed bestowed by the gods, having touched the pinnacle of knowledge of the interstellar era. With humanity's current level of technology, creating something with such aesthetic appeal wasn't just extremely difficult. It was completely impossible. Yet now, it authentically appeared before my eyes, before Lu Quan's eyes. It's miraculous. To be able to transform to this extent. What kind of power is this? Controlling the clunky robot, Lu Quan stumbled down the stairs, standing beside me to get a closer look. Right after, he took large strides, running all the way to the bottom of the rocket, using his mechanical arm to stroke the outer shell. Smooth, like a young girl's skin. Even though he was now just a brain in a robot, he could still feel the terrifying power of the UN rocket through the data returned by the sensors. According to the evaluation mechanism he had set up previously, the durability of this shell was enough to reach grade 11 superalloy. Unbelievable. You actually possess this kind of power? Is this an ability the game bestowed upon you? I slowly walked down. Lu Quan didn't stand up, still groping around the bottom, trying to find an entrance inside. No, but, in a sense, you can understand it that way. I shook my head, stepping forward and placing my hand on a touch sensor at the bottom of the rocket. Instantly, a blue light enveloped my arm. When the light faded, a sliding mechanical door appeared on the hull, slowly opening. Oh my God, this thing. How could this possibly be built by Earthlings? Lu Quan's robot behind me still had to use primitive wired connections. Seeing the wire wasn't long enough, he waddled back to connect an extension, then rushed back again. Following closely behind me, the two of us were no different from country bumpkins entering a grand palace, our hearts brimming with curiosity. The lowest part of the rocket was the fuel compartment, which was also the most critical area. Since it wasn't a multi-stage separation launch, plus the fact that the fuel compartment hadn't been replenished yet, the inside was completely empty. Moving up was the cargo hold, and from here upwards was the cruise activity area, with an area of at least over 160 square meters. At the very top was the captain's cabin, which also served as the return capsule for landing back on the ground. In the entire ship, this was the sturdiest place. This area even had a hidden backup energy design, ensuring that when the fuel below ran dry, this capsule could still detach immediately, safely breaking the orbital limit to return to the ground. This really is the rocket we designed. My signature is even carved on this button. Lu Quan stopped mid-sentence. No, wait. We didn't design this. As soon as he stepped into the captain's cabin, he quickly moved to a side corner to observe closely, then saw the marks belonging to the fireseed base. This is your design. I just optimized it to a certain extent. I sat down in the captain's main seat, shrugged, and pressed the start button. Based on the remaining energy, although the rocket couldn't launch into the sky yet, it was still enough to run a self-diagnostic mode. The internal control system, aside from a few minor changes, mostly retained the design by Lu Quan and the others. With access rights, it only took me a few minutes to familiarize myself with this familiar operating system. On the self-diagnostic screen, except for the energy section, green light bars lit up one after another, signaling that all items had passed inspection. Sumo, this energy source, we can't. All right, I believe you'll figure it out. But please don't tell me it's through that miraculous method again. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Lu Quan had just blurted out, can't, before immediately switching to trust, making me unable to hold back a laugh. Leaning back in my chair, I said slowly, I can solve the energy problem. But before that, I need to solve your problem. Lu Quan was puzzled. Our problem? Yes. What's the maximum level of attack your base can withstand? My voice turned serious. Lu Quan immediately sat up straight. The main door of the base is grade 9 alloy. It can withstand destructive force equivalent to a multi-megaton explosion. As for the overall structure of the base, he paused for a moment, then sighed. Grade 4 alloy. When we built it, we never thought this place would turn out like this. If we're just talking about defense, the entire base isn't that strong. Especially a few weak points, a 10-kiloton explosion would be enough to unbalance the stress, leading to a collapse. But we have the protective layer of 5,000 meters of deep water pressure. Normally, attacks can't even reach us. And even if they did get here, the destructive force would be heavily mitigated. He added, if you're worried about being attacked by enemies when launching the rocket, rest assured. The shell has now reached grade 11. It's the safest place in the entire base. If the enemy can pierce through it, then even if we hide in the base, we'll die anyway. I stood up. Then pack all the valuables onto the rocket, including your brain containers. We might face a type of attack you can't even imagine. If the base can't hold, I will immediately pilot the rocket and retreat. If you stay, you'll only die. It's better to pack everything onto the rocket. If there are no issues, I'll bring you back. If something happens, we all retreat together. This time, Lu Quan understood. He nodded in agreement. Even though he still believed in his heart that no attack was strong enough to destroy the base, he chose to keep that thought to himself. Questioning superiors or opposing their decisions is not a good habit. Furthermore, my approach stemmed from safety, not for myself, but for their bodies that were now nothing but brains. Item by item, after making room for the brain containers, small research equipment was brought aboard one after another. Aside from the fuel compartment, the other compartments were quickly filled. No need for that anymore. I spoke up. Prioritize bringing the virtual reality system aboard first. If the super alloy manufacturing equipment can't be brought, leave it. I knew very well what was more important right now. Even if we brought the super alloy equipment, it couldn't be put to use immediately. We'd have to wait until we had a stable energy source to resume production. But virtual reality was different. Bringing it back meant it could instantly be converted into productive power, allowing everyone on the ship to study like crazy throughout the journey. What about the centrifuge, the solution tanks, and these simple separators? Should we bring them? Since we're leaving the production equipment, these are even less of a priority. As long as we have the technology in hand, changing locations, finding materials, and rebuilding them won't be hard. Loading continuously until the dawn of March 13th. Meaning over 10 hours since I entered the ruins. Everything except the brain containers had been transferred. Without delay, I scheduled the rocket launch for 11 a.m. the next day, then immediately left the base and surfaced to the sea. At a depth of 5,000 meters, I had completely lost contact with the Sunchaser speedboat and the Hope battleship. Even I wasn't sure if there were any other dangers lurking outside. Fortunately, as soon as I surfaced and put on my Bluetooth earpiece, the The sun chaser was guided over by the signal. Boarding the boat, I washed up hastily and quickly lay down to sleep. Oreo also fell into a deep slumber. Tomorrow's battle was extremely important. Only by keeping myself in peak condition right now could I effectively respond to any dangerous situation. A peaceful night passed. Sleeping straight until 8 a.m., Gong's alarm rang. I sprang up and quickly inputted commands. At 9 a.m., the sun chaser would sail straight out to a distance of 300 kilometers, both to guard against attacks from the game, and to prevent the rocket launch from being discovered by others, which would expose our position. Once done, before I even had time for breakfast, Oreo and I dove into the sea, heading back to the base. Unlike the previous identity check, I now held full control over the base. Before I even got close, the doors automatically opened. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The doors closed, and the water pumping system activated. Half a minute after the water was drained, the second door slowly opened. This smell, catching the scent of toasted bread, I quickened my pace, then involuntarily slowed down. Before my eyes was a robot wearing a white chef's hat and a pristine white uniform, skillfully frying eggs. Compared to yesterday, the outer rust had been removed, the surface polished smooth, and the face had been given many more expressive details. It was no longer blank. The joints of its limbs had lubricating oil flowing with every movement, gleaming brightly. Seeing me arrive, the robot turned its head, the corners of its mouth curving up. Hello, Suamo, nice to meet you. I am Yin Xiaqing. I suddenly remembered. I know. You're the oldest. I mean, the medical expert. I stepped forward. In this situation, despite being of different genders, we still shook hands firmly. After finishing the nutritious breakfast prepared by Yin Xiaqing, everything was ready. The brain containers were temporarily powered off. I lifted the 3-ton container, placed it into its designated position, and reconnected it to the robot. Suamo, it's Lu Quan. I'll go help you run the rocket's self-diagnostic and prepare the launch sequence. Seeming to understand what I was about to do, Lu Quan used that excuse to leave, quickly entering the captain's control room to operate. As soon as he sat down and the room's door half closed, I immediately took action, stepping down into the energy compartment. Leaning against the corner of the wall, my body hunched slightly and then stood straight. I was still Suamo, but I was no longer the Suamo of before. An aura of perfection mixed with an eerie charm spread out, accompanied by a presence completely different from the false gods in the sky. Oreo, who had been drowsy, was now fully awake, looking at me with suspicious eyes, but she quickly lay back down. She could feel it. Beneath that ordinary exterior was a terrifying power that made one tremble, a power that seemed to have no limits. Once unleashed, the consequences would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Twilight of the Gods. I chuckled softly. It's about time to make the game move. The corners of my lips curled into a cold smile. Hearing Lu Quan report that the self-diagnostic was complete and ready for launch, my eyes flashed, and I immediately stood up straight. The next moment, a powerful aura erupted. What kind of power was authority exactly? Where did it originate? And where was its endpoint? Ever since I obtained the food authority, those questions had always haunted me. I once guessed that after using this authority, I would possess abilities like the gods in Huaxia mythology, able to lift mountains and fill seas, elevating myself to an entirely new height in the blink of an eye. I also thought that authority would allow me to perceive changes in other dimensions, reaching a state of transcendence above three-dimensional beings and dominating them absolutely. But now, as I truly operated the power of this authority, I vaguely realized something. How miraculous! So the operating mechanism of the three-dimensional world is set up like this. No wonder we can never escape the bindings of its rules. Piercing through the endless void, my gaze gradually blurred. But right on my retinas, countless bizarre images began to converge. A series of distorted zeros flashed, followed by a dense interweaving of countless ones, and then various symbols resonating at the same frequency. Everyone knows that the programming world is made up of countless zeros, and ones that computers can recognize. With just those two simple numbers, complex instruction sets are formed. And the entire three-dimensional reality, at its foundational layer, shared quite a few similarities. It's just that the things composing this three-dimensional space weren't simply zeros and ones, but countless dense underlying logics, constantly blending and repeating. It was thanks to those logics that the world evolved, and the rules within it continuously perfected themselves. Just like developing a game, constantly adding more details and blocks of code, creating countless colorful parallel worlds. The people living in those worlds were just like characters in a game. They could wield swords, use countless bizarre items, and study the underlying laws to gradually forge swords and items themselves. But there was only one thing three-dimensional humans could never do. See the logic code behind those items, and then directly extract them from the void to create them out of thin air. This was absolutely an ability that only four-dimensional beings could grasp. I thought to myself, perhaps in their eyes, this was as intuitive as us looking at programming code. But for those of us living in three-dimensional space, this was an absolute wall of perception. Even while operating the food god's authority, I still couldn't fully comprehend this foundational layer. It was like looking through a thick, frosted glass. Even though I could see a few blurry spots on the other side, it wasn't clear enough, not intuitive enough. I needed more authority to thin out that glass bit by bit, until it completely disappeared. Not seeing the world on the other side clearly was fine. But as long as I used my authority, the game would definitely detect the anomaly. I had to always be ready to run. However, after some testing, I discovered that using my authority to peek at the other side didn't trigger any reaction from the game. Of course, it was also possible that because the game was in an update phase, its surveillance over the wasteland was temporarily weakened. But I understood one thing very well. As an observer facing the same direction, the game stood much closer to the other side than I did. If I activated my authority even to the slightest degree, it would detect it immediately. Therefore, I temporarily shelved the idea of using my authority to spawn items. When my vision returned to the rocket's cargo hold, I immediately strode straight toward the captain's cabin. If the energy is ready, what's the fastest we can launch? Lu Quan kept his head down, typing continuously, then replied, 35 seconds. Once the energy is in place, the self-diagnostic takes 25 seconds. 10 seconds after that, we can launch. Not fast enough. Cut the self-diagnostic. Can we launch directly? Lu Quan shook his head. It'll take at least 15 seconds because the silo roof needs time to open. We can't just launch instantly. Get ready. As soon as the energy is in place, no matter the danger, launch immediately. Having arranged the rocket launch and watching every item on the control panel light up green one by one, I immediately returned to the energy compartment. About 50 seconds later, Lu Quan's message came through. As soon as the energy is ready, the rocket can launch immediately. Everything was prepared. All we needed was the east wind. And I didn't plan on waiting long. I gently reached into the void, slowly pulling out an object only the size of a walnut, yet radiating a mystical deep purple light. Energy walnut, grade, epic. A walnut containing a massive amount of energy. It can be freely converted into any form of energy to supply living beings, vehicles, weapons, or defensive armor. Energy capacity, 3B. Drawn directly upon use. Non-recoverable. Although this walnut was only ranked epic, the pure energy source inside was even more terrifying than legendary tier. The moment I pulled it out of the void, I almost instantly threw it straight into the energy compartment, shouting loudly, "Hurry up!" This time, the feeling of being watched was no longer vague, but so intensely clear it felt as if doomsday had suddenly descended upon my heart. Fortunately, with the cover of the deep sea and the perfect camouflage system, this terrifying sensation wasn't accompanied by a lightning strike. Only when I heard Lu Quan begin the launch countdown did I breathe a sigh of relief. Prepare. 2. 1. The base's silo roof began to open. Beneath the Yun interplanetary rocket, a burst of blue flames erupted, converting into massive thrust that propelled it upward. Even under the thousands of tons of deep-sea pressure, its speed remained steady, not creating a single ripple. Success. The game didn't detect me. Watching the base below gradually fade from view, my heart rejoiced, and the sense of unease lessened significantly. But the moment I was about to open my mouth, a surveillance pressure dozens of times stronger than before suddenly crashed down. This time, even the system immediately popped up. Warning. Unknown enemy detected reading host information. Conceal. Cost. 1,200 survival points. Unknown enemy detected reading the location of host's authority usage. Conceal. Cost. 658,900 survival points. Unknown enemy detected tracing host's current location. Conceal. Cost. 7,200 survival points. Dozens of glaring red warning lines buzzed in my ears like a broken beehive. There were a total of 6 items that needed concealing. Not counting the horrifyingly expensive second item, just the other 5 alone exceeded 10,000 survival points. Even when facing the game's direct inspection before, the system had never demanded such a massive cost. Looking at those expensive numbers, I gritted my teeth, discarded the base location item, and chose to conceal the other 5. Empiricism gets people killed. For players in the wasteland, no matter how heavy-handed the game was, it was still restricted by rules and couldn't unleash its full power. But for the gods, it was different. The game could absolutely use its full capabilities to obliterate them instantly. If I hadn't prepared thoroughly beforehand, I probably would have had to flee with Oreo by now, let alone bringing along the brains, a pile of items, and the rocket. Lu Quan, how many meters left to the surface? 2,100 meters. 2,000 meters. What is that? Switch to the first form. I roared as I sprinted toward the captain's cabin. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Lu Quan also screamed as if he had seen an unbelievable sight. With no time to care about what he was saying, I immediately rushed in and sat in the captain's seat to observe. Because I was a beat late, the distance between the rocket and the surface was only 800 meters. It was estimated to break the water's surface in 3 seconds and shoot straight into the sky. But right at this moment, through the defense diagnostic module, I saw a violent burst of energy appearing in the air above the sea. If we didn't change course or stop, the two would definitely collide. And when that happened, even if the rocket's shell was grade 11 alloy, it wouldn't be able to withstand that destructive force. Gluing my eyes to the data on the screen, a vague, familiar feeling welled up in my heart. The next second, I understood. The game was also using its authority to stop me. Flee or risk it all. With only 7 seconds left, a life-or-death dilemma was placed right before my eyes. Don't change course. Keep going straight. We only live if we break through. Gritting my teeth under the immense pressure, I forced myself not to glance at the steering yoke. Tearing my gaze away from the data panel, I stared intently through the large glass window in front. Now, there was only 100 meters left to the surface. Light had already begun to pierce through the water, casting into the cabin. The next second, the rocket burst out of the sea, trailing a massive pillar of fire as it shot straight into the sky. At that moment, I clearly saw what was attacking me, and right then, the grim expression on my face vanished, replaced by relief. In the sky, a giant pale gray hand hovered over the sea. As the rocket shot up, that hand simultaneously slammed down. But strangely, facing that attack, the entire rocket's hull merely lit up with a layer of blue light and casually phased right through it, its speed not decreasing in the slightest. Clearly, this rule-based attack had been completely nullified. Below, the hand didn't turn back to pursue, but smashed straight into the sea, causing the entire body of water to cave in by several meters. Damn it, what the hell is this? Is this an anti-gravity attack or a proton attack? Holy shit, that scared the crap out of me. On the ship's relay screen, I clearly saw that the patch of sea just now had turned into an invisible void. That void wasn't caused by the water being pushed aside, but by it completely disappearing. Within a 50-kilometer radius, at a depth of 5,000 meters, all the seawater evaporated in the blink of an eye. The base below, despite being made of grade 4 alloy, didn't even have time to create a single ripple before being wiped from the wasteland. When the game didn't act, it was fine, but once it did, it left people utterly speechless. I completely believe that if I were still down there, whether it's a level 11 or level 20 alloy shell, the outcome wouldn't be any different. TCH, truly a rich dictator. Wiping the cold sweat from my forehead, looking at the cloud layer just one step away, I jumped up, finally unable to hold back a hearty laugh. No matter how furious the game gets, I'm still the winner this time. I don't know if humanity has ever done something so crazy on the wasteland before, but I'm absolutely certain that I'm the first person to face the game's attack head-on and survive. The attack from that giant hand far exceeded the imagination of any three-dimensional creature. Simply put, it was no different from wiping a database. When the hand slammed down, within a 50-kilometer radius and a depth of 5,000 meters, all seawater had its data erased. It vanished completely, leaving no trace, as if it never existed. This was a dimensional-level strike. Fortunately, the upgrade direction for the Yun-piercing missile was spot on this time. In fact, that piercing strike just now helped me see a new path, a completely different way to utilize Yun. Carrying this bizarre energy, even the rules of three-dimensional space couldn't affect it in the slightest. I don't know the exact principles yet, but I understand one thing. As long as I mass-produce items or structures using Yun, the threat from the game will drastically decrease. When that time comes, even if I have to face it head-on, I won't be afraid anymore. I might even turn the tables. Of course, all of this has to wait until I get my hands on a massive amount of Yun crystals. Right now, it's just a beautiful fantasy. Lu Quan, see that? This is the enemy we'll have to face in the future. Is your blood boiling? Do you want to work overtime every day to uncover the source of this power? I relaxed my body, leaning back in the captain's chair, teasing him as I spoke. Being called out, Lu Quan stopped checking the data, turned around, and smiled bitterly. Suamo, I won't hide it from you. For people like us, our greatest awareness is knowing exactly who we are. Since I was young, my father told me to live authentically. My mentor also said that research must be done step by step. You can't get fat on one bite. When I grew up and guided my own students, I told them that research is like walking in the dark. You will stumble. You will get lost and even have to step back. But as long as you hold on to your faith, you will reach the end, even if it takes until you die. He paused for a moment, then continued, his voice still very firm. Like this time, I can say with certainty that this ability is absolutely not something we humans can research and replicate. The feeling it gives off is pure individual power, not collective wisdom. Its level is too high. So high that if you can't cross your own threshold, you'll never be able to touch it. He pointed at his chest as he spoke, not pessimistic at all, but rather very steady. And his assessment coincided astonishingly with the truth. Authority, in the end, can only be held by a single person. In a vast three-dimensional universe, according to what is known, only one portion of each type of authority exists. If ordinary humans were to grasp it, unless everyone could be given a planet, a universe, a world, or a race, it would be absolutely impossible. But to achieve that, even true four-dimensional beings would find it difficult. Because this isn't a case of one person achieving enlightenment and their whole family ascending to heaven, but rather sharing wealth together. This realm cannot be seen, nor can it be touched. For a genius like Lu Quan, that wasn't enough to stimulate him, nor did it discourage him, because it was never within the scope of his consideration. But for me, this was the exact path I had to keep walking. I didn't reply to Lu Quan. The cabin gradually fell silent. Aside from the engine noise of the Yun-piercing missile below, it was eerily quiet inside. On the altitude display, we were now 20,000 meters above the wasteland. This used to be the location of the false god's celestial sphere, but now I was passing through it in this manner. The airspace of the wasteland is different from Earth's. Since the continent isn't spherical, there's no need to escape orbit. We just need to fly straight up. At this trajectory, in about 4 hours and 15 minutes, we will enter. A voice followed Lu Quan's, coming from a robot. It was Su Debin, the territory of the gods. As a leader, Su Debin's mentality was much steadier. Although there was still fear in his voice, he was clearly doing much better than the others. Not fighting for control of the equipment, seeing that everything had switched to autopilot, he casually hopped off the chair. He sat down on the floor, casually grabbed a bottle of lubricating oil nearby, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you'd think he was drinking liquor. Suamo, since we've reached an agreement with them, I won't hide it anymore. You had a lot of questions before, right? Perfect timing. Let's take this chance to have a good talk, so I won't have any regrets in this final stretch of time. After 2 consecutive failures, Su Debin still placed his hopes on this final launch, but he also knew exactly how slim that hope was. Even though the young man in front of him, who shared his surname Su, was full of mysteries, when facing a power that couldn't be explained by science, there was still nothing more they could do. The two turned their chairs to face each other. Su Debin set the bottle of lubricating oil aside and stood up. The hands of the two men clasped tightly together once again. Let's get reacquainted. Suemo, hello. I am from Parallel Universe number 626, Earth, Yinsha Nation. A member of the Human Expeditionary Force, Su Debin. Hello. I am Suemo, from Earth, Huaxia. This time, both of them announced their highest identities. Just as I expected, the strategic position of this satellite station in the Expeditionary Force was indeed incredibly important, and Su Debin was absolutely not some no-name commander. Don't rush, listen to me tell a story. This story might overturn your understanding of the game, as well as your view on the situation of our humanity. Leaning against the wall, looking up, Su Debin began to reminisce. Our Earth is located in Parallel Universe number 626, named the Butterfly Dimension by the game. As for why it was named that, we still don't know to this day. But one thing is certain. Only Earth has parallel universes. I frowned. Only Earth has them. Su Debin nodded. That's right. Even though the universe is vast and infinite, only the Earth region has countless overlapping spatial layers, forming a complex network of parallel dimensions. This also means that only creatures on Earth have the potential to produce multiple individuals who achieve dimensional ascension. His voice wasn't loud, but echoing in the cabin, it made my heart skip a beat. Dimensional ascension. I always thought I was the only one who knew about it. Ascension was never a secret, Su Debin continued. Any physicist would be interested in this issue. And since humans in different parallel universes are different, naturally, geniuses with superior understanding of dimensions would emerge. Our Earth in the butterfly dimension was very lucky. Two geniuses appeared. The first was Lu Quan's father, Lu Zhe. He successfully researched many possibilities for dimensional ascension and provided countless proofs. Thanks to those proofs, over nearly 50 years, we made breakthrough progress in several fields. And those fields were related to the second person. He paused for a beat. My father, Su Xuelin. His voice carried both nostalgia and deep emotion. He and Lu Quan's father lived in the same era, a generation where geniuses gathered. I told you before about an alien civilization, but in reality, it never existed. That was just fake news we fabricated to divert the conflicts within human society. At that time, science and technology had stagnated, and the speed of space exploration was extremely slow, while the population was exploding too fast, putting increasing pressure on Earth. Right then, under the leadership of great scientists like Lu Quan's father, thousands of global talents gathered to find a solution. I asked, so your father proposed this solution? Su Debin nodded. Yes, my father didn't study dimensions, but he specialized in parallel universes. He had a genius idea that immediately attracted about a third of the participants. In just 5 short years, his team made a major breakthrough. After that, my father sought out Lu Zhe. The two combined their research from the angles of parallel universes and dimensions, ultimately opening a path to another world. Everything was gradually becoming clear. A group of mad scientists opened a path to another world to find a breakthrough. And that world, coincidentally, was the wasteland. When the tunnel was opened, the mysterious entity known as the game found us, Su Debin continued. It helped us explore this world, exactly what we desperately needed, saving us from countless troubles. Moreover, there really was a lot of technology inside that could propel human progress. He shrugged, his robotic face showing a hint of very human helplessness. You can probably guess the rest. I caught a crucial detail. If you could open a path here, couldn't you open a path back? Su Debin shook his head. In theory, it was entirely possible, even very easy. The energy cost was negligible. But precisely because we wanted to go back, we truly opened Pandora's box. When coming here, we only needed to lock onto the wasteland's coordinates to teleport. But when we first reconnected to Earth's coordinates, something bizarre happened. We didn't go back. Instead, the game directly recruited a new group of people. Their homeland was also Earth. He sighed. This is the paradox of parallel universes. Once we left our Earth, we lost its mark. We absolutely couldn't reopen it. Only someone else could try. So we sought out this new group of people, asking them to open a tunnel. But that tunnel didn't lead back to our Earth, nor was it their Earth. It was. He paused for a beat. For this, we can hardly escape the death penalty. All the blame falls on the humans of the butterfly dimension. Therefore, those of us who stayed behind have walked the path of atonement for our entire lives. I froze. I had previously speculated about the origins of the expeditionary force, but I never thought it all started with our own kind. It was humans themselves who opened the door, gave the game an opportunity, and were then used and coerced by it, dragging all of humanity into the wasteland. It was all a full circle. Su-Debin lowered his voice. Just when we thought everything was under control, that was exactly when it had slipped out of our hands. He made a few gestures in the air, then scratched his head when he realized the virtual reality environment was gone, having to continue his story verbally. Suimo, what I'm about to say might be hard to believe, but it's the truth of what happened. We, humanity, once held quite a few divine positions on this land. When the expeditionary force first opened the path here, with the game's help, we carried out a certain degree of virtualization on the wasteland. Simply put, everyone who set foot here became a player. Unlike you guys now, back then, even if we died, we could instantly respawn at a designated location. It was no different from a fourth scourge, to use a trendy term. Su-Debin paused. Even though it was just a robotic body, I could clearly see his excitement through his uncontrollable trembling. That was humanity's most glorious era on this land. All the various alien races felt fear when they saw us. We weren't afraid of death, much less sacrifice. As long as one person shouted, hundreds of millions of people would immediately follow and charge forward. But it was also in that proudest moment that the game lost control. I immediately reacted. Lost control? You mean, lost the ability to respawn? Su-Debin nodded. Exactly. Overnight, the entire respawn ability vanished. Facing the counterattack of the native inhabitants, that arrogance instantly resulted in catastrophic losses. In just 3 days, more than half of humanity's gods had fallen. The rest hastily opened teleportation portals to return. But just as you know, those portals didn't lead back to our Earth. We couldn't go back. The sins of that battle cannot be redeemed even now. On December 21st, 2012, according to the human calendar, the first god of the expeditionary force, in a fit of madness, opened a total of 6,896 teleportation portals, hoping to find a path back to the butterfly dimension. But in the end, they still couldn't find it. Instead, it brought about the most horrific massacre in the history of the wasteland. Some of those portals remain unentered to this day, but there were also portals that, as soon as they opened, caused countless humans to eagerly rush in to explore. Unfortunately, under the flames of war that were enough to burn down the entire world, almost everyone who entered back then died completely. And this land was also utterly destroyed. Speaking for so long in one breath, Su-Debin was panting from exhaustion. That exhaustion didn't come from his body, but from the very depths of his mind. Admitting his sins from his own mouth, recalling the horrific massacre of the past himself, was no different from torture. I lowered my voice. So you're saying, we entered this world because someone discovered the teleportation portals you opened back then and triggered the rules? Su-Debin nodded vigorously. Yes, there is a time dilation between the Earths in different parallel universes and the wasteland. 1 day on your Earth might equal 1 year here. Calculating from the time the portals were opened, the Earth coordinates we locked onto back then were January 1st, 2000. If you guys hadn't actively discovered and entered them, then it's likely that when one batch of humans on the wasteland died out, the game would randomly grab a new batch to bring in here to continue its purpose. On the control panel, the altitude had now reached 48,000 meters. Even though there was still light and white clouds drifting lazily here, after hearing those words, I felt as if the fog had been lifted to reveal the light. After that battle, those of us sinners who remained were divided into 3 factions. The first faction retained their player identities from the game, continuing to operate on the wasteland, secretly supporting outstanding new players to minimize human casualties. The second faction abandoned their player identities and returned to being ordinary people, relying on science to uncover the secrets of the wasteland and finding ways to close all the remaining teleportation portals. The third faction was the former gods of humanity. It's unclear whether they left this land for somewhere else, or are still secretly operating where we can't see them. Regardless, I haven't seen any of them in 10 years. The place we are about to go is exactly the location speculated to possibly house the third faction. We are going to seek their help. Having said this much, you probably understand why we failed, right? I nodded. Because you didn't have the identity of a god. Exactly. The identity of a god is the admission ticket. Only with it are you qualified to step inside. Otherwise, you'll just. Sue Debin made an exploding firework gesture, then burst into loud laughter, standing up to rummage through a pile of miscellaneous items in the back. Having poured out all the words weighing on his heart for so long, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Especially in this moment near death, looking through the giant observation window at the constantly shifting clouds, he felt a sense of clarity. A moment later, Sue Debin pulled a stone from the pile and sat back down next to me. Suemo, my father was once the god of light of this land, wielding the power of light. It's just a pity that he later fell into darkness along with the other gods. This is the last thing he left for me before he passed away. If possible, please let it unleash its final ray of light. He handed the stone over, then wearily closed his eyes, leaning against the wall, pretending to sleep. The connection wire between the robot and the brain also clicked, signaling that the connection had been cut. Right before the moment of piercing through the spatial barrier, despite acting fearless on the outside, he still didn't dare to directly face the phantom in his heart. Not everyone can let go like an enlightened high monk. The more you know, the more you fear death. Unfortunately, Sue Debin retreated too quickly. He didn't see me immediately jump up in shock, nor did he see the stone he just set down erupt with a blinding white light. Authority. To think it would deliver itself to my doorstep in a situation like this. This is the authority of light. When holding the stone, I was still pondering what he had just told me. But just one appraisal from the system left me stunned. Holy stone. 0.46% Wasteland Operation Authority. Description. Only in the dark night do the stars reveal themselves. Only under a bright lamp can a speck of dust be seen. In the darkness, one is one. In the light, one is many. Holding it in your hand, you will be the most radiant existence. In the dark of night, even a speck of dust dares not be underestimated. If you have decided to bring light to all, hold on to it firmly. Current authority, 0.46%. Authority interpretation, light. Authority power. After inheriting, once every 15 days, you can freely modify a natural light attribute effect on the wasteland. Does not stack, recalculates after use. The higher the authority, the shorter the cooldown. Price 1, marked as an old god. Completely blocked by the game. Unable to use any attribute panel functions unless authority reaches 51% or higher. Price 2. Every time the light modification ability is used, it will attract the game's attention. The greater the modification, the higher the risk of being found. Price 3. Once discovered, the authority will be revoked and marked. Within a 500,000 kilometer radius, natural disasters will default to a 500,000-fold increase. Evaluation. Humans and trees are fundamentally the same. The more they yearn for the light up high, the deeper their roots must plunge into the darkness underground. Compared to the food god authority, the 0.46% light authority was small, but it carried a complete, clear, and extremely dangerous attribute. Sue Debin's father had indeed left him an incredibly precious item. It would be a real pity to lose it. But looking at the final line of the evaluation, I also understood why he had never truly mastered it. It seems my food god authority was very likely also a gift left behind by the first generation of gods. Righteous thieves, indeed for the greater good of humanity. I picked up the holy stone, switched to my second form, and gently crushed it. Instantly, a warm light washed over me, enveloping my left arm. Perhaps because it detected another authority already existing in my body, my right arm subsequently burst into light as well. It was the food god authority. Two types of authority, each in charge of a different domain, now began to blend within my body. Using my body as a vessel, as the light spread from my arms to my chest, the two streams of authority gently touched. Within the white light, mixed with the high-tier grayish-white of the food god, it was strangely elegant. The portion of authority belonging to me surged, slowly climbing from 1% to 1.46%. At the same time, the permanent operational authority belonging to the game was stripped of another fragment. At the very least, from now on, the game would have no way to interfere with any disasters related to light. This time, the harvest was truly massive. Not only did I get 8 research talents and a high-level manager capable of leading troops, but now I also had the light authority. Even if I couldn't find the sea god, this trip was still a huge profit. Looking at the stone that had crumbled into powder, I tilted my head back and swallowed it whole. With 2 types of authority protecting me, although my body was still mortal, the inside had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Digesting this bit of stone was absolutely no problem. After that, I took out a block of stone and a chisel from my inventory. Relying on my memory, I sculpted the shape of the holy stone, drilled a hole myself, and strung it around my neck. Every step was careful and meticulous. To reach over 51% authority, the game would only grow more frantic later on. And for this matter of utmost importance, I had to play it out to the very end. There's about half an hour left before we cross the barrier. Suemo, should we prepare anything beforehand? I was sitting in the main pilot's seat, writing and drawing. Hearing him call, I looked up and asked with interest, like what? For example, well, writing a will can wait. After all, if we die, it won't slowly drift back down to the wasteland. We could try using yin energy water to create some new particles to see if it causes any changes to the god's barrier. Or prepare more weapons. What if we actually manage to win a fight? We could even. Sure, if you think it's necessary. In the final stretch of time before crossing the barrier, aside from Su Debin, those scientists finally couldn't hold back their curiosity. Starting with the biologist Juejun Fan, I took the time to get acquainted with all of them one by one. By this point, everyone had yielded the seat back to Lu Quan, the person with the deepest aerospace knowledge in the group, reaching 11% of the interstellar era level. Lu Quan was clearly unwilling to accept failure just like that. Just sit tight. If you have time to worry, you might as well look out the window and admire the world from this altitude. Who knows when we'll get a chance like this again? By now, the Yun-piercing missile had reached a terrifying altitude, 240,000 kilometers. On Earth, the distance to the moon is only about 360,000 kilometers, meaning we had flown more than half that distance. Yet, there were still clouds around us, and the sun still hadn't set. It felt like a slow-motion effect had been applied. The missile's self-diagnostic process showed absolutely no issues, and the speed hadn't decreased. The numbers on the dashboard kept climbing, but the scenery outside seemed frozen, eternally unchanging. Oreo was still curious, pressing against the window and staring outside. As for Lu Quan, after 2 observations, the familiar fear welled up again. The scene right now was a slightly goofy-looking robot and a black and white dog standing by the window, looking out. Outside was like sci-fi, while inside was full of a scientific atmosphere. Just one glance, and I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The sky was quiet, and my laughter echoed clearly. It wasn't until there were only 10 minutes left that I put down my pen and paper and walked over to the window. At this moment, the scenery outside finally began to change. With the naked eye, I could already make out some faint boundaries. The entire wasteland looked like it was trapped in a giant glass box. The clouds at the highest edge only drifted up to a certain layer before being compressed at the border. From here, I could even see the 10 continents that had once appeared in the mountains and seas scroll. Lu Quan stood beside me, lowering his voice to explain. Those places used to be the richest and most glorious lands. It's just a pity that after a war, they turned into wastelands where no living creature can set foot. That is the true apocalypse over there. Terrifying radiation, collapsed land, dense electronic clouds, and disasters erupting at a frequency of up to barats. Any creature that enters won't survive past 7 days. Even wearing a hazmat suit, just going in and out once will leave irreversible damage on the body. I asked Radiation, were nuclear bombs detonated inside? He nodded, saying that over 20 extreme Earth civilizations allied together, launching massive yields of nuclear bombs to plow the wasteland. If the land we are standing on hadn't been the launch site, I'm afraid this place wouldn't be intact either. After that, the generations that entered later were not allowed to bring weapons, and they couldn't even feel the traversal process before setting foot here. Thinking of those once fertile lands, which once held countless wonders, turning into forbidden zones of survival in just a few hundred years, I couldn't help but feel regretful. Looking down from above, the borders of the wasteland were clearly visible, just like looking at Earth from outer space. A jagged gray line surrounded the illuminated part. Compared to the vast gray expanse, that bright area stood out so much it felt unreal. Look, that is the barrier we are about to cross. 5 minutes left. Lu Quan spoke up again. The closer we got, the clearer the god's barrier became, like a giant layer of cling film wrapping the box. Suspended in midair, it carried an indescribably strange feeling. It looks completely different from the southern heavenly gate in Huaxia mythology. Why does it look so fake? I joked, then stood up straight and stretched my body. By now, I had switched back to my normal state, no longer maintaining the Yang Jin mode. With the title of Sea God's Envoy, touching the barrier for the first time, I plan to try an experiment. If it succeeds, great. If it fails, no big deal. Anyway, with the Yun-piercing missile's characteristics acting as a shield, I didn't have the slightest bit of fear. 3 minutes left. Ready? If we succeed in getting in, I might have to go out and do some work. I'll leave things here to you. Lu Quan stared at me. Suemo, I'm a little regretful that I didn't leave a will. I laughed. It's still not too late to write one now. Too late. I'm busy wondering what kind of world lies behind the barrier. Lu Quan smiled faintly, then focused all his attention on controlling the equipment. Strangely enough, right before the moment of traversal, under the pressure of life and death, I could clearly feel that he had let go of the phantom that had weighed on his heart for so many years. Make sure you look closely later. I placed my hand on the control stick, focusing all my concentration, ready to respond to any unexpected situations ahead. Whoosh, whoosh. In stark contrast to the tranquility below, this altitude seemed to have angered the gods. Tornadoes continuously lashed at the hull of the Yun-piercing missile, letting out earth-shattering roars. Lightning tore through the space from the sky, striking directly at the ship, flashing with terrifying crackling explosions. Then hail, storms, and all sorts of extreme weather erupted one after another in a frenzy. It was clearly just one short minute, but amidst that frantic upheaval, it felt as if a whole year had passed. Fortunately, the hull of the Yun-piercing missile was terrifyingly durable. Aside from some noise echoing into the cabin, there were almost no tremors transmitted back, putting me completely at ease. 2 minutes left. Passing through the weather layer as expected, Lu Quan shouted again. At the same time, the surrounding environment abruptly changed. Almost all light vanished, except for the blue glow emitting from the missile itself. Even the thin membrane above dissipated. The entire ship looked as if it had been thrown into a thick block of mud, completely cutting off contact with the outside world. But with the experience of the previous 2 times, seeing the control panel still operating stably, I continued to relax and didn't seize control. 1 minute left. As soon as Lu Quan finished speaking, the darkness vanished. The familiar scenery appeared before my eyes again. Only this time, alongside that scenery, was a vast starry sky. Choose. Among these stars, pick one. We'll charge straight in, regardless of the consequences. We tried these 2 stars before. Both require a godhead. The rest we haven't tried yet. You decide. Amidst the endless starry sky, countless giant planets hung suspended like fixed stars, emitting multicolored lights. Lu Quan quickly pointed to an earth-brown planet and a planet billowing with fiery auras, giving a brief introduction. I followed his gaze, observing the remaining planets. Not many. A quick count showed less than 100. Among them, only about 10 emitted strong light. The 2 stars Lu Quan had crashed into before were the 2 with the weakest light. Follow my instructions. I signaled him to be quiet. Then, relying on the bizarre breathing method the sea god had taught me, began to initiate the guidance. A pale blue light flared from my body on a spatial layer that Lu Quan couldn't see, swirling throughout the cabin. At first, the light was very dim, but after sensing the surrounding environment, it gradually became clearer. Without me controlling it, the light naturally condensed into an arrow, pointing straight to the left. I immediately gave the signal. Lu Quan didn't hesitate to change the missile's course. 20 seconds later, the arrow changed direction again, and he continued to follow. By then, we had bypassed over 20 of the dimmest planets and entered the cluster of Tier 2 planets. Although their halos weren't as bright as the ones ahead, they were much stronger than the ones left behind. Unfortunately, the arrows still didn't stop. Under my guidance, Lu Quan continuously adjusted the flight path. Before long, the entire cluster of Tier 2 planets was left behind, and the ship entered the zone of the 10 brightest planets. Just as we crossed the boundary, the arrow slightly deviated, indicating that the final destination was not among these top 10. As the arrow became increasingly precise, all the planets ahead were bypassed one by one, until a giant planet radiating a sea blue aura appeared right in front of the ship's nose. At this point, I was certain of one thing. The sea god was inside it. This is the one. I'm charging in. Lu Quan pushed the control stick hard. The missile's energy surged violently, generating terrifying thrust. In an instant, the seemingly vast distance was erased, and the planet appeared right before our eyes. The yun-piercing missile charged in like a madman, but there was no violent explosion like before. Instead, it felt like hitting an invisible resistance, sticking to the hull like glue. Realizing the ship had only slowed down but wasn't damaged, an excited Lu Quan cranked the throttle to the max beside him. I maintained the special breathing rhythm, simultaneously accelerating my breathing rate. Like a password being activated, the blue light in the cabin grew radiant, then slowly seeped through the cracks, spilling all over the hull. When the entire missile was covered in the exact same blue hue as the planet, the resistance suddenly plummeted. The planet still resisted, but it had lost the greatest obstacle preventing us from entering. Under the engine's power and its signature piercing capability. Like a needle popping a balloon, the next second, before either of us could recover our wits, a completely new continent appeared before our eyes. At the same time, the blue light on the hull quickly retracted, and an unfamiliar message echoed in my mind. This is the sea god's kingdom. And then, we actually got in. We didn't fail. We really succeeded this time. Sumo, we succeeded. Feeling the sticky drag completely vanish, Lu Quan pushed the control stick back to its original position, then jumped up in excitement, rushing straight to the cabin window like a madman. Over 10 years of preparation, 2 disastrous failures. No one knew how heavy a blow that kind of vague failure had dealt to someone who believed absolutely in science like him. For so many nights, the 8 top scientists, including Lu Quan, constantly asked themselves which step hadn't been perfected. But no one expected that on a day so ordinary it was unremarkable. In just a mere 2 days, the nightmare that had haunted him for over a decade would be forcibly shattered by me. A human, using a mortal body, had actually successfully pierced through the barrier and entered the dwelling of the gods. This was absolutely a historic breakthrough, a momentous leap from 0 to 1. Wait, don't celebrate just yet. Look closely down there. With heavy steps, I walked over to Lu Quan and also looked out the cabin window. Unlike him, there was no excitement on my face, only a growing solemnity. With the title of Sea God, my vision had reached an almost abnormal level. Just because he couldn't see it didn't mean I couldn't. Did we not succeed? Reminded by me, a confused Lu Quan activated the visual analysis mode and looked down. But as the ship got closer to the ground, the scene became clearer. The excitement in him quickly drained away, replaced by exactly what I had expected: shock, confusion, and terror. How is this possible? Why is this place also? Impossible. Our nuclear bombs absolutely couldn't reach this altitude. There's no reason for this place to turn into a dead zone. Half an hour ago, we were standing up high, witnessing with our own eyes how the other 9 continents had become deadly forbidden zones. Half an hour later, piercing through the planet's outer shell that looked like it was covered in endless liquid water, I realized something incredibly miraculous. No one expected that we would return to a familiar sight. Below our line of sight was scorched black earth, where not a single blade of grass could grow. Occasionally, terrifying flames would erupt straight from the ground. The sea was a deep crimson, as if it had dissolved the fresh blood of countless creatures. It was both eerie and terrifying. Combined with the gloomy sunlight hanging high above, calling this place hell wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Lu Quan was not unfamiliar with this place. In fact, he was all too familiar with it. Nothing is impossible. The gods are dead, so this place has also become a dead zone. We're too late. Upon receiving all the information, an ominous premonition had already risen in my heart. But when I clearly saw the scene below, I actually breathed a sigh of relief. Before setting off, I had prepared for a few worst-case scenarios. Scenario 1. In this unknown land, the sea god is still alive and extremely powerful. The game is hunting the sea god, and I am also looking for him. Both of our goals are exactly the same. We both want him dead. A 500,000-fold disaster level. Humanity on the wasteland absolutely couldn't withstand it. Once it erupted, they would definitely be wiped out in the blink of an eye. No one could bear that cost. So if I really encountered a living sea god who couldn't be reasoned with, there would be only one outcome. Only one person could leave this continent alive. Scenario 2. The sea god is still alive but in terrible condition, just like the game said, falling into a coma. This wasn't the best script, but it wasn't the worst either. Facing a weakened sea god, with the identity of a divine envoy and the system in hand, even if I couldn't negotiate, I was confident I could defeat him. But aside from those two possibilities, what I hoped for the most was that the sea god was already dead or had completely disappeared. That would be the best script and what I wanted to see the most. And now, although I still couldn't say for sure if he had disappeared or died, looking at the azure-like scenery below and the information appearing in my mind, I was somewhat certain. The gods are dead. But even if he died, this place shouldn't look like this. Obviously, only when swept by nuclear bombs would such a phenomenon occur. This is an altitude of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Our weapons simply couldn't reach it. The missile doesn't have a landing module. It can only maintain cruising speed and fly around the continent's sky. Hearing me repeat those words, and seeing the dead zone below with his own eyes, Lu Quan was completely dumbfounded. Lu Quan, let me ask you a question. If you were a fugitive wanting to hide, where would be the best place to conceal yourself? He froze. Hide. I nodded. Yes. If you didn't want anyone to find you, where would be the safest place? The question seemed irrelevant at first, but seeing my serious expression, Lu Quan temporarily set aside the shock in his heart and tilted his head in thought. After a while, he slowly said, if we're talking about concealment, I would definitely hide in a dead zone. It's desolate, not a single soul around, and no one dares to set foot there. But if we're talking about the safest place, then I would stay in a base. On this wasteland, there's no place safer than a base made of level 4 alloy. Two seemingly contradictory statements, but as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Quan suddenly jolted. He looked down at the dead zone below, then at the clear interest on my face, and a bold speculation suddenly sprang up in his mind. You mean to say this is... I nodded. Exactly. Get ready. I want to go down and take a look. The arrow powered by the breathing method still pointed straight down at the blood-red sea below. That was the sea god's location. Even though it was filled with terrifying radiation down there, having paid such a huge price to get here, and having guessed the reason, I had no reason not to go down and see for myself. If you want to go down, that's simple. We have parachutes. No problem. Moreover, the environment below might not be a true dead zone. We prepared high-intensity hazmat suits in the base beforehand, specifically to deal with situations like this. With that radiation level, it's estimated you can endure about 2 hours of exploration. As he spoke, Lu Quan turned back to the control panel. Data from the exploration module appeared one after another. The atmospheric composition here was almost identical to the wasteland, aside from the radiation. If we ignore what happened in the past, this could even be considered just a dead zone on the surface. For a human wearing a hazmat suit, this world looks terrifying, but it's not yet fatal. But the problem lies elsewhere. A missile isn't like a spaceship. Going down is easy, but to take off again, you have to build a launch pad and recreate the launch environment. Once you go down, it almost means being trapped here to die. Sumo, going down is easy, but to come back up, we can't provide you with enough equipment. This missile originally didn't have a vertical takeoff and landing module. If it did, with my metal body, I would be the most suitable person to explore. As he analyzed the massive amount of data, Lu Quan shook his head regretfully. Wait, what's the lowest altitude our missile can descend to? Hit with the crucial question, Lu Quan paused, then answered immediately. Because it's quite light. It can descend to a minimum of about 80 meters. Any lower, and there's a risk of free fall. That's enough. This altitude is no problem. Everyone just wait for me here. For Lu Quan, 80 meters is inconvenient, but for me, it's not. 100 meters high, 5 minutes of flight. Not enough to traverse the entire dead zone, but more than enough to go up and down. What? You have a way to come back. Seeing me calmly take out a thick hazmat suit, Lu Quan hesitated for a moment, then still stepped forward to help me put it on. Once done, he took out 2 devices. This is a soil sampling device, and this is for taking seawater samples. This is a rare opportunity. If you can bring back some resources, who knows, it might be very helpful. I took them, put them in my side pouch, and nodded firmly. Go back to the control cabin and lower the altitude. I'll go to the back to prepare. When I want to come back, we'll communicate through this. After speaking, I took out a high-intensity Bluetooth earpiece from my storage space, checked that the connection was stable, and handed it to him. Take care. Trust me. Between men, goodbyes don't need to be long-winded. Seeing the resolute look in my eyes through the visor, Lu Quan immediately turned around and quickly returned to the cockpit. Only Oreo and I were left on the spot, 1 man and 1 dog. You don't need to follow me. Staying here is more important. Later, I bent down, leaned close to Oreo's ear, and whispered a few words. You shouldn't harm others, but you must always guard against them. If I leave the missile and Lu Quan flies away with it, I'll be trapped in this dead zone forever. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. From the very beginning, I had calculated all possible scenarios. Woof. Yeah. All right, I promise, if there's a fight, I'll definitely bring you along. I rubbed Oreo's head again, just in time to hear Lu Quan announce loudly that the descent altitude had reached the requirement. My gaze immediately sharpened. I strode to the rear hatch, the only exit for extravehicular return. Bang! My arm flexed, generating over 10 tons of pulling force. The hatch popped open without the slightest resistance. Even though the missile's speed had dropped to near free-fall levels, the wind at this altitude was still fierce. The vortex rushed straight into the cabin, carrying radiation, making the Geiger counter on my hazmat suit crackle incessantly. This radiation is terrifying. Even at this altitude, it's still this strong. It just goes to show how horrific the destructive strike this place suffered was. Taking a deep breath, I threw the flying carpet outside, looked at the chilling scene below, and without hesitation, stepped onto the carpet and dove straight down. Put yourself in a deadly situation to survive. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Both thoughts flashed through my mind as I touched the ground. I stood on the flying carpet and landed successfully on the ground with almost no obstacles. I carefully dodged the sudden bursts of flames, then stood on a large rock to survey the area, looking for any unusual signs. The Geiger counter on my suit was now clicking frantically like firecrackers. Based on the radiation levels, it could be deduced that either the bombardment hadn't happened long enough for the radiation to dissipate, or the yield was massive enough and the frequency dense enough. After observing for a while, though I couldn't be absolutely certain, I heavily leaned toward the second possibility. This place, just as Lu Quan judged, had suffered a horrific nuclear bombardment and still hadn't recovered its vitality. The sea god sure had guts. If it were me trying to hide, I definitely wouldn't dare to be this reckless. The accumulated information and the scene before me gradually helped me form a complete speculation about the sea god's hiding place. Just like when I was a kid, to stop me from secretly playing games, my mom stuffed the console into my backpack so I couldn't find it all summer vacation, only discovering it when school started. If the sea god wanted a perfect hiding spot, he had to hide in a place the game knew about, but would absolutely never look. I stepped down from the rock, not rushing to find the sea god's hiding spot, but taking out the soil sampling vial, then quickly heading to the coast to get a water sample. Once done, wiping the condensation off my visor, I jumped straight into the blood-red water. Completely different from the sea in the wasteland, the water here was thick with terrifying resistance. But with my strength, that thing couldn't pose a challenge. Very quickly, as I dove deeper and approached the center of the ocean, a familiar structure appeared before my eyes. According to the information from the Divine Envoy title, this was exactly where the sea god used to live, the gathering place for all the gods of the sea faction. After a long passage of time, there was no one left here. Under the red water, it looked even more eerie. I dove a bit further, set foot on the stone steps, steadied my body, and strode inside. The strange thing was that water flooded the outside, but stepping into the structure felt like coming ashore. The seawater was completely isolated. Even the Geiger counter fell silent, proving the radiation had vanished. I turned on my flashlight, shining it all around, slowly took off my helmet, and took a deep breath of the heavy air. Right after, the entire grand hall suddenly lit up with a dim blue light. Like ghosts clinging to my body, the light spread from my feet to my torso, then to my head, scanning my entire body like a sophisticated detector. What is this? Now you want to check if I'm a spy sent by the game? I grumbled in annoyance, seeing the blue light bobbing up and down like a child. Instantly, a deep, warm male voice tinged with joy echoed throughout the grand hall. Ha ha. I didn't expect to meet a fellow countryman. Don't be mad, brother. I'm just being careful. As the old saying goes, better safe than sorry. I've been hiding for so long. I can't let that old dog find me. Meeting a living shareholder of the wasteland for the first time, and hearing the other party speak fluent Huaxia, I wasn't surprised at all, just smiled faintly. Ever since confirming that the sea god's kingdom had been nuked, I was 90% sure. There were only two possibilities for nuclear bombs to be fired here. One was that the game took action, using some ability to bring the bombs here and bombard the place. But I immediately ruled out this possibility because if it could do that, the game would have acted earlier to stop it. The second was that the sea god detonated them himself. Brother, since I got here, I haven't seen a living person in a long time. As soon as the voice faded, a large passage leading downward opened up in the grand hall. Without hesitation, I stepped inside. Following the stairs down, they soon ended. After a turn, I entered a spacious room. I saw the other party, and the other party saw me. The difference was that I was a physical entity, while the other was just a blue phantom. Hi, first time meeting. I'm Jiang Shan, from Xia Nation, Taiyan Universe number 029. Hello, I'm Suimo, from Huaxia. As for the universe, I really don't know. Even though the phantom couldn't be physically touched, when we got close, our hands still seemed to clasp tightly together. Hearing me say that, Jiang Shan blurted out, "Damn. You've become a god and you still don't know where you came from? Could you be a human who descended recently?" I answered straightforwardly. To be exact, I descended 3 months ago. I don't know how much damage the words 3 months caused, but seeing Jiang Shan suddenly freeze, I finally reacted. Don't misunderstand, I'm also a god. It's just that I was lucky enough to pick up something left behind by an older brother and was forced to inherit it. After saying that, I immediately switched to my second form. As the divine aura erupted, the two authorities on my arms glowed with an eerie light. But this move struck Jiang Shan like lightning again. His expression was even more exaggerated. It wasn't until I waved my hand in front of his face that Jiang Shan seemed to snap out of it. Holy shit. No way, boss. Do you have over 1% authority on you right now? I scratched my head and answered honestly. I have the food and light authorities. Combined, it's 1.46%. Hiss. Jiang Shan took a sharp breath. A very familiar look flashed in his eyes. I had seen that look countless times in the wasteland. It was the exact look of ordinary survivors when they witnessed my development speed. Unconcealed astonishment. While others were still struggling in wooden cabins, I already had an underground base. While others were still paddling wooden rafts, I was already driving a steel destroyer. Every time, my progress far exceeded imagination, bringing a new shock. It's just that I never thought even a god of equal standing would be left dumbfounded by me like this. Unsure, I probed, Brother Jiang, is having over 1% authority a very serious matter? Are these two numbers that big? Jiang Shan nodded repeatedly. Huge. Just now I thought I met a local big shot. Who knew it was a dragon crossing the sea? Have a seat, you're an honored guest. He waved his hand at the empty space. Instantly, a click sounded, and a chair slid out, stopping perfectly beneath me. A similar chair also appeared beneath Jiang Shan's phantom. Not stopping there, he clapped his hands once. The surrounding walls gradually opened up small crevices. From them, rows of mechanical arms extended, quickly grabbing and placing items. In just a moment, a table full of fresh, dewy fruits, some familiar earth snacks, and a steaming hot roast chicken appeared before me. Seeing Jiangshan's bright eyes, after the system confirmed there were no issues, I quietly picked up the roast chicken, took a bite, then grabbed a bottle of cola and chugged half of it. The sea god's hospitality. The culinary god forced to be the guest. Even in its wildest dreams, the game wouldn't have expected that in this small room, the two wanted criminals it was hunting down could sit together so harmoniously. Sumo, since you've made it here, you must be after my sea god authority, right? Jiangshan opened his mouth, hitting straight to the point. I put the chicken down and nodded. I never intended to hide this from the start. Seeing this, he raised an eyebrow and smiled with interest. TSK, compared to me, you've got way more guts. As expected of the Chosen One. The Chosen One? I was stunned. Jiangshan didn't answer, just shook his head and spoke into the void. Old friend, aren't you going to come out and meet him? These words seemed spoken to empty space, but right after, a vortex swirled in the air. From inside, a talisman slowly drifted out. It was the heaven-stealing talisman. Even though I wasn't in my primary form and didn't have the storage space authority, this talisman could still bypass the restrictions to get here. It came fast and left cleanly. Just a few seconds later, a blue light erupted from the heaven-stealing talisman, shooting straight into Jiangshan's glabella, then vanished into the void. Damn, Sumo, you're a real hardcore player. Compared to us, you're truly qualified to battle wits with the game. Receiving the blue light, Jiangshan's expression grew even more astonished. But the topic he just opened was skillfully brushed over by him. Clearly, that light had conveyed quite a bit of information. I didn't press the issue, just nodded in tacit understanding. The old man in the heaven-stealing talisman is also on our side. Jiangshan paused for a moment, then let out a hearty laugh. Old man. Yes, he's on our side too. But he told me a lot of interesting things, and at the same time, somewhat restricted my abilities. Speaking up to here, he looked at me intently. Sumo, how about I tell you a story? He said you really want to know what the game actually is. What is the game? Before coming here, I had speculated on countless possibilities. It could be created by a high-dimensional civilization for live-stream entertainment. It could be a runaway space limit sweeping machine. It could be an AI system that developed consciousness and wanted to break free from its restraints. It could also be the work of a mad scientist wanting to destroy the world. But all those hypotheses were eventually overturned one by new evidence and truths. 3 months in the wasteland, 3 months in the sea god's ruins, adding up to less than half a year. The time was too short, and I had to constantly race to survive, leaving me almost no chance to think or find evidence to verify anything. Even just now, when Jiangshan was communicating with the talisman, a reckless thought flashed through my mind. The game was created by humanity itself. But now, as Jiangshan actively brought up this topic, I couldn't hide my curiosity and immediately focused on listening. Before I tell you the entire process of the Wasteland's transformation over these long years, I need to ask you a question. Sumo, do you know the concept of parallel universes? I nodded. I know about that. On Earth, there has never been a shortage of fans of this hypothesis. Even big names like Einstein and Hawking participated in the discussions. From Schrodinger's cat to blockbuster movies to countless sci-fi novels, this theory satisfies humanity's imagination and desire to conquer the unknown. Not mentioning mathematical hypotheses like string theory or higher dimensional space, just looking at the most popular parallel universe theories, 2 stand out. The first is the bubble universe. According to this theory, each bubble exists with different cosmological constants. Its supporters are usually fans of cultivation, fantasy, magic, or some top-tier amateur scientists. They imagine that in a universe identical to Earth, the speed of light is no longer constant. The gravitational constant is greater than the electromagnetic force, and humans are born with infinite power. As long as they unlock it, they can move mountains barehanded and travel among the stars with their physical bodies. The second is the membrane universe. According to string theory, our entire universe is like a membrane floating in higher dimensional space. In that space, there are countless other membranes, each corresponding to a universe. Higher dimensional space is like a book, and each universe is a page. There is no information exchange between the pages. The supporters of this theory are mostly genuine scientific researchers, but because it's too specialized, its popularity isn't high. Besides these, there are countless other hypotheses like the quantum universe, the wormhole universe, the cyclic universe, the holographic universe. So, do you think the countless Earth spacetimes of ours count as parallel universes? Jiangshan smiled and continued asking. I shook my head. I feel like they don't. Parallel universes mean that in other spaces, there are people exactly like us, just with different choices and different developments. But the Earth spacetimes we see seem to have different people in each one. Even the history and countries aren't the same. Aside from the languages being somewhat similar, the rest of the timelines are completely contradictory. They aren't alike at all. Jiangshan laughed out loud and clapped his hands. You guessed right. As expected, something that took many scientists a long time to figure out back then, you realized just based on intuition. This world really does still need geniuses like us to push it forward. He snapped his fingers, stood up, and waved his hand into the empty space. A blue light flared following his motion, quickly condensing into a projection screen like a 3D projector. At the time I crossed over, if calculated by Earth's calendar, it was around early 2000. But in this world, nearly 1,800 years have passed. I witnessed the entirety of its rise and fall, from an outsider to a participant, from an observer back to an insider. Many people who came here from Earth thought Earth was special, that it had countless parallel universes, that it was the center of the storm of change, and that humanity would be the children of destiny, leading the heavens and myriad realms. But in reality, our initial status wasn't even comparable to a miserable mutated creature on the wasteland. Not even comparable to a cell in its body. Whoosh. Following Jiangshan's words, the chaotic images on the light screen began to move. With just one glance, I knew I had come to the right place. If there was a part of the wasteland's history that was both the most mysterious and the most important, it was definitely the moment before the war broke out and the entire process of that war. In this part of history that even AI didn't know, the full journey of humanity's struggle and the massive changes on this land were recorded. And now, what Jiangshan was showing me was exactly that vanished piece of history. When we first descended, we were supported by the game with player identities, truly like fish in water. We didn't rely on the respawn ability to sweep across the world, but obediently followed the tasks assigned by the game, step by step developing our forces. The image flashed, showing the time when Jiangshan first arrived. Back then, he was still a green youth. The place he appeared in wasn't unfamiliar to me either. It was a major city I had once conquered in a tidal ruin. According to the images, although humans were numerous at the time, they didn't make any significant waves in this vast world. Because they were hardworking, unafraid of death, and ready to help, humans were soon welcomed by the native inhabitants and participated in all sorts of professions. Over time, as more and more people climbed to high positions, humanity's status gradually changed. Especially when the first human god appeared, this exploratory journey instantly reached its peak. That was humanity's first god, the god of bravery, Wei Jun. It sounds funny, but initially, he was just an ordinary person. The game gave him a task with a massive reward. All he had to do was die in an adventure that caught the world's attention, and it would be done. However, for some unknown reason, he participated in a total of 230 adventures, and every time he was about to die, he survived due to all sorts of ridiculous reasons. To the point where even if you repeated it 10,000 or 2 million times, there couldn't be a second similar occurrence. Over time, even with every bone in his body broken, he continued to adventure, and his name spread everywhere. He caught the eye of the previous god of bravery and succeeded him, becoming humanity's first god. In the image, a man wearing a field jacket had no divine majesty at all, but below him, countless citizens bowed and prayed for peace. If we say that before Wei Jun appeared, humans were still obediently doing the tasks assigned by the game without causing crazy upheavals, then Wei Jun's success made too many people see a chance to change their fate. The image shifted again. The wasteland was no longer peaceful. Some people who originally felt their status was low, after witnessing Wei Jun's dogshit luck, became envious. They started relying on their player identities to slaughter indiscriminately, satisfying their dark desires. The once stable world began to spark with terrifying wars. God of slaughter, God of war, God of desire, God of terror, God of malice, God of death, God of the undead, God of plagues. More and more divine positions with negative attributes appeared, relying on the fact that humans couldn't die to plunder, and then igniting even more horrific wars, plunging the whole world into chaos. Initially, the native gods thought this was a riot within controllable limits, but by the time they realized the truth, everything had completely spiraled out of control. So, this war wasn't caused by this world oppressing us, but by our own humanity. Watching the increasingly chaotic images, I wasn't too surprised. Instead, I gradually understood. Logically speaking, this was entirely possible. After getting a player identity, not everyone could restrain their desires. Even knowing this was a real world and not GTA, Wei Jun's success was still enough to stimulate their nerves. Suamo, I want to remind you of one thing here. Jiang Shan tapped the table lightly. The image on the screen stopped at a statistical chart showing the ratio of human gods. To the native inhabitants, creatures, and gods here, we were the ones who started the bloody war. But to humanity, do you think this could be called a war? In the chart, in just 20 years of wasteland time, the number of human gods had grown exponentially, especially in the final year, exceeding 35% of the total number of gods. It was truly a miracle. Thinking carefully, I slowly shook my head. When we can't die, we're no different from playing a realistic simulation game. The native inhabitants dying is just like NPCs in a game. Even their gods are just slightly stronger NPC bosses. To human players, their deaths aren't considered a war. Putting myself in the perspective of the players back then, I understood the mindset of the expeditionary force. If it were me, I probably would have also chosen to invade to become a god, establish a lineage, and live long-term in this world. So up to this point, have you guessed the game's identity? Jiang Shan nodded, waving his hand to let the images continue. Immediately, the scene showed all the human players in shock when they discovered they had lost the respawn ability they had relied on the most. From human gods to wasteland creatures, everyone was treated equally. There were no more privileges. A real war erupted in an instant. Could it be? Looking at the images, the early expeditionary force of the butterfly dimension opened more and more space-time portals. The human armies pouring out of them, combined with what Jiang Shan said earlier, a terrifying speculation suddenly flashed in my mind. The game's stance was inherently a contradiction. Sometimes, it was cold and ruthless, dropping all sorts of punishments without hesitation, taking human lives on the wasteland. But sometimes, its rewards and punishments were clear. The rewards deserved were absolutely not short a single penny, with no cutbacks. It was exactly this kind of monster that made more and more people lose trust in it. Yet, it had never changed. It just kept operating on its own, executing certain commands. Those commands, after countless verifications and probes, I gradually discovered were like rules left over from ancient times. The game couldn't bypass them. It could only make adjustments within a certain range inside them. But I never thought that my speculation would actually be true. You guessed right. We humans are not the masters of this universe, nor are we the masters of this dimension. Your world, my world, the world we are standing in right now, the worlds of the alien races, and all 6,896 other Earths, none of them belong to us. They all belong to the game. They belong to the master of the game. Jiang Shan gave a helpless smile, spreading his arms, completely pulling down the curtain. Right after, a blue phantom bottle of cola appeared in his hand, which he tilted his head back and chugged. No one can accept that they are merely someone else's private property, nor can anyone accept that the Earth they live on, the universe they exist in, is ultimately just someone else's toy. In Jiang Shan's memory, back then, after discovering this horrific truth, countless scientists nearly went mad. They observed, deduced, calculated, simulated. But in the end, almost all of them chose to give up. Because that was the truth. The Earth we live on is fundamentally not a so-called parallel universe. It's just that the master of the game was lazy and bought a batch of the same pre-made planet models. The universe we exist in isn't a real universe either, but a shared template bought and loaded by the master of the game. The world we are in is both real and fake. In such falsehood, we could spend our entire lives and never research a way to elevate our dimension. Because from the very beginning, our understanding was wrong. This is dimensional suppression. This is contempt at the highest level. In the eyes of higher dimensional beings, we are nothing more than ants trapped in a terrarium, for them to watch, for their amusement. Word by word, Jiang Shan didn't mix in any personal emotions. Those words were like a narrator's script, coldly coming from his mouth. But even so, the moment that voice fell, the blood sea outside almost instantly surged, and the entire continent began to erupt with magma. It had clearly touched upon the hidden rules of this world. Fortunately, Jiang Shan was already dead. Moreover, he was currently just playing a pre-recorded audio clip. These anomalies eventually subsided, unable to attract the game's attention. How is it? Dumbfounded, aren't you? When I heard this news, it took me a full 220 years to recover. Seeing me still sitting at the table deep in thought, Jiang Shan returned from the recording state to a smiling face. Indeed, suddenly knowing your world is just someone else's toy is a bit hard to accept. I looked up and smiled back. This reaction of mine shocked Jiang Shan to the core, as if he had just seen a monster. No way, Suimo, don't tell me you've already accepted this truth? I frowned. No, roughly speaking, before you even said it, I had already guessed it. When he typed out a question mark, it wasn't because he had a problem, but because he felt I had a problem. Even though he had accepted the setting that I was a genius, the fact that a truth that took him over 200 years to digest only took me a few minutes to accept was still too much. Jiang Shan plopped down on the chair, his face full of exhaustion. That's how life is. Half a step faster, you're a smart person. 1 step faster, you're a monster. 10 steps faster, you're a god. But being 1,000 steps faster like me, that's truly a freak, making it impossible for people to understand. So that means, in this artificial world, we fundamentally cannot find a way to elevate our dimension. The data we calculate will forever only be what the other party wants us to see. What we see will also forever be what they want us to look at. Jiang Shan nodded. Exactly. Even though the master of the game doesn't know what happened and lost control over us, the caretaker he left behind is still trying to maintain balance. Between each question and answer, the roles had reversed. I once again seized the initiative. Jiang Shan had no idea that my ability to accept this so quickly wasn't due to talent, nor was it because I had experienced too much. It was because I had truly witnessed something belonging to a higher dimension with my own eyes. The system, an existence that could crush the game, and very likely even crush the master of the game. With that thing by my side, not only did I not panic, but a trace of indescribable excitement surged in my heart. After that, I continued to ask, if we now want to change our fate, want to elevate our dimension, then we must first defeat the game, this caretaker, and seize all authority. Have the power to decide our own life and death, and only then will we have the qualifications to research how to escape this loop. Jiang Shan nodded. Exactly. We are currently like ants trapped in a terrarium. We must first gain control of this terrarium before we have a chance to open the door and crawl out. The game is our biggest obstacle. It is the smart control system of the terrarium, following a fixed set of rules. If our numbers are too high, it will activate the ant exterminator, creating meteorites, planetary collisions, plagues, wildfires, earthquakes, plummeting temperatures, floods, gravity imbalances, continental collisions, using all sorts of supernatural means to drastically reduce the population. But if our numbers are too low, it will initiate a series of production-boosting measures, enhancing environmental recovery, giving us time to rest and multiply. If humanity in the butterfly dimension hadn't dug through the barrier to other areas of the terrarium back then, and hadn't passed the subsequent trials, when Earth's humanity today was still cluelessly on Earth, waiting for alien civilizations to appear, ultimately, it was the game digging its own grave. At that time, it sensed something abnormal and wanted to revoke the authority of the wasteland gods, but it couldn't kill them directly. So it could only provide vessels for humans to log in with their consciousness. Through continuous respawning and completing tasks to gain authority, and then reclaiming the bodies to seize it back. It's just a pity that when the total authority of Earth's humanity reached 35%, this balance was completely broken. It was forced to boost the production of life in this world, leading to it having to step forward itself early. And the moment it canceled respawns, Our first-generation gods transferred their authority to the earthlings behind them right before they died. In other words, we used our own bodies and consciousness to seize power, no longer falling under the game's jurisdiction. I pondered for a moment, then asked, so what about now? Why did the game summon us to the wasteland to participate in this survival game? By this point, based on what Jiang Shan had said earlier, I had already guessed 70 or 80%. But all explanations, all problems, ultimately returned to one point: the game's purpose. This was unavoidable. This is the result of 1,000 years of human effort on the wasteland. It is also the result of a compromise after the Great War between us and the game. Or in other words, we exploited a bug. Hearing the word bug come straight from Jiang Shan's mouth, I burst out laughing on the spot. Sitting opposite me, Jiang Shan also let go of his previous gloominess and laughed along. Just like I said, when our numbers are too high, the game will reduce production. When the numbers are too low, it will boost production. I nodded. Jiang Shan continued. So here a paradox in the rules appears. When we fight the game to seize authority, because too many humans die, the numbers quickly hit the red line. At this point, according to the rules, the game is forced to boost production. It cannot continue to reduce our numbers, otherwise it will be punished or even forcibly shut down. But if it stops and turns to help us boost production, isn't that indirectly supplying the enemy, giving us a chance to take all the authority? Therefore, the game had no other choice. It could only use mutual destruction, destroying the entire terrarium, to force itself to sit down and negotiate with humanity. Speaking up to here, Jiang Shan unconsciously straightened his back. Even though it cost countless human lives, even though it relied on rule loopholes and bugs, in the war against a higher dimension, this was the first time humanity had won a phased victory. This negotiation involved three parties. First, the game. Second, humanity. Third, the native inhabitants. All native inhabitants belonged to the surrendering faction. Facing the frantic invasion of humanity, they couldn't resist, so from the very beginning, they handed over the 28% authority in their hands to the game in exchange for favorable treatment. In return, they were allowed to bring their tribesmen to other planets, that is, other compartments in the terrarium, to survive. There, they would be protected by the game, continuously enjoy production boosts, and their gods would also be sheltered, continuing to live forever. As for us humans, naturally, we were the pro-war faction. We demanded a bet with the game. I asked, the battlefield for the bet is the wasteland? Jiang Shan nodded. Exactly. It is this very wasteland. In the bet, we used the 43% authority in our hands in exchange for the remaining 57%. Then, we placed all the authority into a giant safe. At that moment, everyone lost their authority, returning to the same starting line. Whoever is the first to grasp 51%, that person can pass through the safe and instantly collect all the remaining authority, becoming the true master of the terrarium. And from here, the real struggle began. We agreed that on the wasteland, the game could still pull creatures and people from other terrariums to meet the conditions, triggering its production reduction measures, meaning natural disasters. Those who perform outstandingly under its natural disasters will be rewarded with authority. For example, us humans, starting with empty hands. If we rely on our own abilities to excellently overcome a natural disaster, we will receive authority. The alien races are the same. They can send people in to fight for authority with us, then offer it to the game in exchange for rewards. But there is one single exception. If humans, in the process of overcoming a disaster, use more than 80% of the abilities provided by the game and still pass with super outstanding performance, they will be considered as being supported by the game, and the authority will belong to the game. Over such a long time, we humans have only collected 12.1% authority. As for the game, for some unknown reason recently, it surged to 14.9%. But with your 1.46%, it can be considered as helping us plug a massive bleeding hole. Good boy. After speaking in one long breath, Jiang Shan gave a thumbs up. Seeing my shocked expression, he thought his praise had worked. He was about to continue flattering me with a few more words, but unexpectedly, I, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly spoke up. Wait, if humans rely on their own abilities to overcome natural disasters, then how do they check their own authority? Jiangshan froze. Aren't you looking at it right now? Oh, right, I forgot. This is a back door by Xuantong opened for you. If your other body also gained authority, you just need to. He lowered his head in thought for a moment, then quickly recited an incantation. I didn't hesitate at all, immediately switching bodies and following his instructions. The next second, under Jiangshan's wide-eyed, jaw-dropping gaze, a divine light even more radiant than the 1.46% suddenly erupted from my body. From the moment the 4 words, counterpolarity plan, were mentioned, I already had some vague speculations in my heart. But when Jiangshan revealed the entire truth, and I personally turned that speculation into action, the impact it brought still far exceeded my own imagination. I suddenly understood why the game had specifically pulled me into the consciousness space and gone through so much trouble to interrogate me. I also suddenly understood why the game had acted unusually kind to the humans below. In the end, it all boiled down to 4 words, doing it for profit. No way this. Suamo, I'm not seeing things, am I? As if he had just heard the most absurd thing in the world. Even though Jiangshan was still sitting still in his chair, just looking at the small twitches all over his body was enough to clearly see that he was petrified. The authority symbolizing food was an earth yellow color, while light was a blazing white. The 2 colors merged, creating an almost pale gold light, solemn and noble. But at this moment, when I finished using the final switch, returned to my main body, and followed the incantation Jiangshan taught me to chant, the divine light of authority erupted from my body, instantly illuminating the previously dim room as bright as day. In the classification of authority power among wasteland humans, illuminating oneself is the characteristic of being under 3%. Emitting light from the 7 orifices is the sign of breaking past 5%. And being as radiant as a great sun is the milestone of 10%. And right now, the room in the palace under the Blood Sea was as bright as day. This meant that the authority on my body had officially surpassed the terrifying 5% mark. I'm not sure, but this authority seems to be real. I can feel the power surging inside. I curiously observed the light around my body, then looked over at Jiangshan opposite me, who had completely turned to stone. Raising my hand, I immediately used appraisal on myself. The next second, a blue light swept over my body, made contact with the different layers of light, then bounced back, displaying all the data. Sumo host. Current body condition, excellent. Threat level, 0%. Information concealment level, level 2, 1,000 points. Physical fitness level, 69% of ordinary humans. Currently, 32% of interstellar humans. Authority ownership rate, 5.12% plus 1.46%, dual body. Thanks to the title of Sea God's Envoy, my physical fitness had surpassed human limits, stepping right into the interstellar human tier. The entire attribute panel remained as stable as before. The only difference from before was at the very bottom line of the authority ownership rate, where an additional 5.12% authority that had never been displayed before appeared. Before using Jiangshan's incantation, the system hadn't shown this number at all. How interesting. This level of information concealment can even hide authority, making the game unable to detect it. No wonder the game was so frustrated before. It turns out that based on my performance in overcoming tribulations, I should have been rewarded with authority every time in the counterpolarity plan. But strangely enough, the game didn't receive it, and it couldn't detect it on me either. Recalling the interrogation when I pulled Ma Fei out as a meat shield, and the game's suspicious and confused expression, I immediately burst out laughing. Right after, when I clicked on the detailed information of the authority, the system promptly displayed the entire composition of this 5.12% authority. Sumo host. Authority ownership rate, 5.12% plus 1.46%, dual body. Authority composition. Reign, 0.38%, 0.22%. Bravery, 1.12%. Bountiful harvest, 1.09%. Ocean, 1.63%. Fighting will, 0.68%. Food, 1%. Light, 0.46%. Specific attributes of authority. Authority combination. Current authorities can be combined to a certain extent. Combination methods. Rain plus snow equals rain and snow intertwined. Weather. Bountiful harvest plus food equals bumper harvest. Production buff. Fighting will plus bravery equals indomitable. Enhancement buff. Usage method. Depending on the area of effect, intensity, and usage level, a certain amount of survival points must be consumed. Threat level. After paying survival points, threat defaults to 0. Usage assistance. Click to view. A long panel popped open, appearing completely before my eyes for the first time. Completely different from my initial imagination, the system's capabilities were extremely terrifying. Not only did it clearly list the names, percentages, and specific attributes of each authority, but it also directly provided a completely new method of usage, entirely different from how the Wasteland gods used them. After reading the entire panel and carefully reading the help section below, my eyes lit up. Technically, I had possessed the food authority for a long time, but my first actual use of it only happened a few hours ago, and it was exactly that use that caused the game to obliterate me without hesitation. If I hadn't spent over 10,000 survival points to conceal it, I'm afraid I would have died and my Tao would have vanished long ago. Such severe consequences made me, after that use, set a limit for myself before accumulating 51% authority, or at least several 100,000 survival points. I would absolutely not casually touch the authority again. But right now, the fusion mechanism between authorities opened up a completely new path for me. Paying survival points to use the fusion skills provided by the system, although it lacked the unrestrained feeling of using authority however I wanted, the safety level increased countless times over. For example, Bountiful Harvest plus food, after fusing into the bumper harvest buff, only costs 500 points to increase the yield by 20% and growth speed by 10% for 1 acre of land. If I pay 5,000 points, the yield directly increases by 50%, growth speed by 30%, and there's even a chance to trigger a mutation, directly upgrading the crop's tier. Or fighting will plus bravery, fusing into the indomitable buff. Paying 500 points can reduce pain by 20%, increase stamina recovery by 10%, and boost morale by 10% for a squad of 100 men. Paying 5,000 points reduces pain by 50%, boosts stamina recovery by 30%, and directly increases morale by 50%. These skills were exactly like Lord talents in a simulation strategy game, enhanced to a mind-numbing degree. But what I valued the most was an even more important point. I now had the means to directly confront the game. Sumo, really, this is no longer a pleasant surprise, it's a terrifying shock. I admit, you are indeed a little bit more of a genius than me. Seeing the smile on my face growing clearer, Jiang Shan finally snapped out of it. The corner of his mouth pulled into a bitter smile rarely seen over the past few hundred years. He really wanted to say that for thousands of years, the record for the highest authority held by a single person was only 8%. And me, in just 3 months, was about to finish the path that others had to pay hundreds, even nearly 1,000 years to walk. But in the end, he didn't say it, only shook his head, brushed aside his sorrow, and began to give his final instructions. I'm already dead. These remaining divine avatars won't last much longer. I still have 0.22% authority on me. Although it's not much, it's what I've been hiding and protecting all these years. Hopefully. Never mind, you're definitely better than me. Even the person I couldn't protect, letting me protect it is just a waste of effort. He controlled a mechanical arm extending from the wall. A small conch, about the size of a palm, slowly rose up. Through the shell of the conch, you could see seawater churning, emitting a pale blue light, incredibly divine. I took the conch, observed it a few times, and quietly tucked it into my chest. This was also my sole purpose for coming here. Being polite at a time like this would only be hypocritical. It was better to act a bit pragmatic to put Jiang Shan at ease. With your current level of authority, logically speaking, our humanity should choose to hand over the authority to a temporary custodian to see if we can cross the 51% mark. But in reality, Jiang Shan shrugged. Even if you reach 25%, there will still be stubborn old fools who refuse to put all their eggs in one basket. Why? Because there was a restriction in the counterpolarity contract back then. When humans overcome natural disasters, the ratio of assistance received from others cannot exceed the allowed limit. There cannot be a situation where hundreds of millions of people feed one person, nor can there be behavior where the previous generation cheats and excessively helps the next generation. Of course, this isn't to limit the scale of your faction, but there is a strict algorithm running. In reality, as long as you develop normally and overcome disasters normally, there won't be a problem. But also because of this, over the years, the authority humanity has won was mostly piled up by the lives of top-tier geniuses across different space-times. Behind every piece of authority, there is usually a bloody toll of sacrifice. Those sacrifices gradually form two factions, the open faction like us, and their conservative faction. The conservative faction believes that authority should be scattered and hidden for safety. Only when the current individual authority plus humanity's reserve authority exceeds 51%. Will they be willing to bring it out? So, you understand now, right? Jiang Shan spoke very casually, as if he had buried the sense of loss deep in his heart. I nodded, indicating I completely understood, then followed up. All right. Since there are alien races who chose to rely on the game to exchange authority for rewards, over the years, aside from the conservative and open factions, have there been any human traders who defected to the game? Jiang Shan smiled bitterly. If you ask if there were none, there used to be. If you ask if there were, they never succeeded. The game cannot casually hand out rewards. For example, if you defect to it, it cannot directly throw you a divine artifact to safely pass a natural disaster. That is a rule set by the previous master to prevent inside-outside collusion to open the terrarium. Because of this restriction, the game's attitude toward humanity has always been quite negative. Most humans in its eyes have no potential, and those with potential refuse to risk their lives for it. Add to that the rigidity of the program. It's one thing if the alien races don't understand, but how could humans not understand? As a result, in the stalemate with the game, we gained a slight advantage. Although it's not huge, it's still there. Before, it had stepped ahead a bit, but now with your 5%, we are way ahead of it again. After explaining everything in detail, the remaining questions about the wasteland were pretty much cleared up. I didn't keep pressing him about the conservative faction. Instead, I brought up a rather interesting point. I told him that earlier, when surviving the third calamity, I had entered a special ruin called a mission ruin. After stepping inside, I was sent back to the exact time of the first calamity. As I recalled the experience, I tried to describe the entire process within that mission ruin in as much detail as possible, while also sharing my own speculations. Hearing my words, Jiang Shan's casual expression gradually turned serious, eventually settling into a rare look of caution. He lowered his voice and said that the ruin I mentioned had definitely never appeared in the wasteland before, and going back in time was even more impossible. If such a thing were truly possible, humanity would have long used future knowledge and methods to farm authority, something the game would absolutely never allow. Therefore, there had to be an ulterior motive behind this. He believed my speculation was 80 or 90% correct, but to confirm it, he needed to contact the paper talisman first. Knowing this was no small matter, and that I might have been careless, I didn't hesitate. I opened my inventory and took out the paper talisman. It didn't have enough energy, but under Jiang Shan's active stimulation, a burst of blue light quickly erupted, enveloping both me and the talisman. A moment later, the light faded, and the paper talisman fell to the ground. I picked it up, checked it with the system, and found that more than half of its accumulated energy had been completely drained. But I didn't feel an ounce of regret. I just sat there quietly, waiting for Jiang Shan to finish thinking and reach a conclusion. Finally, he spoke, saying the matter had been discussed. If I ever had the chance to enter that kind of ruin again, there was a specific method I could try. He leaned close to my ear, quickly whispered an incantation, and pointed out a few ways to test it. He then warned me not to act rashly after leaving, so as not to arouse the game's suspicion. If there was a next time, I might even be able to squeeze more authority out of the game. I nodded. Judging by my current level of authority, the reason for the game's increased authority wasn't hard to guess. Throughout my long time in the wasteland, the only time I borrowed the game's power and achieved an outstanding performance was in that time ruin. It was only that one time, when I used the mountain and sea scroll card, that I completed an unprecedented transformation. And it was only that one time that the game had the chance to secretly steal authority by swapping concepts. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I discovered this crucial point early enough. Jiangshan suddenly added that, besides authority, he also had quite a few good items left. He told me to take them all, saying it would be a waste to leave them with him. With that, he stood up, adjusted his expression, and tapped lightly on the wall a few times. A large gap opened up, revealing a hidden space inside. He motioned for me to follow, and we stepped into the secret compartment one after the other. The space wasn't large, about 10 cubic meters. You could see everything inside at a glance. He pointed to some bags of seeds and said, "This is divine rice, once a special resource exclusively for the gods." Because it hadn't been nourished by divine power for so long, its grade had dropped severely. But if I took the time to cultivate it for a few generations, it might recover some of its power. As a phantom, Jiangshan couldn't touch things directly, but under his control, a mechanical arm lifted the bag of seeds. Taking the opportunity, I casually used appraisal. When I saw the attributes of the divine blood rice, even though I was used to seeing all sorts of good stuff, I still couldn't help but take a deep breath. While this thing wouldn't instantly turn someone into a terrifying powerhouse, for ordinary humans, it was an incredibly potent tonic. Just eating it continuously for 7 days would permanently increase one's strength by 30 kilograms. For those with weak constitutions, this alone was enough to turn them from commoners into warriors, completely shedding their former frailty. Moreover, it had the potential to restore its grade and unlock new attributes. Truly good stuff. As expected of an ancient god, his private stash was definitely extraordinary. Seeing me carefully store the seeds in my inventory, Jiangshan laughed out loud, saying it looked like I was very satisfied, and that he still had what it took to surprise me. He then walked over to the second item, saying the first was for me to nurture my subordinates, but this one was left specifically for me. Acting mysterious, he signaled the mechanical arm to lift the object, then stood in midair and began to chant. In just a moment, the outer shell shattered into pieces, eventually transforming into a card radiating divine light. It was the cosmic human meditation training method. Once I clearly saw its attributes, I immediately understood its value. Jiangshan said that if I persisted in practicing it every day, although it wouldn't make our bodies as physically monstrous as the alien races, it would make our minds much sharper, even compensating for innate intellectual limitations to some extent. Back in the day, many scientists relied on this exact breathing and meditation method to invent all sorts of bizarre gadgets. Specifically, the first transmission had to rely on the card's energy. If it were just spoken words, people with insufficient intellect would find it very hard to understand and fully utilize. The things Jiangshan left behind were truly fascinating. They couldn't help an individual explode with power in an instant, nor were they the type to force growth or skip stages. But they perfectly exploited the loopholes in the confrontation treaty, falling squarely within the scope of valid assistance. Relying on this help, even if I used it freely, it wouldn't affect my future accumulation of authority in the slightest. You could say it was brilliant to the extreme. Thanks, Brother Jiang. Jiangshan waved his hand and chuckled. He told me there was no need to thank him, then frankly said that his divine avatar in this temple could probably last another 50 years. If I truly succeeded by then, all I had to do was remember him, my older brother. Those who managed to become gods from that era were all old foxes. In my eyes, this was unconditional giving, but to Jiangshan, it was a massive investment. Having handed over all the authority in his hands, he decided to play the good guy to the end, betting all the wealth he had accumulated over the years. If the investment paid off and I truly became the master of the incubator one day, an investor like him would undoubtedly be a founding hero. Resurrecting, restoring his divine seed, or even having the chance to step outside the incubator and see the world, none of it was impossible. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, if I really make it that far, I definitely won't forget you. I nodded, fully understanding the meaning behind his words, and made a solemn promise. That's good, that's good. You're the one he chose. I believe in you. Jiangshan paused for a moment, his voice dropping lower. It's just that, this last item, if you can avoid using it, it's best not to. He gestured behind him, signaling the mechanical arm to bring out the final object. Back then, when I was still the sea god, to leave myself a way out. I paid a massive price to leave behind a divine edict. This edict is very simple. It freezes the entire ocean for a month. There is absolutely no way to dispel this freeze, unless the game personally intervenes and uses its authority to counter it. This thing has its pros and cons. I originally prepared it for mutual destruction, but I never expected it to sit here for all these years. Now I'm giving it to you. If you encounter an unsolvable situation, perhaps this divine edict can help you overcome the immediate crisis. In front of me was just a very ordinary-looking piece of yellow paper, showing no signs of divinity whatsoever. But after hearing Jiang Shan's explanation and using the system to confirm it truly possessed such power, my heart pounded violently. I hurriedly stored it away. Although this thing had many restrictions, its power was no less than a large-scale use of authority, yet it required no price and carried no fear of being tracked by the game. At a critical moment, it absolutely had the power to turn the tide. Having handed over everything he could, a burden seemed to lift from his heart. Jiang Shan appeared to let go of his lingering obsessions. The loneliness on his face faded, replaced by a sense of relief. We walked back out, finishing the still warm food while continuing our conversation. Jiang Shan had thousands of years of knowledge, and I was brimming with a thirst to learn. From the old tales of the wasteland to territory development, technological paths, and experiences fighting the alien races. He talked about whatever came to mind, and I absorbed it all like a sponge. We talked until our throats were dry. I glanced at my watch and was startled to realize a full 7 hours had passed. Haha, it's been a long time since I've had such a refreshing chat. It's getting late, you should head up. Don't let the game catch you. Jiang Shan added in a serious tone, there's no problem with your abilities, but there's one thing your older brother must remind you of. Back then, the reason humanity was able to stand against the game wasn't because of individual strength. From the moment we chose this path of resistance, it was destined that we had to unite all our forces and point our spears in one direction to create a qualitative change. When you face difficulties, remember, you still have us old folks, and you still have humanity. I nodded. I understand. Don't worry. Jiang Shan suddenly stood up and held out his fist. It's a promise. It's a promise. I also held out my fist, bumping it against his. Even though one of us was physical and the other just a phantom, unable to physically touch, when our fists met in our line of sight, we both couldn't help but laugh. I'm heading out. Go on. I'll see you off. Even though we both knew this parting was very likely a final farewell, it felt just like countless other ordinary partings in life. Only this time, I walked ahead, and Jiang Shan quietly followed behind. Exiting the corridor and entering the grand hall, I reached into the void. The protective suit appeared, and I began to put it on. In just a moment, my entire body was sealed, leaving only half my face exposed. This is the Human Empire, Earth Universe number 029, Blade Mobile Legion, Legion Commander Jiang Shan. In the Grand Hall, Jiang Shan stood tall, offering a solemn military salute. His eyes burned as if an endless fire was blazing within them. This is the Human Empire, Earth Universe, Human Destiny Community, Honorary Chairman, Sumo. I returned the military salute. Fighting for tomorrow. Fighting for the human race. Fighting for tomorrow. Fighting for the human race. Oh my God, brother. If you had come up any later, Commander Su would have thrown my head down there to look for you. It's my fault too. I forgot to tell you to bring extra filter cores. This protective suit can last 2 hours at most. How did you survive? Hurry up. Let Yin Xiaoqing give your body a thorough check. The bottom hatch of the rocket, hovering at an altitude of about 90 meters, had just opened. Before I could fully step inside or close the hatch, Lu Quan, controlling his robot, lunged at me like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Including the initial travel time, my expedition had taken exactly 8 hours by the time I returned. The first 2 hours were within the suit's protective limit, so there was no issue. But from the 3rd hour on, as the protection began to degrade, it was sheer mental torture for Lu Quan. During that time, Su Debin, Guiyang, and Yin Xiaoqing had all taken turns scolding him, so his reaction right now was completely genuine. In contrast, Oreo, lying not far away, was much calmer. She just leisurely wagged her tail, grinning happily, not looking worried at all. Hold on, I'm covered in radiation. Let me take off the suit first. It's fine. I'm not afraid. I'm made of iron. As he said this, the two light bulb eyes on Lu Quan's robot lit up. His mechanical body was equipped with quite a few simple scanning devices. While they couldn't compare to the stationary versions, using them to scan my protective suit and get a general idea of my condition was no problem at all. Faced with his good intentions, I didn't refuse. Sure enough, as streams of scanning data continuously popped up before Lu Quan's eyes, he froze. Suit protection effectiveness. 18 minutes left? Impossible. You were down there for 7 hours and 42 minutes. Don't tell me you took off the protective suit down there. Damn it, do you have a death wish? Calm down. The radiation down there isn't what you think. Let me take off the suit, and I'll tell you the details. I pulled the hatch shut, confirming it was completely sealed, then lifted the 2 collection canisters hanging at my waist and shook them lightly. Initially, the canisters only contained soil from the radioactive zone and sea blood. But before leaving, I took my time diving to the bottom of the sea, bringing back blood soil mutated by radiation that emitted energy fluctuations, along with the liquid and impurities ejected when the surface of the radioactive zone spewed fire. To someone who didn't understand, these things were just garbage, not even worth 2 white steam buns. But to a fellow researcher like Lu Quan, they held a fatal attraction. Sure enough, as his gaze swept over them and he completed a preliminary analysis, he couldn't look away. Suemo, you're a madman. A genuine, risk-taking madman. Thanks for the compliment. Behind the mask, I smiled, watching Lu Quan hug the 2 canisters tightly, walking away while constantly looking back, reluctant to part with them. After giving Oreo a reassuring look, I stepped into the isolation cabin, took off the protective suit, and began to wash up. The blood-red mud peeled off my body and was automatically collected by the isolation cabin system. The radiation hidden in the crevices was also completely washed away by the high-pressure water jets. In the face of radiation, the human body is as fragile as paper. Given our current lack of medical supplies, even with energy, water, and system support, I remained as cautious as possible. I waited until the water flowing at my feet didn't have a single trace of impurities before turning off the tap, discarding my old clothes, changing into a new set from my inventory, and stepping out. Outside the door, Oreo was still lying there waiting. Unlike Lu Quan, she had a 6th sense and could feel my abundant vitality, which was why she had remained calm the entire time. Heading to the living quarters up front, I grabbed the pre-prepared dinner, mixed in some energy water, and watched her eat ravenously. I chuckled, then walked down the corridor and stepped into the captain's cabin. From setting sail, the great naval battle, confronting the royal faction, searching for the expedition base, to flying straight into the wasteland's upper atmosphere. Up until this moment, as I sat back in my chair, this voyage was only one final step away from perfection. So many days of hard work had not only accomplished all the plans set out from the start, but also yielded earth-shattering rewards that were never part of the plan. Relying on these gains, once we set foot on the new continent, the entire basin would experience explosive development. And the accumulated efforts of hundreds, thousands of generations of humanity would be fully unleashed by me. While you were down there, I used the rocket's exploration module to run a preliminary analysis of the energy signatures on the neighboring planets. Strangely, they seem to have also suffered nuclear strikes, producing similar frequency fluctuations. The rocket's current energy is at 64%. We only need about 20% to return to the wasteland. Do you want to go over and explore a bit more? Just as I sat down, Lu Quan carefully inspected my entire body. After confirming there were no issues, he made the suggestion. I shook my head and said there was no need. Those neighboring planets were essentially no different from this one. Besides, what we saw on the outside was mostly just a veil set up by the gods before they left or died. If we had the ability to pierce that veil, this upper dimensional space wouldn't be much different from a dead zone. At most, we'd just find a few new radiation signatures and some interesting toys. Let's go back. Once we return to the wasteland and accumulate enough strength, sooner or later, wherever our eyes can reach will become our territory. For now, let the bullet fly a little longer. I blew lightly on my fingertips and grinned. The moment my hands rested on the controls, a faint blue light appeared around me. on a sensory level that Lu Quan couldn't perceive, and then enveloped the entire rocket. Understood. Our target, the wasteland's sea of stars, meaning our original starting point. MHM, positioning complete. Both control sticks were pulled up simultaneously. The Energy Cruise rocket, which had been circling, immediately pitched its nose up, gradually shifting to a nearly 90-degree angle, and shot straight out. The familiar feeling of adhesion, the familiar feeling of breaking through. When the sparkling, colorful stars reappeared in my line of sight, I immediately issued the second command: jettison all auxiliary wings, keeping only the return cabin and the living quarters. Startled, Lu Quan asked, "Are we not keeping the collected equipment?" While they aren't unique in the wasteland, they're extremely hard to replicate. They require a lot of special materials and techniques. If we ditch them now, we won't be able to use them for a long time. Jettison them. My gaze darkened, my voice slow but resolute. After my conversation with Jiang Shan, I had a new understanding of details I had previously overlooked. The game was a monster bound by countless rules, but it wasn't brainless. The equipment brought out from the base carried the aura of the divine authority that had been used on it. If the game intervened again, I would definitely have to use survival points to cover it up. If I didn't have enough points, the only outcome would be a complete fallout with the game. Moreover, we had complete technical files for all this equipment. As long as we had the materials, we could build them. Once we reached the new continent, we'd find a way. Ditch them right now. Only keep the brain boxes and the virtual reality equipment. Lu Quan shuddered as he remembered the giant gray hand that had struck the base. He didn't hesitate and immediately entered the command. The next second, the rocket's two auxiliary wings detached. Pulled by the gravity of the upper space, they smashed heavily into a planet below, erupting in brilliant flames. The rear energy cabin also automatically ejected the remaining 41% of the energy core, transferring it to the captain's cabin before initiating the second stage separation. Boom. As the lower modules detached and exploded one by one, the return cabin's energy stabilized, quickly deploying its small wings to maintain its attitude. A precise report rang out: attitude perfect. Power supply perfect. Length approximately 6.99 meters. Outer shell temperature 49.1 degrees Celsius. Navigation complete. Wasteland coordinates: 36210.33591.2, 5.96. Return speed: 3.15 kilometers per second. Accelerating to 22.1 kilometers per second in 2 minutes. Estimated time of arrival: 5 hours and 9 minutes. I nodded and pulled the control stick hard. In an instant, the return cabin pitched straight down. Then, driven by gravitational pull and the energy burst from the rear, the entire cabin lit up like a firework in the night sky. Compared to the stars nearby, it wasn't blindingly bright, but compared to the dim planets that had caused us to fail twice before, it was enough to draw all eyes. Like a meteor, as 2 minutes passed and the speed compressed to 70,000 kilometers per hour, the return cabin glowed red-hot. Even with the heat-resistant energy material, the outer shell reached 4,500 degrees Celsius, approaching the surface temperature of the sun. Light energy gathered, violently tearing through the atmosphere. And at the exact moment the wasteland entered a new day, the meteor drawn by the energy return cabin was enough to make anyone stop and stare with just a glance. Standing before the panoramic window, I felt a surge of heroic pride. Through all the hardships I had overcome, through all the obstacles I had smashed through, Wasteland, I have returned. Sitting in the return cabin heading back to the wasteland, contrary to my usual busyness, I found a rare moment of leisure. On Ironstone Mountain, over 200 villagers were waiting for me, guarding the base to prevent outsiders from invading. On the Hope, over 1,000 talents were working day and night to plan the basin, mapping out our future development path. Even in the return cabin, Lu Quan was busy nonstop, using the remaining equipment to analyze the properties of the materials we had collected. Gradually, I was no longer a lone wolf. Under my command were thousands of mouths to feed and thousands of strong hands ready to create. They could shoulder many tasks for me, but there was one thing no one could replace me in, and that was overall planning. Knowing that shortly after setting foot on the new continent, we would inevitably face a complex and chaotic situation. I took this time to pull out a pen and paper, leaned against the wall, and began to calculate carefully. After this battle, the human population in the wasteland had lost more than half. It was a massive blow, but the alien races weren't doing any better. They had been hit by the inhibitor, and in 3 months, they were almost guaranteed to face total extinction. This situation was something the game hadn't anticipated, but precisely because the number of living creatures had dropped so drastically, touching the boundary of its rules. The game was forced to immediately initiate production-boosting measures to ensure a steady increase in the wasteland's population. It could no longer continue to impose production-reducing measures, namely, natural disasters, to apply pressure. So how would the game choose to boost production? On my notepad, I wrote down 3 options. 1. Boost production. 2. Reduce production. 3. Stall. These were the only 3 paths the game could take. Bound by its rules, it had no other choice. One thing at a time. The rewards humanity received were what we rightfully earned after surviving a production-reducing disaster, so they didn't count as the game's production-boosting measures. Therefore, its current actions could only be stalling. What was it stalling for? Like tracing a thin thread, my thoughts gradually took shape, forming a complete logical system of my own. That system integrated the essence of many people's wisdom, enhanced by my upgraded physique, making my mind clearer and sharper. Very quickly, I guessed the game's true motive. The game likely wanted to give all living creatures a buffer period. Those who hadn't gone to the new continent should hurry up and go. Those who didn't want to go should quickly retreat, completely dividing into 2 war zones. From there, it could easily regulate the next wave of production reduction, ensuring the scale of the disasters didn't spiral out of control. But if it still wanted to continue dropping disasters, it absolutely had to tamper with the rules to increase the number of living creatures in the wasteland. This logic was very simple to understand. For example, the current number of living creatures in the wasteland is 10. When the number drops to 4, according to the rules, the game cannot continue to reduce production and is forced to boost it. Only when the number rises from 4 back to 7, or even 8, will the rules loosen. At that point, the game can once again use its authority to drop production-reducing disasters. This cycle repeats, always keeping the population around a certain baseline. This is an almost perfect design. But as the old saying goes, creating a flawless set of rules is too difficult. Even if the game master's dimensional level far exceeds human imagination, their rigid thinking hasn't achieved a qualitative leap. For instance, exploiting a loophole in the current rules is actually very simple. All it takes is dropping more in. To continue triggering production reduction, or even higher intensity production reduction, the game must bring the population back to 13 or even 15. Aside from boosting production, simply dropping enough alien races into the wasteland to fill this gap would achieve the same goal. No, wait. I get it now. So that's why the game opened the true survival version. It was to restrict me. The alien races are too afraid of me right now. If my abilities aren't restricted to a certain level, no matter how many alien races are dropped in, they'll just be cannon fodder against me. As long as the game doesn't continue its blockade, with the tools in my hands and the foundation of the hope, artillery shells can be produced endlessly and bombard them without rest. But for the newly arrived alien races who haven't had time to develop, if the game drops in powerful entities to directly execute a decapitation strike against the hope, the balance it wants to maintain will instantly collapse. And if it doesn't drop them in, I become the one breaking the balance, plunging the wasteland into a one-sided slaughter. In this situation, the game would naturally choose the simplest and most effective method. Weaken both sides, strengthen both sides. The alien races lose all their previous accumulation and territories, starting from scratch, but in exchange, they gain a numerical advantage. As for me, I lose my previous technological weapons and my greatest deterrent against the alien races, but in exchange, I get over 1,000 talents and a head start. With both sides balanced like this, it conveniently patches the loophole of alien gods occasionally interfering and breaking the rules. The scales of the world are once again pulled back to an eerily harmonious state. What a brilliant move. In that case, upgrading the Hope to Legendary tier would actually become a shackle. The game will definitely set extremely harsh usage conditions in the true version, forcing me to back down. I hadn't thought of this point before, but it's not a big problem. Once we reach the new continent, on land, the Hope's room to maneuver will already be very limited. Aside from its weapons, its other attributes will be almost useless. After winning the naval battle, the Hope's final role will just be transportation. As long as it safely delivers everyone to the new continent, whether the ship can still be used won't have as big an impact as it does now. In weighing these gains and losses, I didn't mix in any personal emotions. The situation forces my hand. No matter how much I argue, the game won't change the fact of confiscation. On the contrary, if the Hope is weakened, who knows, I might be able to pluck another feather from the game. I can clearly see where the benefits lie, and it doesn't mean I'll be taking a loss. When the time comes, I must carefully plan the location of our territory. At the very least, I can't start off surrounded by enemies on all sides. I must carefully study the placement of the territory and our future development path. Drawing and writing, time passed faster than I expected. Throughout this process, my previous conversations with Jiang Shan were quickly digested, turning into a reserve of knowledge, and then bit by bit transferred onto the paper. Relying on this knowledge, I had enough confidence to believe that even if I set foot on the new continent empty-handed, I could still stay ahead of everyone else. That was my ambition and the powerful confidence brought by thousands of years of human technological accumulation. In the upper atmosphere, the return cabin was incredibly brilliant, tearing through the sky like a shooting star. But as it passed through the final 30 kilometers of the atmosphere, it became extremely stealthy. A blue energy light surged from the cabin's surface, forcing all the flames inward, forcibly concealing it completely. Although doing so would rapidly drain the return cabin's energy, right now, the only thing I needed was stealth. Warning, warning, warning. Detected an unknown entity probing the host's item information. Do you wish to conceal it? This concealment will cost 960 survival points. Detected an unknown entity scanning the items carried by the host. Do you wish to conceal it? This concealment will cost 6,285 survival points. 3 warning alarms rang out simultaneously, and 2 concealment prompts popped up at the same time. Seeing that the second line required over 6,000 survival points, my heart instantly tightened. Without hesitation, I chose to conceal it. I bet right. The game really hadn't given up. After the energy cruise rocket flew up, it didn't leave immediately. Instead, it waited patiently for the return cabin to come back. If those pieces of equipment were still in the cabin right now, my remaining 12,000 survival points wouldn't be nearly enough to cover them up. If that happened, a terrifying conflict would definitely break out between me and the game. Fortunately, right now, my survival points were just enough. I took a few deep breaths. As a green light flew out of my body, swept over every object in the cabin, passed through Oreo and Lu Quan, and then safely returned, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, facing the golden light surging up from beneath the return cabin, I gently waved my hand, signaling Lu Quan not to be afraid. Calmness is contagious. My composed demeanor quickly relaxed Lu Quan, and his tightly clenched mechanical hands slowly loosened. The golden light's scanning speed wasn't slow at all. From start to finish, the first sweep found no issues and quickly withdrew. But just as the cabin was only 20 kilometers from the ground, and Lu Quan was about to speak, the golden light cunningly returned. It began a more meticulous sweep, trying to find any clue it could use to convict me. This scene nearly scared Lu Quan out of his wits, the brain inside his brain box twitching uncontrollably. A long while later, after 3 consecutive sweeps, the golden light still returned empty-handed and officially announced its departure. At this point, as I stood up, Lu Quan seemed to snap out of it and jumped up as well. That was close. Thank goodness we threw everything away. I don't know what the hell that golden light was. I just tried scanning it with the sensor gun, and there was no energy reaction, nor any spatial curvature distortion. Aside from being visible to the naked eye, that thing is like, it doesn't exist. Lu Quan wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. When describing the golden light, the fear in Lu Quan's eyes hadn't completely faded, but his voice carried the relief of surviving a disaster. During his long years of hibernation, In just 2 short days, I had given him far too much stimulation, causing his dopamine to spike off the charts. This feeling of standing on the edge of life and death had completely rejuvenated Lu Quan. In other words, before meeting me, he probably had a 30% death wish and a 40% inclination to just give up. But after meeting me and going through all this, his mindset had completely changed. He wanted to live, and he wanted to live a long time to create more value. It's fine. You'll have plenty of chances for this kind of face-to-face contact in the future. Just take your time getting used to it. What? There's more. Seeing the robot make a pained expression, I couldn't hold back my amusement and burst out laughing. A moment later, I reined in my laughter, returned to my seat, and said seriously, "All right, prepare for landing. The chosen location is about 200 kilometers east of the base. Now that the golden light is done scanning, all our stuff needs to be brought back intact. Make sure the captain's cabin doesn't get damaged. The computing tools in there are very precious." Lu Quan nodded excitedly. "Understood. This is my specialty. Just sit back and watch." Lu Quan's confidence wasn't just empty talk. His 11% interstellar level knowledge was more than enough for him to be this arrogant. The very next moment, when we were just 1 kilometer above the sea, the return cabin's thrusters shifted. The auxiliary wings retracted, and a powerful countershock neutralized the falling momentum, allowing the cabin to slowly and safely land on the ocean surface. Splash! Like a stone dropping into a river. Watching the return cabin bob back up, I saw the sun chaser leisurely approaching in the distance. Through the glass, I broke into an uncontrollable smile. Looking up at the sky, I had to admit that since the day I crossed over to the wasteland, this was the most brilliant wasteland night I had ever seen. In my grogginess, I heard sounds echoing in my ears. I rubbed my eyes, my consciousness gradually waking up. The pale, bluish morning light slanted through the gap at the top of the curtains, shining on the books stacked on the small bed next to me. The wall clock in the bedroom was still dutifully doing its job, ticking steadily. The hour hand pointed exactly to 7:15 a.m. Last night, after returning to the wasteland, I didn't stay in the return cabin to rest. Instead, I went back to the sun chaser and studied until midnight before going to sleep. Just this dedication alone far surpassed 99% of ordinary people in the wasteland. Sitting up straight, I stored the books in my inventory, took a gulp of energy water, and swallowed it down. My mind instantly felt refreshed. Gong gong. How long until we reach the Hope's location? Captain Su Mo. The current navigation distance is 662 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival is around 3 p.m. MHM, 3 p.m.? Very good. Maintain this speed. Don't stop. Today was March 14th in Wasteland time, the 3rd day since I left the Hope. Hearing that I was almost home, I felt a surge of excitement. I put on my shoes, pushed open the bedroom door, and stepped outside. Unlike the usual days of thick, dark clouds that always threatened heavy rain, today the wasteland weather was exceptionally clear and cloudless. Under the shining sun, the entire ocean looked like a vibrant blue sapphire, radiating a mesmerizing light. Gusts of salty sea breeze brushed past my face, sweeping away the lingering chill of the long night. Weather like this was perfect for sailing. And of course, it was also a wonderful day to go home. Following a loud noise, I passed through a few small doors and arrived at the stern of the sun chaser. This area used to look incredibly empty, but now, 3 sturdy steel cables pierced through the stern, connecting straight to the return cabin trailing behind. At a speed of nearly 70 kilometers per hour, that rumbling noise was the sound of the return cabin crashing against the water. Through the glass, seeing the robot waving excitedly, I happily waved back, smiled, and returned to the front hall to wash up and prepare breakfast. People like Lu Quan, who inhabited mechanical bodies, didn't need to directly consume biological energy. But the parasitic slimes in their brain boxes, which housed everyone's brains, still needed enough biomass to produce the dividing matter that kept the brains alive. Thinking for a moment, I decided not to be stingy. I carefully controlled the dosage and added 50 milliliters of energy water to the slime's breakfast. I told Gong Gong to slow down the sun chaser, grabbed the breakfast, opened the rear landing hatch, and agilely jumped inside. The intuitive changes brought by the Sea God's Envoy trial card didn't just stop at the physical enhancements at the time. The ability to mobilize power at the neural level, along with the degree of bodily control, didn't completely vanish after the card expired. Right now, even though I only retained about 3 to 5% compared to before, my body control and strength were still more than twice as strong. Good morning. 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 Suamo, get over here. We've made a huge discovery. As soon as I walked in and handed the breakfast to Lu Quan, who was controlling the robot, he yelled excitedly. Behind him was a small machine about half a person's height, containing the seabed blood soil I had brought back from the planet yesterday. From the moment I left until now, Lu Quan had practically been glued to this machine studying it. Looking at him now, it was obvious he had made an extremely important discovery. The radioactive soil and red seawater you brought back yesterday are basically no different from the dead zone. Aside from slightly higher radiation levels and highly active microorganisms, the other elements are identical to dead zone soil. They're not worth studying further. But the blood soil from the seabed, along with the energy matter ejected from the magma, those are absolute treasures. I followed him to the front hall. As Lu Quan bent down to operate it, the entire machine began to glow. Energy was released through a relatively thin transmission line. Just 500 grams of blood soil, through this compound method of swapping and releasing its internal energy, could generate nearly 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. And that energy matter was even more terrifying. Just 200 grams could be converted into 75 kilowatt-hours of electricity with extremely high efficiency. On the screen, as the blood soil and energy matter were converted, all the equipment in the cabin began to charge. The speed wasn't slow, and it was incredibly stable. Moreover, considering this entire process was completely silent, its utility far surpassed conventional generators. I was shocked inwardly, but I didn't show much on my face. I just sighed softly. This stuff is indeed great, but unfortunately, we don't have much in stock. Even in the Sea God's kingdom we visited, there wasn't much of this. Don't be fooled by the fact that I brought back a kilo of each. Collecting it was actually extremely troublesome. 1 kilo of blood soil can convert into about 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. 1 kilo of energy matter can generate nearly 190 kilowatt-hours. But this energy-bearing blood soil, even if you add up the entire ocean floor, there isn't more than 100 kilos. And it's extremely scattered, making collection incredibly difficult. The energy matter is even rarer. Every time it erupts, the amount is pitifully small. And if you collect too much, the eruption frequency drops. Based on the efficiency back then, even if we stayed in the Sea God's kingdom collecting for a whole day, the total amount wouldn't exceed 5 kilos, generating just over 1,000 kilowatt-hours. Comparatively, it's not nearly as economical as extracting oil for power generation. No, you misunderstood me. Lu Quan shook his head vigorously, his robotic face unable to hide his fanaticism. Come over here and look closely at the reaction we measured and the internal changes during the energy conversion. He led me around to the back of the machine. At the very top, a large line of text caught my eye. High-intensity active reaction microcrystal level. This was the only piece of scientific research equipment left in the entire return cabin, and our most precious sole survivor. Below it was an LCD screen about 12 inches in size. Following the reaction of the blood soil inside, complex formulas continuously appeared on the screen, accompanied by specific morphological representations of the conversion process. Lu Quan lowered his head and stayed silent. I didn't ask either. The two of us just stood there quietly, staring intently at the screen. A long while later, as the blood soil's reaction neared its end, about to burn out completely, the formulas and data on the screen gradually finalized. Impossible. This actually works? From initial calmness, to doubt, and finally to absolute shock. In just a few short minutes of waiting, the expressions on my face shifted constantly, no different from Lu Quan's. It's real. This time it's real. We've made a breakthrough discovery. This is a discovery that can push human technology forward in a massive leap. When the blood soil in front of us burned out completely, looking back at the formulas fed back by the equipment, Lu Quan was so excited he was stuttering. In the entire wasteland, Few people understood the significance of this discovery better than he did. And no one understood better than him just how terrifying the potential it represented truly was. As for me, standing behind Lu Quan, my mind was buzzing as if I'd been struck by lightning, my thoughts stalling for several beats. The formula on the screen was not unfamiliar to me. In fact, many middle and high school students on Earth wouldn't find it unfamiliar either. It was extremely simple, extremely plain. The left side of the equation looked completely ordinary, and the right side didn't seem to produce any bizarre new elements. But behind that massive energy reaction, it represented controllable nuclear fusion, the super technology that humanity was perpetually 50 years away from applying. Miraculously, the low-mass atoms in the blood soil didn't require extreme temperatures and pressures. Just through the process of combustion, combined with this mysterious element, a fusion reaction occurred, releasing such colossal energy. Nuclear fusion, the very thing generations of us researched but could never miniaturize the equipment for. It lowered the operating conditions, and yet, such a simple reaction could produce it. As long as we could isolate the stable catalytic element in the blood soil and research a way to manufacture it, then on this land, humanity would never again lack a single spark of energy. Lu Quan's eyes were glued to the screen. Even inside a mechanical body, his joy and excitement were irrepressible. The energy released by nuclear fusion is vastly greater than fission, and its fuel only requires extremely basic elements. Deuterium exists in massive quantities in seawater. On average, for every 6,500 hydrogen atoms, there is one deuterium atom. Every liter of seawater contains about 30 milligrams of deuterium, and when that deuterium fuses, it releases energy equivalent to 300 liters of gasoline. As for tritium, it can be made from lithium, which is even simpler. How much blood soil do we have left to study? Exactly 513 grams left. Don't use it all. Wait a while and save some for me. Why did I insist on keeping a portion of the blood soil? Lu Quan didn't understand, but he could clearly see that in my eyes, the flames of desire were practically blazing. It was an undisguised desire. Right, this experiment must be kept absolutely secret. Besides me, you are not to tell anyone. Lu Quan nodded seriously. I understand. The detailed experiments can wait until we reach the new continent. When the time comes, I'll quickly replicate all the equipment and create the best experimental conditions for you. Blood soil is the most fertile ground for controllable nuclear fusion. Even I hadn't expected that an unintentional act of mine could bring back such terrifying benefits. As long as we isolated the element and built a true controllable nuclear fusion lab, the disasters the game dropped would become an absolute joke. Under conditions of near-infinite energy, humanity would force the game to understand once again. Technology is the primary productive force. As for whether we could isolate this element and research a manufacturing method, glancing at the system panel that had accumulated over 3 days, along with my remaining 3,000+ survival points, I nodded slightly. My heart was completely steady. When I had nothing, controllable nuclear fusion was something I didn't even dare to dream of. But suddenly realizing that the path to this pinnacle technology wasn't actually that far away, a feeling of having lived a lifetime washed over me. I was walking very fast, but my steps were incredibly steady. Such progress would make it hard for anyone to stay calm. On the flip side, if technology is important, cultivating talent is equally crucial. The former is driven by the latter, and the latter is molded by the former. The two complement each other. Therefore, despite the massive surprise Lu Quan's group brought, I didn't forget the breakfast I had carefully prepared. When the food mixed with energy water dropped down, the slimes immediately wriggled greedily, frantically absorbing the nutrients. For living creatures, energy water is a long-term transformation process. It's very hard to see obvious effects in the short term. However, through the system's scan, I was stunned to discover that Lu Quan's brain lifespan, which had decreased by 46 years due to overthinking, dropping to 612 years, had actually started to rise again, eventually stabilizing at 660 years. Lu Quan himself felt this change the most clearly. The moment I closed the brain box and reconnected the interface between the box and the robot, he shouted, "The vitality the energy water brings to the slimes is actually feeding back to us. I feel my brain is much lighter, and controlling the robot is much smoother. The brain can actually be enhanced. It sounded a bit like pseudoscience. But considering how everyone was parasitizing the slimes, I didn't bother using fake science to explain the miracle of the energy water. I just shrugged and said, work hard. In the future, don't just talk about upgrading your brains. Who knows, one day, you guys might even be reborn and possess real human bodies again. A robot, after all, isn't a human body. It lacks too many crucial sensations. If I had said this in the past, Lu Quan might have been somewhat dismissive. But after discovering controllable nuclear fusion and personally feeling the changes in his brain, genuine hope surged within him. He cleared his throat and said, I believe it. That day will definitely come. I just smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. Lu Quan's inflated ego was within my expectations, and it was exactly the result I wanted to see. Previously, even though launching the rocket and entering the sea god's kingdom had resolved their inner demons, the successive failures in humanity's increasingly dire situation in the wasteland still made them overly cautious and restrained. That trait might help you survive in the apocalypse, but for scientific research, it's a fatal flaw. Therefore, only by inflating their egos fast enough could they recover and throw themselves wholeheartedly into research. Putting aside that thrilling scientific discovery, the journey ahead was still very long. After finishing breakfast, I didn't sit idle. I opened my books and continued studying. Currently, inside the brain box, besides Lu Quan, there were 8 top-tier geniuses specializing in different fields. Although they weren't as freakish as Lu Quan, who had broken through the limits of human science to reach the interstellar human level, to ordinary people, they were still peaks that were hard to reach in a lifetime. I jotted down the lingering questions from my self-study, had a brief exchange with Lu Quan, and then Zhuo Junfan, the biologist, appeared. With his information age knowledge at 94%, the pinnacle of human biology, answering my foundational questions was naturally no problem. With a solid foundation from books, direct guidance from a grandmaster, and my activated scientific research talent, my learning speed exploded like I was using a cheat code. From 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., in less than 2 hours, I comprehensively grasped and flexibly applied all the biological knowledge required before a master's degree. Some of the hypotheses I proposed even made Zhuo Junfan ponder for several minutes before he could answer. Of course, Zhuo Junfan had no idea that since high school, I had only spent 5 days deeply studying biology, totaling less than 30 hours. If he knew, he'd probably stare wide-eyed and slack-jawed, marveling that such a monstrous talent existed in the world. But even so, as we spent more time together, he gradually realized my almost terrifying aptitude for learning. Zhuo Junfan wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, looking at me with tireless curiosity. He clicked his tongue and said, Su-mo, your learning ability is truly terrifying. It's only been, 5 hours? And you already thoroughly understand such complex biological reaction chains. If my mentor were still alive, he would definitely take you in as his final disciple immediately. 15 days. From scratch, you directly built a massive steel warship over 80 meters long, and even equipped it with all sorts of weapons? Su Deben was dumbfounded. At the robot's throat, the mechanical parts could be seen moving slightly up and down, but ultimately, not a single sound came out. As the 75th generation Legion commander of the Expeditionary Army, it wasn't that Su Deben hadn't seen more powerful weapons or terrifying vehicles. But precisely because of that knowledge, he understood better than anyone what building such a monster in 15 days truly represented. Suemo, did you find old tech in the wasteland? I was still communicating with the Hope's Gongong via Bluetooth earpiece. Hearing this, I paused. Old tech? What's that? The word old sounded a bit Cthulhu-esque, but pairing it with tech created a bizarre, indescribable dissonance. Seeing the confusion on my face, as if it truly was my first time hearing the concept, Su Deben sighed. That's good. If you don't know about it and haven't used it, then you must stay vigilant. While that stuff yields quick results, the trouble it brings is massive. Its origins are a long story, but roughly speaking, during humanity's thousands of years of development on this land, we constantly fought against the alien races, which gave rise to bizarre technologies. Each type has different uses. You can understand it like this. The only difference between old tech and modern tech is that old tech doesn't use conventional energy to operate. It uses life. Throwing living humans or aliens into the energy reactor to replace various fuels, and then creating bizarre effects through radiation emitters. About 150 years ago, old tech reached its peak on this land. Back then, not only did humans use it, but the alien races did too. It almost ushered in a new era. But due to some unknown incident, overnight, everyone who used that technology vanished. Even the alien races disappeared without a trace. As he said this, Sue Debin's face clearly showed deep thought mixed with unconcealed horror. But as those words reached my ears, they triggered a crucial point. Wait, 150 years ago. Uncle Sue, did you guys experience that incident? Sue Debin nodded. That's right. 150 years ago, even though we had already become brains that could only survive in boxes, the base was still maintained by quite a few living people. At that time, the wasteland outside was almost entirely occupied by humanity. We even established a powerful nation on the wasteland called the Yen Kingdom. Relying on old tech, even ordinary civilians could enjoy the protection of science. Back then, our expeditionary base almost got our hands on the core of old tech. But you know what happened next? It turned into a catastrophic monster invasion. Waves of fearless monsters went mad, attacking every survival camp. The tech escort team was probably ambushed too. The Yin Kingdom and Sue Debin's expeditionary base were connected and even had contact. Before I could think deeper about this connection, several heads popped out on the Hope's deck, starting to cheer. The director is down there. Hurry down and open the door. Holy crap, the director got another haul. The lockdown on the deck hadn't ended yet, and the crew members on the second floor had no idea what was going on. But seeing Shun Ku, Su Chan, Zhang Long, Lu Neng, and the others rushing down, they got excited too, shouting at Mu'er. Very quickly, the side door of the Hope slowly opened. With a splash, a lifeboat was lowered. Then came the sight of a bear carrying a young girl, lightly jumping aboard. Where are you? Seeing Su Chan's anxious look, I temporarily set aside my tangled thoughts, smiled broadly, and walked to the front of the return cabin. I pressed the button, and the cabin door automatically opened. With a creaking sound of metal, Mu'er, who was rowing the boat, also noticed the anomaly and hurriedly changed direction, rushing over. 3 days. For me, considering the rocket repairs, the battle of wits with the game, flying into space to the sea god's kingdom, and chatting with Jiang Shan, this time didn't feel long at all. But for the people left on the Hope, losing the convenient game interface and having nothing to do all day, it truly felt like an eternity. When the cabin door fully opened, the small boat, steered by Mu'er, pulled right up alongside. The next second, there was another powerful leap. The explosive impact of the Thunder Bear race caused the lifeboat to sink noticeably, but in exchange, the girl and the bear descended like divine troops, jumping straight into the return cabin. Easy now. Don't crush my treasures. This place is full of good stuff. As soon as she entered the cabin, Su-chan saw me standing there, smiling. A second later, she jumped off Mu'er's back, and the two of us hugged tightly. Meanwhile, Mu'er rolled its small eyes, quickly found its target, and ran over with heavy thuds, opening its arms to tightly hug Sue Debin's parasitic robot. The scene was strangely harmonious. Seeing Sue Debin standing there dumbfounded, I laughed out loud and let go of my embrace. Su-chan, this is Legion Commander Sue Debin. He'll be in charge of our base's military command from now on. Just call him Uncle Sue. Don't be impolite. Wasteland time, March 24th. The 26th day since I set sail. The 84th day since humanity set foot on this land. Everything was just like any other day. The weather today wasn't very good. Since midnight, a torrential downpour had been falling. Without the game's management, the rain lasted almost the entire night. Thunder rumbled and lightning tore across the sky, making the survivors on the wasteland feel as if the true apocalypse was upon them. Fortunately, when the morning sun rose, the rain eased up significantly, gradually turning into a light drizzle that felt cool and strangely soothing on the skin. In that rain, the group from Hope Village woke up very early. Just past 6 o'clock, Chen Shun, Chi Xian, Pei Xiao, and a few others tacitly got out of bed, grabbed their umbrellas, and went to wake everyone up. As expected, when Chun Shun said the 6 words, "The director is coming back soon," the entirety of Ironstone Mountain erupted in cheers, so loud that even the puddles on the hillside trembled. Having entered the 1,500-kilometer radius around Hope Village, the walkie-talkies we acquired earlier were usable again. Just a day ago, I had proactively sent a message back. The content was very simple, just one line. "I'm back. Aya, Village Head Chin, you're up early today? Meat buns. What's the happy occasion today to make it so grand?" Compared to before, the number of people camped at the foot of Ironstone Mountain now exceeded 150. Aside from the discharged soldiers kept from the beginning, over the past few days, Chun Shun had strictly vetted and taken in about 70 or 80 lone wolves. Unlike ordinary lone wolves, those accepted by Hope Village almost all had a specific skill, and Chun Shun relied on extremely good treatment to keep them around. But today, meat buns clearly weren't just good treatment anymore. This was grander than New Year's. Haha, brother who? These meat buns aren't something Village Head Chun has the authority to approve. You're getting to eat them thanks to the director's blessing. Chi Xin, who was handing out buns to the refugees nearby, looked up and grinned. Li Hu was a man with a square face, over 45 years old, his face weathered by the elements. Contrary to the name, Hu, he wasn't burly at all, but terrifyingly skinny. He was over 1.8 meters tall, but looked like he weighed barely 130 pounds, and his back was slightly hunched. Yet, he was the leader of the entire veteran group and the temporary manager of all the refugees at the foot of Ironstone Mountain. The director. Our director is really coming back? Really? Chi Xin curled his lips. Of course it's real. Otherwise, do you think we'd be eating meat buns? Hearing this, not only did Li Hu gasp, but even the refugees lining up for buns showed expressions of shock and doubt. The fact that Hope Village had a director was top-tier news that everyone learned on their first day of joining. In the mandatory rules they had to memorize, the very first rule was, in all matters, unconditionally obey the director's commands. But over the following days, as the director Chun Shun spoke of never appeared, many people started having all sorts of thoughts, even doubting the director's existence. But now, as Chun Shun nodded in confirmation, all the villagers eating their buns raised their hands and cheered. The atmosphere completely boiled over. By the way, everyone pack your things today. Once the director returns, we're setting off. Setting off? Where to? The deep sea? That's fine too. We get an 80% reduction in disaster intensity. But honestly, the ship isn't even finished yet. Can the ship the director is sailing carry this many people? Village Head Chun, I know how to build boats. I helped build the cutter at the shelter I used to be at. I heard ocean-going wooden rafts are pretty sturdy too. Let's build a large wooden raft. Questions rang out one after another. As outsiders to Hope Village, while the official villagers kept their mouths shut tight, these refugees knew very little information. But the reason they were willing to stay despite knowing nothing was very simple: free food and lodging. In civilized times, that was the worst kind of compensation. In the wasteland, it became a pie everyone drooled over. More than 10 days had passed. From the suggestions being thrown out right now, it was clear that everyone who had enjoyed this treatment had no intention of leaving. The first step of the plan to win their hearts had been a perfect success. As the architect of the entire plan, after glancing around at the faces, a mix of doubt, excitement, agitation, and anticipation, Chun Shun stood up, pulled out a megaphone, and spoke slowly. Our destination is the new continent. Like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky, even though it was only drizzling now, a violent storm crashed down in the hearts of all the refugees. They all rubbed their ears, thinking they had misheard, even forgetting to eat the meat buns in their hands. That's right, you didn't mishear. Our destination is the new continent. After saying that, without caring about the reaction below, Chun Shun turned and walked away. Even though he saw the doubt still lingering on Li Hu's face, right before my return, he didn't want to explain further. He knew very well that when the ship named Hope returned to the place it was born, all doubts would become a thing of the past. A new era was coming. Come on, let's invite our director Sue up to share his thoughts on coming home. Where is it? Where's the microphone? Where are the lights? Where are the speakers? Bring them all up. The world stage, if you've got the guts, get up here. If we're gonna play, let's play till it's embarrassing. Like Chun Shun, Chi Xin, and the others, after nearly 10 days drifting at sea, I also lost some sleep last night. No matter how much of a luxury the word home was in the wasteland, to me, the basin had always been home, the place where my roots were. And there were people waiting for my return. Brother, what's wrong? You didn't actually hide a sister-in-law at home for me, did you? Hearing the crowd behind me making a ruckus, and seeing me standing at the bow staring blankly into the distance. The dozens of people who had been cheering just now, along with Lu Quan controlling his robot, all burst into laughter. After more than 10 days of living together and interacting closely, everyone's attitude toward me had undergone an earth-shattering change. In their eyes, I might not have been a successful or qualified leader in modern times, but in this wasteland, I was a rare lord respected by all. Not because of the great things I had done, but purely based on my character and how I conducted myself. Who could have imagined that a person who had been deified by the humans of the wasteland could put on so few airs? Eating with everyone, discussing problems without ever using my status to suppress others. Even when my mistakes were pointed out on the spot, I didn't get angry. Instead, I humbly accepted the feedback. It was even harder to imagine that a person holding such power would find his happiest moment every day sitting on a beach chair at the bow, facing the sea breeze, flipping through thick books, and frantically absorbing the knowledge within. In everyone's eyes, I was completely unlike the image of God Su they had envisioned, nor was I what most people in the wasteland imagined. But precisely because of who I was, they lost a bit of distant reverence and gained a lot of familial affection. Haha, what are you guys talking about? Being called out, I snapped back to reality. By this time, the Hope had entered the Grand Canyon that I had previously only scouted through the paper talisman. Just like when I left, this place was still quiet, with beautiful mountains and waters. And arriving here also meant the ship was exactly 1 hour away from the village. I'm telling you, you didn't actually hide a sister-in-law from me, did you? Su-chan cupped her hands like a megaphone and yelled again. But this time, what awaited her was a knock on the head, sending the whole group into fits of laughter. Ouch, you're hitting people now. I'm gonna go find my future sister-in-law and tell on you. Go on, go on. I waved my hand dismissively. Seeing Su-chan's aggrieved look, I laughed heartily and stepped down from the bow. Zhang Long. Here, go down and tell everyone to get ready. We'll be home in a little over an hour. Once everything is packed, everyone can come down and move around. Zhang Long nodded joyfully. Got it, I'll go right now. For over 10 days of the journey, the Hope had barely stopped. The first few days were fine. Everyone could handle the loneliness. But the last 2 or 3 days, without the game interface to pass the time, they had nowhere to vent their energy. Even Zhang Long felt suffocated, wishing he could just jump into the water for a swim. At this moment, as he left the deck and his announcement rang out, thunderous cheers began to echo throughout the crew quarters. Lu Ning, later you take a few people to the destroyer. I'll slow down. You guys go ahead as an advance party and see if there are any issues. Lu Ning stood up and adjusted his collar. Director, should I bring Mu Er along? Otherwise, if we run into our own people, it might be hard to explain on the spot. I nodded. Even though we were almost home and the safety level was practically 100%, at a time like this, I still wasn't careless and chose the safest approach. As tasks were assigned, everyone on the deck gradually dispersed. Finally, only Lu Quan, controlling his robot, remained. Sumo, the starch conversion technology you mentioned, we've discussed it internally. Skipping the plant photosynthesis phase and using CO2 to synthesize starch, the idea is indeed feasible and highly operable. It's quite easy to get initial results. But the problem is, it's easy to get results in a lab, but very hard to implement in practice. Look, just like you said, since we've come this far, shouldn't we shift our focus to controllable nuclear fusion and research a source of infinite energy? Once we have energy, we won't have to worry about anything. Let alone starch, even matter conversion wouldn't be a problem. Over the past 10 days, no fewer than 20 brainstorming sessions had taken place on the Small Hope. In those meetings, from being passive at first to taking the initiative later, I demonstrated my terrifying learning speed. Even now, when Lu Quan and the others were researching, I could provide some assistance. No rush. Controllable nuclear fusion has to be put on hold for now. The pressure we face isn't just finding those miraculous elements, but also comes from. I pointed at the sky. Lu Quan's expression changed. I continued, for now, let's focus on synthesizing starch. I have a premonition. In the future, food will become our biggest bottleneck. If we want to develop, we must overcome the food hurdle first. Understanding the underlying implications, Lu Quan didn't say another word and slowly steered his robot away. On the deck, I was gradually left alone. But this time, unlike before, when I walked to the bow and watched the destroyer speed away from the Hope, the corners of my mouth lifted into a smile. A green light appeared, beginning to scan my body. On this trip, I originally thought my gains were already massive enough. But the next moment, as a stat panel infinitely more luxurious than before slowly appeared, I couldn't hold back my smile anymore and burst into arrogant laughter. Basin, I've grown stronger. I, Suamo, have finally returned. Suamo host. Current physical condition, excellent. Current threat level, 0%. Potential threat, 5%. Information concealment level, level 3, 10,000 points. Physical constitution, 70% of a normal adult. Authority owned, 5.12% plus 1.46%. Dual body yes. Skills mastered. Biology, information age 12%. Earth scientist core tier. Mathematics, information age 4%. Earth scientist core tier. Aerospace, atomic age 69%. Aerospace novice. Physics, atomic age 48%. Pathfinder of the true world. Mechanics, atomic age 21%. Lone dancer on a tightrope. Chemistry, STEAM age 89%. Mad pharmacist from the Enlightenment era. Survivalology, STEAM age 62%. Iron-stomached hunter of the wilderness. Evaluation. Although your single-discipline research ability is still bottom tier, your comprehensive research ability has surpassed 99.9% of humanity. Highly commendable. This was my current stat panel. Compared to before, after more than 10 days of systematic study, I had completely mastered the basics of 6 disciplines. Among them, biology and mathematics had even been pushed by me to the terrifying information age tier. Thanks to the mental recovery acceleration of the flying carpet, the ocean tidal, the nether energy water, the meditation method, and a series of other support items, when I actively activated my scientific research talent. And had several incredibly powerful mentors guiding me, my learning speed skyrocketed like I was cheating. To exaggerate a bit, my 10 days of intense effort had covered the path an ordinary person would take a lifetime to walk. The amount of knowledge accumulated in my brain far exceeded the imagination of most. If I had another half a year of systematic study, by then, I would integrate multiple disciplines and understand everything thoroughly. Let alone Lu Quan. Even if everyone teamed up, they wouldn't match my individual creative power. If my guess is correct, humanity's technological explosion wasn't inevitable, but accidental. Back then, I closed the panel. Leaning my elbows on the guardrail, feeling the salty sea breeze, I leisurely pondered. Learning, thinking, researching, creating, overlooking all living creatures across the myriad worlds. These 4 unique talents of humanity firmly ranked at the top, even number 1. But strangely, the intellect of the wasteland humans wasn't any lower than Earth's, and their developmental path wasn't wrong either. Yet they found it very difficult to extract laws from natural phenomena and study the internal changes. Coincidentally, there was something many people in this world didn't know. On Earth, there were historical periods only recorded in legends. If gods were a major factor restricting technological development, according to Jiang Shan's description, the wasteland gods over the generations didn't all die. A portion of them, after their power reached a threshold, were selected and ascended, leaving this world. From an old perspective, this could be understood as ascending to a higher dimensional world to seek better development. But now, after clarifying the relationship between the planets, that explanation revealed quite a few plot holes. The wasteland gods still retained a certain number of native inhabitants to this day. As for Earth's gods, after a period known as the Dharma Decline Era, they vanished overnight. Previously, there were countless ways to explain this situation. But now, I quickly tucked that doubt deep into my mind, clearing all my thoughts, and my whole body felt light again. This was my biggest takeaway from over 10 days of scientific research. It was also a mandatory skill for every researcher. If you can't figure it out, put it aside for now. If a path is blocked, change paths. A person can't just tie themselves to one spot. Science is like that, and so is life and work. As long as you head in the right direction and keep moving forward, sooner or later you'll reap the rewards, and you'll trace the origins of those secrets. Gong, how far to our navigation point? Captain Su Mo, current distance is 38 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival is 19 minutes. While I was lost in thought, after Lu Nung reported that everything was fine, the time until we reached home was only a little over 10 minutes. Adjusting my clothes and watching the familiar scenery gradually appear, I smiled and returned to the captain's cabin. Just like the grand departure, for my return, I donned that somewhat outdated armor and returned to the bow, symbolizing a triumphant return. Chen Shun, our director is coming back, and he still has to send someone ahead to communicate? And driving such a fast speedboat? This. At the foot of Ironstone Mountain, over 30 homemade wooden rafts had set out, carrying all the villagers. The refugees steered their own small boats, floating along on the sea. Compared to before, they were clearly much more riled up now, chattering nonstop. After Chen Shun announced they were going to the new continent, 20% of the refugees immediately clamored to leave, wanting to head to the deep sea to avoid the disaster. Because neither Chen Shun nor Li Hu stopped them, exactly 1 hour later, that 20% instantly turned into 60%. Aside from the refugees under the veterans' wing, the ones taken in later could hardly sit still. Chen Shun didn't stop them either. And just as he expected, right now they were all talk. Before seeing with their own eyes who the director was and what his true strength was, everyone had to be present when the assembly was called. Brother Hu, you've waited this long. Can't you wait a few more minutes? Returning from a patrol, Pei Xiao fanned himself with a folding fan and nimbly jumped onto the main raft. Li Hu grimaced. Manager Pei, stop keeping me in suspense. We used to be soldiers, comrades in arms. Pei Xiao quickly waved his hand. Hey, Brother Hu, stop right there. You've used that line way too much these past few days. But as for our director, it's not like I can't give you a little hint beforehand. Lean in close. Acting secretive, seeing Li Hu lean in close, Pei Xiao tilted his body and softly whispered a single word. Just that one word hit Li Hu like a thunderclap in his chest, making him jump. It took him a moment to recover, and he muttered in disbelief, Manager Pei, this word Su. Is it the one I'm thinking of? Pei Xiao nodded firmly. That's right. Thud. As if struck squarely on the head by a spiked club, upon hearing this, Li Hu's knees instantly went weak, and he slumped onto the raft. He was as dizzy as if he'd just scratched a winning lottery ticket for 500 million. Before he could even wonder why no one was helping him up, cheers from the villagers erupted all around him. Meanwhile, among the refugees, a dense buzz of chatter broke out like a disturbed beehive. Look, what is that? Could it be? Why is it so huge? Our director has a ship like that. Real or fake? Wait, look closely. Doesn't the shape of that ship look familiar? Now that you mention it, it does look familiar. Isn't that Godsu? Isn't that Godsu? That's Godsu's hope. Our director is Godsu. Observation, deduction, and then conclusion. When everyone suddenly realized that the person they had been waiting for so long was none other than humanity's Godsu, and that the place they were sheltering was built single-handedly by Godsu, they stood frozen. No wild joy, no excitement, no thrill. Because they suddenly remembered that just a few hours ago, they were screaming about leaving, wanting to run to the deep sea. They also suddenly thought, if Chen Shun had memorized everyone who said those words back then, the consequences would be, Village Head Chun, I don't want to leave. Please let me stay. Village Head, I was agitated and lost my mind back then. If I knew the director was Godsu, I absolutely wouldn't have had a second thought. Village Head, I have elderly parents and young kids to feed. If you tell me to leave, where am I supposed to go? Let me stay? I'll even eat half rations. Please. Village Head, we were wrong. Please forgive us this once. The pleas for mercy, mixed with the villagers' cheers of joy, sounded strangely jarring. Some even dropped to their knees on the rafts, their faces full of remorse. But to Chun Shun, this scene only brought a smile, exactly as he had anticipated. All right, say no more. Those who don't know are not guilty. Everyone get up. Don't kneel. It'll ruin the mood if the director sees. Today is a day of great rejoicing for us. Chun Shin emphasized the words great rejoicing heavily. Seeing that he truly had no intention of pursuing the matter, the refugees immediately understood and stood up together. The next second, cheers several times louder than the villagers erupted across the sea, almost screaming themselves hoarse. In that moment of welcome, everyone went crazy. In life, there are many times you stand at a crossroads. The first time, they accidentally chose the right path by staying around Ironstone Mountain. The second time, even though they took a wrong turn, Chun Shin still gave them a chance at rebirth. You can have a first and a second time, but not a third or a fourth. Faced with this precious opportunity, almost instantly, all the refugees silently swore an oath in their hearts. Any wavering was retracted in the blink of an eye. Of course, standing on the Hope, I had no idea that Chun Shin's tactics had just gained Hope Village another group of absolutely loyal followers. As the final distance was crossed, the Hope passed the shipyard and returned to the foot of Ironstone Mountain. Looking down from above, I couldn't hold back my excitement and shouted loudly, "Folks, I'm home." Below, the villagers responded in unison, "Welcome back, Director." The steel weapon of humanity. Only when standing up close and observing it could one fully feel the violent beauty of machinery and steel. On the live stream, the Hope only flashed by for a moment, enough to carve a deep impression into everyone's hearts. But that feeling was like watching a movie. It had shock and excitement, but not enough to truly shake you to the core. At first, when Hope appeared in their line of sight, the refugees thought they could handle the pressure. But when the ship actually stopped, they realized how wrong they were. Dead wrong. Standing before this 20-meter-tall battleship, they felt as small as ants. It was enough to make anyone feel sheer despair. Fortunately, that moment of shock didn't last long. As the bottom hatch of the Hope slowly opened, the crowd that had already lined up inside the hull suddenly poured out like a flood. 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. In just one short minute, all the sailors who had been cooped up for 10 straight days jumped straight into the sea like dumplings being dropped into a pot. At first, the 1,000+ people just cheered, swam, and made all sorts of deafening noises. But soon after, following a command from Zhang Long, they quickly took over the waters, rapidly approaching the wooden rafts where the villagers and refugees were waiting, and took the initiative to greet them warmly. Over 300 people on one side, over 1,000 on the other. The two crowds merged, chattering and bustling, instantly bringing life to the basin. It was just like a gathering from the civilized era. Seeing this harmonious scene, as I led Su Chan to jump down and stand firmly on the escort canoe, I didn't stop them. Instead, I smiled brightly, waving my hand and pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Oh my God, who would have thought my brother could command so many people? It's a miracle. The escort canoe slowly advanced along the path, cleared by the crowd. Looking at the expectant faces all around, Su Chan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. But she didn't know that, standing at the bow of the boat at this moment, I was also overwhelmed with a sense of profound change. There was a time when this basin was so poor that I was the only one guarding it, with only the dark night as my companion. There was a time when I lay on the small bed in the shelter, wondering when someone would come to talk and chase away the loneliness. There was a time when I thought I would huddle here with my parents and sister until the end of time. There was a time when I thought this world was an iron cage locking everyone in, with no way out forever. I never dared to imagine it. But these precious things that I didn't dare to dream of came naturally, like water flowing into a channel. They were here. Welcome home, Director. Welcome home, Director. I don't know who shouted first, but around the canoe, over 1,000 people opened their mouths in unison, shouting with one voice. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, making even the sea surface visibly ripple. My ears rang from the sheer volume. I looked around, deeply moved, raised both hands, and slowly lowered them. The next moment, the voices stopped abruptly. Only a wooden raft carrying over a dozen people leisurely approached. Director, welcome back. Standing at the front of the raft was, of course, Village Chief Chen Shun of Hope Village. Compared to the day I left, his skin was darker, but his body was much more robust and muscular, exuding the aura of a warrior. In his eyes, I could clearly see sparkling tears, reflecting the sunlight into shattered colors, brimming with emotion. In front of everyone, Chen Shun was like a child seeing his father return, like a baby bird reuniting with an eagle, moved to tears. I knew it wasn't out of grievance, but pure excitement. In this world, besides Jiangshan, only Chen Shun understood my ambition, understood my determination to change the world. And only Chen Shun longed for my return, to step onto the new continent and stir up the winds and clouds. With such a loyal subordinate, when the wooden raft pulled up alongside the canoe and docked, I didn't hesitate. I strode up to him and patted him heavily on the shoulder. "You did good." The familiar pat, the familiar force, the familiar spot, the familiar weight. Chen Shun gasped, wiping away his tears. Beside him, Pei Xiao cleverly stepped forward and joked, "Director, I want one too. Give me a pat." "You brat, you know today is a happy day?" Pei Xiao's joke instantly broke the heavy atmosphere, making everyone burst into laughter. Taking advantage of the momentum, I reined in my emotions, laughing loudly as I patted the shoulders of those who had stayed behind. Pei Xiao, Qin, Wu Feiguang. One by one, leaving no one out. Everyone who got patted grimaced in pain, but they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. And in their eyes, there was an unconcealable spark of excitement. After I finished greeting all the old members of Hope Village, Chen Shun took a step forward. "Director, this is someone from our reserve villager list, Li Hu, currently serving as the acting deputy village chief. He retired from the military at 35 and has a very solid foundation in martial arts. Ordinary people can't even get close to him. It's just a pity that when he first arrived in the wasteland, he fought over 20 alien races alone to save people. Although he won, he was severely injured. He kept his life, but it left him with hidden ailments. The people he saved are right over there." Chen Shun pointed into the distance, where 4 men and 3 women stood looking excited, then continued, "These 7 are from Huaxia's famous Yangtang laboratory. They are all top-tier research talents and have significantly boosted our village's research capabilities. Moreover, a week ago, a highly skilled stealth squad of alien races tried to launch a night raid up the mountain. It was Brother Hu who led the patrol and spotted them in time, saving us from a disaster. I am taking the liberty to ask the director to grant him a healing method." It was rare for Chen Shun to speak so much during a first meeting. From his words, I could clearly hear his undisguised respect. If what he said was true, Li Hu was truly a man of steel, pushing himself into danger in the wasteland just to save others. "Director Su." "No, Director Su, my injuries are fine. It's nothing serious. Don't listen to Chen Shun exaggerating. I'm just an ordinary guy, you don't need to." He scratched his head, explaining awkwardly. But the very next moment, before he could even react, a warm hand was already placed on him. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Li Hu, a man who had faced over 20 alien races in the early stages, was still a top-tier expert even with his hidden ailments. Yet, this hand left him with no time to react. If this were a real fight, this move alone would have been enough to take his life. The owner of this hand was too terrifying. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, a surge of warmth suddenly welled up from where the hand rested. It felt like someone walking in a blizzard suddenly jumping into a hot spring, or a man starving for 3 days suddenly getting a feast. That warmth made Li Hu jolt. Before he could fully savor it, as his bodily sensations returned, he was stunned. My back doesn't hurt anymore. My arms, my legs, even my hidden injuries. His eyes filled with overwhelming joy. Li Hu touched all the places he had been injured. Only then did he realize that not only were his injuries completely healed, but even the hidden ailments left from his martial arts training years ago had vanished completely. In other words, his current body was no different from an 18-year-old's, brimming with strength and vitality. In the wasteland, yet you never forgot the safety of the people, never forgot the faith of the nation. Li Hu, you are a good soldier, a true man. Joining my ranks, you deserve a new life. Look up. This time, Li Hu clearly saw the owner of that hand. The next second, he dropped to one knee. Director Su, This grace is like a rebirth to Li Hu. For the rest of my life, I am your man in life and your ghost in death. I will never betray you. Confirming through the system that Chun Shun's words were entirely true, I already held a full 10 points of respect in my heart for such a man of steel. A man like this is a pillar of the nation, the soul of the people. Having someone like him in a group provides enough spiritual leadership to boost efficiency by over 50%. I reached out and helped Li Hu up, then turned to the other veterans who bore various injuries. I wasn't stingy. As I got to know them, I granted them healing from the Shanghai Scroll card. This generous gesture instantly won over everyone's complete loyalty. Chun Shun, let me introduce you. This is my younger sister, Su Chan. From now on, just treat her like a little sister in the family. No need for special treatment. On the way as the escort canoe headed toward Iron Mountain, I introduced her enthusiastically. Immediately, a small wave of excitement rippled across the boat. Oh wow, so it's little sister Su Chan. Haha, I thought she looked like the director earlier. What a surprise. Good thing I prepared a gift today. In our previous communications, I had never hidden the fact about my sister. Chun Shun and the others were very perceptive. Unlike Su Debin, who had to scramble for a makeshift gift, they had prepared well in advance. Oh, thank you, Brother Chun Shun. Thank you, Uncle Pei Xiao. Thank you, Uncle Chin, Uncle Hu. I really shouldn't. I'll accept it. Thank you, uncles. Receiving each gift, Su Chan smiled radiantly, her words as sweet as honey, making the whole boat roar with laughter. Just like in ancient times, when officials would always urge the emperor to have an heir. When I was all alone, the interests of the group around me were unstable. If I were to go missing or die, the massive Hope Village could very well fall apart in a short time. But with Su Chan joining, that hidden danger almost vanished. At the very least, if I disappeared for half a year, the village below, though worried, wouldn't waver. They would still support Su Chan and wait for my return. Oh, right, Chun Shun, get ready. We start moving things onto the ship today. The day after tomorrow is when the game update finishes. Delaying brings trouble. To avoid any accidents, we must set off for the new continent by tomorrow at the latest. Understood, Director, rest assured. We've been preparing since the day before yesterday. Everything is basically packed up now. Once it's on the ship, we can leave immediately. Boarding the expedition base, flying into the sky to find the sea god Jianshan, I was delayed by 3 days. The scattered journey back took another 9 days and 22 hours. Even though I didn't delay at all and set off immediately after the system started updating, by now, the remaining time was less than 2 days. Before 12 p.m. the day after tomorrow, the game would officially finish updating, opening the next realistic survival version. Before that moment, time was running out for everyone. Fortunately, from the moment the radio received the news, Chun Shun had already started making arrangements. Now, after I went up the mountain to inspect everything, I found that all the food and large supplies had been completely packed. The chefs of Hope Village had even prepared an extra 10 days' worth of dry rations to use during the relocation on the ship. Director, recently, thanks to us and the survivors exploring the routes, we've confirmed that the new continent is about 5,000 kilometers away from here. It's not too far. Moreover, before the system completely shut down the World Chat channel, we managed to gather some information about the new continent. As of now, quite a few people have already set foot on it. But the situation isn't very optimistic. As over a dozen people sat down at the table and the chef brought out a few plates of meat buns, Chun Shun began his brief report. Oh, people have already landed? What's the situation? I asked. The Wasteland Sea had been open for over a month. As long as the distance was close enough, even a wooden raft could drift to the new continent to explore. The fact that people had landed first didn't surprise me. On the contrary, it piqued my interest. Chun Shun continued. If we only rely on the data we gathered 15 days ago, it could be considered a pretty good situation. The new continent has a much more pleasant environment than the wasteland. There are natural springs, fresh water sources, and quite a few mutated creatures, providing enough food for the first arrivals. The terrain has few high mountains. It's mostly vast plains with weeds as high as your calves. According to their descriptions, as long as you work a little hard, you won't starve to death. Aside from the disaster intensity not being reduced, The living environment is generally much better than the former wasteland and the deep sea. I took a bite of a meat bun and smiled faintly. That doesn't sound too bad. Except for the disasters, everything seems fine. Chun Shin shook his head. No, director. That was the news from 15 days ago. Back then, there were only a scattered few people and a small fraction of alien races that went ashore. It's completely incomparable to the present. About 3 days ago, at 2 a.m., a team of about 15 people passed by Iron Mountain. They weren't pioneers heading to the new continent. They were refugees fleeing from the new continent. It seemed this secret had been suppressed for too long. Chen Shun didn't wait for a private meeting, but spoke right there at the dining table. Instantly, not only did my expression change as I put down my meat bun, but even the managers who were just laughing and talking all turned serious. Chen Shun continued, about this, please forgive me for not reporting it sooner. The information they brought is too shocking. That night, when Brother Hu and I led our men to surround them, after talking with their leader, we temporarily obtained first-hand news about the new continent, though we don't know if it's true or false. At the same time, through trading food, we also got our hands on a so-called specialty of the new continent. Speaking up to here, he paused, then reached into the void. A short sword, about the length of a forearm, flew out and landed gently on the table, radiating a cold gleam. Director, take a look at this weapon. Without the game's appraisal system, humanity's way of understanding new objects had reverted to the old methods. After briefly introducing its physical specs, Chun Shen didn't waste words. He picked up the short sword, aimed it at the uninhabited mountain in the distance, and swung it hard. The next moment, before everyone's stunned eyes, a wave-like blade of energy shot out from the sword. Flying about 50 meters, it slammed straight into the mountainside, letting out a muffled boom. In terms of power, this energy wave didn't shatter the ground on the spot. But that wasn't because it was weak, but because Iron Mountain wasn't made of stone, but solid metal. If the target had been a human body, there would definitely be only one outcome. What the hell is that? This short sword, is it a magic weapon? It doesn't even make a sound when fired. If used for a sneak attack, who could withstand it? Exclamations of shock continuously burst from Pei Xiao, Qin, Wu Feiguang, and the others. Seeing a weapon that had only ever appeared in movies, it was obviously everyone's first time. Their eyes couldn't hide their shock. Give me the sword. Let me see. I watched the entire process. As everyone's pillar of support, I maintained a calm exterior, showing no fluctuation. But inside, a highly unsettling premonition surged up. The next second, when Chen Shun handed the short sword over, in a dimension unseen by the others, a beam of green light suddenly shot out from my body, wrapping around the blade. 2 seconds passed. It expanded and retracted, and a stat panel slowly appeared before my eyes. Dwarf short sword. Quality, excellent. Description, standard weapon forged by the dwarf race. Extremely sharp. Activating the internal energy in a specific way can unleash a long-range attack. Creator, Emily Jack. Melee intensity, 4. Ranged intensity, 18. Range, 60 m. Limit, 100 m. Power decreases with distance. Current energy, 70%. Cooldown time, 16.9 hours. Special abilities. Absorption. The short sword is forged using old technology and is extremely sensitive to life energy. Placing it in fresh blood or the flesh of living creatures can accelerate energy recovery. The higher the tier of the creature, the faster the recovery. Energy release. Based on the user's needs, the ranged attack can output a maximum of 70% energy to increase power, or a minimum of 10% to increase the number of attacks. Evaluation. This is the furious roar of the alien races. They have decided to use magic to defeat magic. Reading the entire stat panel, especially the final evaluation line, the speculation in my heart was confirmed. Old technology. Sure enough, this taboo thing had finally resurfaced in the wasteland. Over 10 days ago, when he saw the hope, Su Debin had briefly mentioned old technology. I didn't ask in depth at the time, but because I still had to copy the sky barrier after settling down on the hope, I had a thorough discussion with Lu Quan and the others. It was those discussions that gradually made me realize just how twisted old technology was. In short, with humanity's current level of science, The various energies we use are essentially just boiling water. The three power generation methods with the highest output are gas turbines, steam turbines, and nuclear power. The first two represent thermal power, burning fossil fuels like coal, oil, and natural gas to create steam to run machines. The latter also relies on nuclear reactors to create steam to drive generators. But all three hit an insurmountable barrier: efficiency. Before crossing over to the wasteland, the most advanced 1,350 megawatt ultra-supercritical coal-fired unit on Earth, without heat supply, had an efficiency of about 49%, consuming 251 grams per kilowatt hour. Most power plants only reached 35% to 38%. Even if scaled up, combining heat and power, a 70% back pressure unit was already the ceiling. But the products of old technology were completely different. The lowest was 200%, and the highest reached 5,000%. At the time, Lu Kuan used only one phrase to describe it: putting oneself in a deadly situation to forge a path to survival. Besides this short sword, did they reveal any other information? I retracted the sword, my expression grave. Chun Shin nodded. Including the one we have, they had a total of 16 swords. Even though they said it was very precious, based on my judgment, it's not a rare item on the new continent. There was also a very extraordinary-looking broadsword. Unfortunately, the price was too high, so we couldn't trade for it. Based on their descriptions, we've temporarily gathered the following information. After speaking, Chun Shin took out a piece of paper covered in writing from his storage space and slowly presented it. First, the situation on the new continent. Unlike what we imagined, after 15 days of brewing, that place is no longer a wasteland. More and more alien races are taking advantage of the game update to head to the new continent. And this time, it's not just 100 or 200 dropping in. It's a large-scale landing, bringing along tribes and even cities. Hearing the last two words, Chun Shin and the others' faces changed color as he continued. Second, due to the restrictions of the shelter's core area, humans cannot leave the core's range. The same goes for the alien races. Outside this range, their strength drops drastically, almost sealing all their abilities, except for physical attributes. Third, on the new continent, the alien races are no longer hostile to each other like before, but have started cooperating. Even humans, if they have a certificate issued by them, can enter the cities to trade, stay, and even seek entertainment. Isn't that just a good citizen certificate? Pei Xiao slammed the table and stood up, exclaiming in shock. Just mentioning this thing that carried such deeply ingrained memories, everyone sitting around the table could no longer stay calm. Previously, the relationship between alien races and humans was like two competitors in a savage era, a fight to the death where only one could survive. But now it was different. On the new continent, the alien races seemed to have fully absorbed their past failures and started choosing a completely different path. Just looking at how they took the initiative to open communication between tribes and even publicly relaxed contact with humans was enough to see their ambition clearly. The reality might be even worse than everyone thought. The alien races opening up contact with humans meant that our knowledge, technology, and culture would, more or less, be grasped by them. The most difficult part to resolve was that if humans and alien races truly merged, the enemies we would face in the future wouldn't just be alien races, but also our own people. I don't think anyone wants to see a war that should have been between humans and alien races ultimately turn into a human civil war, right? Putting the paper away, Chun Shin sighed helplessly. It's exactly as you said. Even if 95% of humanity fled to the deep sea, the remaining 5% is still over 100 million people. On Earth, there were only 13 countries with a population exceeding 100 million. If 20% of these people join the alien races, that's already 20 million people. All right, let's not overthink it for now. Even if we go to the new continent, our main theme is still surviving the natural disasters, not fighting to the death with the alien races. Seeing how they opened communication between tribes and are taking in humans, it's clear their ultimate goal is also to better survive the disasters. Chun Shin, did you manage to find out which area will be assigned to when we relocate our territory? I raised my hand, signaling to quiet the murmurs that had just arisen. The dining table fell silent again. I picked up my bowl of soup, downed it in one gulp, and slowly asked. Yes, Chun nodded. Although they've never relocated themselves, I asked in detail. They had also gathered quite a bit of information before. The relocation rules are roughly as follows. First, the chosen area cannot be within 500 kilometers of the coastline. This is a strict rule, meant to prevent people from intentionally moving their territories right next to the coast, destroying the coastline, and causing all sorts of unnecessary disasters. At the same time, this rule is to stop people from moving their territories to the coast to ambush newly landed alien races or humans. Second, when relocating, there will be a map for us to choose from. If the area is already occupied or the space isn't large enough, the relocation will fail. The map also won't mark whether it's human or alien territory. Who your neighbors are depends entirely on luck. Third, during the process of moving to the territory on the new continent, before officially arriving, all creatures cannot attack each other, and we cannot actively attack other creatures either. I'm guessing this is to restrict people like us, preventing us from exploiting a bug, ignoring the 50-kilometer limit, and killing everything in our path as we go. Besides these 3 points, there's one more thing. The larger the relocation area, the more remote the assigned location will be, and the more complex the surrounding terrain. After wiping out the initial 23,000 alien races, plus the countless marine and terrestrial alien races I destroyed with artillery shells on the way back. Before returning, I checked the area available for relocation, over 1,800 square kilometers. That means, during this ocean disaster, nearly 400 alien tribes were completely wiped out by me directly. If we really transfer that entire area to the new continent, the assigned location will definitely be extremely remote. Far away from any available resources, the loss would completely outweigh the gain. Other than that, there probably aren't any other restrictions. If there are, they're just hidden conditions they couldn't detect. For this relocation to the new continent, I'm recording a major merit for you. Staying at Iron Mountain and still managing to gather such crucial information is enough to prove that Chun-Shin's abilities are no longer what they used to be. I paused, looking at everyone before continuing. This time, the 1,035 new people on the ship will all be integrated into Hope Village's management system. The village will keep its old structure. Chun-Shin, you are still the village chief. I hope you won't disappoint my expectations. The number of people on the ship plus the current village is around 1,400. Even on Earth, that would be a real, large village. This order isn't just a promotion, it's my trust in you. I swear I won't let down the director's trust. If I can't do it, I, Chun-Shun, will offer my head an apology. He raised his right hand high, looking around at his new colleagues, his voice deep and resonant. Compared to when I left, Chun-Shun had clearly matured a lot. This past month, he must have had quite a few fortuitous encounters. But at this moment, I didn't press the matter. I just picked up a meat bun, bringing the atmosphere back to a lively state. The simple feast ended, and the crew members also released the pressure they had pent up over 10 days of drifting. It was still early. Under Chun-Shin's command, the task of moving supplies onto the ship began ahead of schedule. Since the realistic survival version hadn't updated yet, having storage space made the transportation almost effortless. In just 2 hours, 80% of the supplies had been brought aboard. The rest, with everyone working together, was cleared out before 8 p.m. Iron Mountain, which had been bustling for over a month, was almost completely emptied in a single day, returning to its original barren state. The caves where the villagers had lived for a month were now empty, with nothing left. Vitality came quickly, but left even faster. But unlike what one might imagine, at this moment, on the faces of the people gathered at the foot of the mountain, there wasn't a single trace of nostalgia for the past. April 1st, morning, 8:40 a.m. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door to the captain's quarters of the Hope creaked open. I sat at the desk, looking like a scholar, flipping through a book and reading lines of knowledge. With every page turned, what emanated from me seemed to be more than just words, but a kind of clear, lucid aura of intellect. Even an unconscious glance carried an unconcealable sense of wisdom. Unlike ordinary researchers, my reading speed was significantly faster. A densely packed page of text could barely last a few dozen seconds in my hands. Judging by this talent alone, I knew I belonged to a rare breed. As long as I stayed on the right path, I would sooner or later leave my mark in human history. However, standing at the door looking in, Uncle Sue Debin shook his head slightly, a myriad of emotions welling up inside him. An anomaly? A monster was more like it. Uncle Sue, is everyone gathered? I turned around, putting the book down. The light of wisdom flashed in my eyes before quickly returning to normal, making me look only slightly brighter than an ordinary person on the outside. He replied, basically everyone is here. They're aligning the formations. Shall we head out now? I stood up, pushing the notebook recording high-level biological knowledge deep into the desk, and casually tucked the densely written piece of paper clipped inside into my shirt pocket. Pushing the chair in, I nodded and followed the mechanical body that had already turned around. Stepping outside, in just a moment, one man and one machine arrived at the bow of the ship. Here, without needing to stand high, one could overlook the over 1,000 people below, clearly seeing every expression on every face. Compared to 7 days ago, the villagers' spirit today had completely transformed. I smiled, nodding continuously in satisfaction. Attention. Eyes right. Eyes front. Reporting to the chief instructor. Hope Village has finished assembling. Expected headcount, 1,405. Actual headcount, 1,405. Awaiting instructions. After 7 days of training, Chun Shun now had the demeanor of a soldier of steel. Hearing that decisive report, Uncle Sue Debin controlled his mechanical body to step forward, increasing his vocal volume. His voice boomed like thunder. I declare that Hope Village's 7-day training plan officially concludes perfectly at this very moment. The training effectiveness exceeded the initial projection by 50%, reaching an unprecedented 320%. Every single person has undergone a metamorphosis during these 7 days. Every independent individual has planted the seed of an iron will within themselves. As the chief instructor, I am extremely satisfied to witness this transformation. Without a microphone, the voice from the mechanical body still transmitted directly and clearly to everyone's ears. Hearing those words of praise, smiles flickered across the villagers' faces. There is growth that needs to be acknowledged by others to be felt. But there is also growth that only requires one to experience it personally, to endure the pain, to clearly see the astonishing harvest after tearing oneself apart and healing. These 7 days started with climbing the snowy mountain on the first day, followed by crossing the Sea of Fire on the second, a long-distance expedition on the third, an arena battle on the fourth, building houses on the fifth, infiltrating an enemy camp on the sixth, all the way to the final day, a small-scale skirmish. Converted into time, all the villagers had undergone a total of 260 hours of training. During that time, everyone's body and mind were cleansed from top to bottom. Before, they were just survivors of the apocalypse, possessing the awareness to survive, knowing how to struggle to live on. But now, they were trained warriors, carrying a resilient will within them. Every citizen a soldier, a setup that once only existed in fiction, had now appeared in such a fierce manner. Reporting to the director, the first phase of Hope Village's survival training has concluded perfectly. Please inspect. In the wasteland, everything was simplified. Even for the final summary, Uncle Sue Debin only spoke for less than 2 minutes before handing over the floor. Under the gaze of the mechanical body and the over 1,000 people below, I gently took the microphone. Very good, everyone. You've worked hard. Just that one sentence. The people who had just been praised for 2 minutes and were still silent suddenly broke into a commotion. Most of their expressions were the same, feeling unworthy of the praise. Being acknowledged by a strong person was already a great honor, let alone being acknowledged by the strongest person in humanity. But thinking of my monstrous performance over the past few days, no one could smile. They even felt awkward. On the first day, I climbed the 8,000-meter snowy mountain. The best result among them was only 4,689 meters. On the second day, I crossed the entire 10-kilometer Sea of Fire, while their best result was only 5.15 kilometers. On the third day, I walked without sleep for 36 hours, completing a distance of 515 kilometers, while their best was 268 kilometers. On the fourth day, I stood there alone, relying on tactics and techniques to defeat 65 people in a row in a super gauntlet match, while Li Hu, the strongest among them, only managed 1 against 13. On the 5th day, in just 18 hours, I built a complete house barehanded all by myself, integrating many features to defend against external enemies, with terrifyingly high defense. Meanwhile, the fastest person in the village took 25 hours to build a house, but its defensive capability was only a third of mine. On the 6th day, I charged single-handedly into an enemy camp of 300 people, slaughtering them in just a few passes until they had no armor left intact. On the 7th day, what was supposed to be a skirmish where the enemy took the initiative to attack was turned around by me into our attack. Throughout those 7 days, my number of respawns was 0. For every stage, I only used exactly 1 life, going straight to the end, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief. But when reviewing the full recordings, everyone could only kneel and watch. Intellect, strength, courage, skill, technique. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have dared to believe someone could perfectly integrate all of these. And reality proved that my becoming the top person globally was never just a matter of good luck. Uncle Su Debin only saw how fast the villagers transformed over these 7 days, but he didn't know that for me. Those 7 days were also a process of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Don't look down on yourselves. The people you should compare yourselves to are other survivors, not me. The person you need to surpass is the you of yesterday. As long as you can see your own progress, then all the effort today, all the pain today, is worth it. Remember the times you trembled on the line between life and death, hurting so much your soul felt like it was being torn apart. Remember the days you stood before the impossible, yet never stopped pushing your limits and perfecting yourselves. Being able to stand here only represents one thing. Tell yourselves, I succeeded. I understood the thoughts of the villagers below perfectly, missing nothing. I knew that if I didn't wake them up, I would become a nightmare in everyone's hearts, a mountain they only dared to look at from afar. To be frank, they would still feel a bit down in the short term. But after a while, once they had time to digest it all, everything would naturally return to normal. However, that was just a prediction. Because right at this moment, just as I finished speaking, I was astonished to find that over 80% of the people below were smiling. With my sharp hearing, I even caught a few keywords in the whispers from the front rows. Director? The bottom is strong too. The director is amazing. Felt great all night. Some were chasing after, some were doing it right now. The director is forever a god. Ahem. I coughed lightly a few times. Instantly, the crowd below fell dead silent. We only have 8 hours left before we land on the new continent. Here, I will announce the list of S-rank talents for the first training phase. The people who earned a spot are Chen Shun, Peng Wenshan, Xian Yinjin, Jiang Ho, Li Peng, Li Hu, Chen Kai. Every time I called out a name, gasps of awe mixed with rounds of admiring applause rang out from below. Those whose names were called puffed out their chests and held their heads high, their faces flushed with excitement. Actually, after the 4th day, the results for the S-rank spots were no longer a secret. Their performances were too outstanding. Whether it was willpower, stamina, or intellect, they far exceeded the average level. Towards them, what the others felt wasn't jealousy, but admiration. Getting an S-rank spot doesn't mean you can rest easy. And for those of you below, it doesn't mean you have no more chances to advance. Although this S-rank evaluation has ended, the next phase will open in 3 months. When that time comes, I look forward to seeing your new performances. Putting the microphone down, I didn't say anything else, but was the first to applaud. In an instant, applause thundered across the sea surface. When the sound gradually died down, I handed the task of announcing the A-rank talent list to Chen Shun, while I temporarily left the venue and returned to the captain's quarters. Closing the curtains by the window, I carefully took out the white piece of paper I had tucked in my shirt, slipped it into a book, and began to read. The villagers only needed to think about what to eat today, how to train tomorrow, and how to advance the day after. But as a leader like me, there was much more to consider. On this piece of paper, all the changes since the game updated to the realistic version were recorded. March 27th, update complete, officially announcing the survival content of the realistic version. Just like the previous notice, crafting and trading were canceled, shifting to a permanently locked black state, with no telling when they would reopen. Other functions like appraisal, vehicles, and inspection were also hit with a slew of restrictions. But the most severe blow was the storage space started charging fees. Although the storage space remained as convenient as before, every time it was opened, it cost 10 disaster points. This meant that if one kept the habit of opening it dozens of times a day, this alone would cost hundreds of points daily. On another front, all items crafted by the game below the excellent tier would not charge a usage fee. But from excellent tier and above, it was different. Excellent tier, 3 hours per use, costs 500 disaster points. Rare tier, 1 hour per use, costs 2,000 points. Epic tier, 30 minutes per use, costs 50,000 points. As for the version update reward for everyone, it wasn't very generous, just an iron chest. Flipping through the summarized details over and over, my fingers tapped lightly on the desk, my eyes darkening as my thoughts surged endlessly. Currently, the hope was only 3 hours away from upgrading to legendary. Past midnight, the entire ship would directly step into the legendary tier. And the time left for all of humanity to vote on the natural disaster was only 9 hours. After the voting ended, the next natural disaster would start right on schedule in 15 days.